Chapter 1 Unemployment activates full-time milkman system. Bin Chang, on the subway. Yi Fan sat in the corner lost. Body back shoulder bag, holding a cell phone, opened the daughter-in-law address book phone, delayed to press down. I don't know what to say. Overnight, Yi Fan lost his job. Early in the morning, as usual, Yi Fan came to the company, saw almost empty company, confused. From his colleagues, he learned that the boss had run away with the money. Last month along with this month's salary, have not been paid. Yi Fan, 35 years old, a very embarrassing age, just stepped into the threshold, then unemployed. However, Yi Fan is confident that with his own ability, he will have no problem finding another job. It's just a matter of time. Half a year ago, for the children to go to school, spend their savings, in the city to buy only 40 square meters of school district housing. Although a family of 3 people crowded together to live, had a very happy life. Who knows, just after buying a house, Yi Fan's mother gave birth to a serious illness, stayed in the hospital for a month, but also in the Dalku a few times. In the hospital, spending money like water. As just finished buying a house, not much money in hand, cannot afford to pay hospital fees and treatment costs, looking for relatives to put together. Yi Fan's daughter-in-law to find their own 2 sisters to borrow 50,000, only to tide over the difficulties. At first, the 200,000 foreign debt, in Yi Fan's view, is nothing. Both have a job, 2 or 3 years can almost finish. But now, Yi Fan is unemployed. The pressure of life all falls on the daughter-in-law Lin Qingxue. Yi Fan is worried that if his daughter-in-law Qingxue knows the news, the pressure is great. Just as Yi Fan hesitated, the phone rang in his hand, and it was his daughter-in-law who called. Daughter-in-law, what is it? Qingxue is usually very busy at work, usually does not call Yi Fan, there must be something. Hubby, just now the school teacher Lu called me, Jia is sick again, high fever 39 degrees, let us immediately go to pick up. On the phone, Qingxue's voice is not big, but the tone of nervousness and urgency can be heard, very worried about the child's condition. P.S. Jia, the first name of Yi Linjia, girls, still in kindergarten, in September to the 1st grade. May have had a serious illness pneumonia as a child, resulting in a weak body. Every 10 days and a half months, definitely sick once, but also moving his pneumonia, 2 or 3 weeks to get well. It was a headache for both husband and wife. My company is holding a training session, I am the main speaker, I can't leave you. Can you take a vacation? Qingxue continued. When it came to asking Yi Fan to take time off, Qingxue was embarrassed to say it. Okay, I'll go right away. You can go to work at ease. Yi Fan immediately agreed, but didn't mention his work. It's not convenient to talk on the phone, wait for the evening. Hubby, love you yo, mwahaha. Lin Qingxue hung up the phone. Yi Fan got off the subway and took a taxi directly to the kindergarten. When he arrived at the door, Jiajia's homeroom teacher came out with Jiajia. Jiajia's father, the child has taken antipyretic medicine, so take her to the hospital as soon as possible. Thanked the class teacher, Yi Fan carried Jiajia home first and drove. The kindergarten is right in front of the neighborhood, very close. It's easier to drive to the hospital. Dad, why am I always sick? Jia was lying on Yi Fan's back, probably because she was sick, she was very weak and her voice was very small. Yi Fan comforted, Jia eat more, when you grow up, it will be fine. Soon, came to the car. Yi Fan let the child get on the car, sat in the back, and drove straight to the hospital. Ding, detected that the host does not have any full-time and part-time jobs to take care of the child, full-time milkman system activated. A system mechanical prompt sounded in Yi Fan's ears. Since Yi Fan was driving, he did not look. Arriving at the hospital, Yi Fan took the child to register, see the doctor, and draw blood for tests. Because he came too many times, he was already familiar with the process of visiting the doctor. Taking the labs and inspection report, he came to Dr. Zhang's office. Jia had been sick a lot since she got pneumonia as a child, and had changed doctors due to unsatisfactory treatment results. It was not until she met Dr. Zhang that she came to Dr. Zhang's office. Dr. Zhang has a lot of clinical experience and is particularly knowledgeable about respiratory medicine, especially pediatric pneumonia. Every time I went to Dr. Zhang, I was cured. When I entered the clinic, Jia greeted me and said, "Hello, Auntie." Jia is a good boy, let Auntie take a look. Dr. Zhang picked up the labs and examination reports and read them, coming to a conclusion. No surprise, it was pneumonia again. Although he had experienced this many times, hearing this result, Yi Fan still felt a big headache. As long as it was pneumonia, it would take at least 2 to 3 weeks to get better. Watching the child take a large amount of medicine, Yifan's heart is very difficult. I suggest that you and your wife not always busy working, first the child's body well. Often did Jia see a doctor, Dr. Zhang on Yifan. Two couples have been very familiar with some of the words of the heart, directly set out. The child is often sick and takes medication, which is very bad for the body. The foundation was not laid well when he was young, and when he grows up, the child's body is not strong. Dr. Zhang persuaded to finish, give the child a prescription for medicine, and review in a week. Back home, Jia said he was dizzy, headache, unbearable. It is estimated that there is a fever again. Yifan took the thermometer to measure, and burned to 38.5 degrees. Since fever-reducing medicines can only be taken every 6 hours, it's not time yet. Yifan first let Jia take the anti-inflammatory drug azithromycin, and put a fever-reducing patch on his forehead. And then wipe with warm water to help Jia physical cooling. After finishing her work, Jia was already lying in bed asleep. Yifan inwardly expects, never again high fever. After finishing his busy work, he accompanied Jia before remembering about the system in the morning. System. Yifan held a try attitude and softly called out. A system panel, visible only to himself, appeared in front of him. Yifan usually loved reading novels and was familiar with the system, not expecting it to appear on himself. Full-time milkman system. The host does not have a full-time or part-time job and is willing to take care of a child before it is activated. Seeing the activation conditions, Yifan smiled somewhat helplessly. It seemed like he still had to thank the boss who withdrew his money and ran away. If it wasn't for him, his own system, I don't know how long it would take to activate. Following the system panel, he continued to look down. System level, level 1 upgrade experience value 0-100. Host, Yifan. Physique, 62. Speed, 60. Strength, 58. Intelligence, 65. Free attribute points, 0. Looking at their own personal attribute panels, which belongs to the general level, that is, a normal ordinary person, it's okay. But looking at the following attribute panel, Yifan was shocked. Host daughter, Yilin Jia. Physique, 13. Speed, 20. Strength, 18. Intelligence, 25. Free attribute points, 0. P.S. Physique and physical strength and physical quality have a direct relationship. Jia's physique is only 13, no wonder she gets sick easily. System, is there a newcomer gift pack? Yifan once again communicated with the system. In many online novels, the system usually has newcomer gift packs. Ding, the newcomer gift pack has been put into the system backpack, please check. Yifan opened the newcomer gift pack, and surprisingly, it was 10 freely assignable attribute points. These 10 free attribute points could be given to both himself and Jia. Chapter 2 Good News and Bad News. Without hesitation, Yifan gave all 10 attribute points to Jia and added them to the physique. Jia's physique instantly grew from 13 to 23. Host's daughter, Yilin Jia. Physique, 13 plus 10. Speed, 20. Strength, 18. Intelligence, 25. Free attribute points, 0. Continuing down the attribute panel was a specific introduction to the full-time milkman system. It is roughly divided into two types of functions. One category is to improve personal abilities, for example, increase personal attribute points. One category is spending cash back. For example, spend money on children, according to the degree of preference, get consumption cashback. The highest cashback for a level 1 system is 10 times. Yifan wanted to continue studying the system functions. Suddenly, shouts came from his ears. Dad, it's hot. Jia, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and pulled Yifan's arm and said. Yifan looked at Jia's whole body sweating a lot, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Touching her forehead and back, she didn't seem too hot. Yifan hurriedly took out the thermometer to measure, body temperature 37.3. Surprisingly, the fever has gone down. Just now, it was still 38.5, but it dropped so fast. Yifan guessed that it must be the 10 physical attribute points that he added to Jia just now. In the past, it would have taken 3 days for the fever to go down. Dad, I'm hungry. Sweaty Jia sat up, covered his belly, said. Yifan helped Jia wipe away the sweat on her forehead, let her play first, he went to cook. After eating, Jejje's condition was obviously much better. At this time, the cell phone rings. Is the daughter-in-law Qingxue called. She was worried about the child's condition, just finished the meeting, did not have time to eat, and immediately called. When told that it was pneumonia again, Qingxue was silent. Yifan told her not to worry, feel free to go to work, the child's fever has gone down. In addition to worrying about the child, she also has a concern about who will be at home to take care of the child. In the past, the two of them would take turns to take time off and stay home to take care of the child. After a week, when the child's fever had gone down and her condition had improved, she would send the child to kindergarten and let the teacher give her medicine. However, Qingxue was particularly busy this week, so she couldn't take time off at all. For Yifan to take 5 consecutive days off to take care of the child at home, no normal company would agree. Daughter-in-law, I have good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear? The couple had been living together for many years, so they naturally knew their daughter-in-law's concerns. Seeing her silence, Yifan joked. Good news. The caller hesitated for a moment and said softly. Yifan laughed, good news, I can always be at home to take care of the children, you do not need to take time off. Bad news, I am unemployed. The other end of the phone once again fell into silence. A long time, husband, you are at home to take care of the child, I support you. Let's talk about it at home. Hanging up the phone, I saw Jia blinking her big eyes and staring happily at Yifan. Dad, you just said that you can stay home with me all the time, is that true? Jia was so young that she didn't understand what unemployment meant. She only focuses on what interests her. Yifan stroked Jia's little head back and forth and laughed, yes, it's true. It's too good, ha ha ha. Daddy can play with me at home all the time. Jia danced happily and even jumped up from the sofa. Seeing the child happy, Yifan also had a smile on his face, thinking, go TM work, the child is the most important. Evening. My daughter-in-law Qingxue came home from work and saw Jejje watching TV, with fruits in front of the table, in good spirits. Yifan is cooking in the kitchen. Qingxue used a thermometer to measure her temperature, and Jejje was very cooperative. The temperature was 36.5. It's only been a day, but the fever has gone down, it's a miracle. Qingxue happily picked up Jejje and kissed her on the face. At this time, Yifan came out of the kitchen with the food. Daughter-in-law, wash your hands and eat. Husband, hard work. Qingxue put down Jejje and gave Yifan a kiss on the cheek. After the meal, Jia sat on the sofa, watching her favorite cartoon. Qingxue pulled Yifan to one side and whispered, hubby, it's not pneumonia this time, is it? Was it misdiagnosed? Jejje's fever had gone down in just one day. Qingxue didn't believe that pneumonia would get better so fast, it must be a misdiagnosis. Yifan took out the inspection report and laboratory tests issued by the hospital, which was read by Dr. Zhang. Oh. Qingxue nodded her head, if it was Dr. Zhang who read it should not be wrong. Why is it getting better so fast? Qingxue still didn't believe it. The full-time milkman system is a secret, there are clear terms in the system, so naturally, you won't tell the second person. Yifan said jokingly, maybe I know that I can stay home with her all the time, so I'm happy that I'm getting better. Qingxue naturally did not believe this reason. She thought that maybe the fever time hadn't arrived yet. According to past experience, 12 o'clock in the middle of the night is only a big mark. Playing well during the day, there is no state at all. A sudden high fever of 39 degrees in the middle of the night happened often. Qingxue told Yifan not to take it lightly, and not to have a fever at night is to really see good. After chatting about the child, and then chat to Yifan work. After a detailed understanding of what happened to Yifan, Qingxue looked deeply at Yifan, husband, I thought about it for a long time in the company today. Maybe this decision is a bit selfish, please forgive me. Hubby. Can you stop looking for a job for a while and stay at home for a while to get Jia's body well? Qingxue knows very well that a full-time nanny is a bigger sacrifice and faces more social pressure than a full-time nanny. But Jia's health has not been good, kindergarten is fine, take 10 days and a half months off, nothing. However, Jia is going to start first grade in September. If she is often absent due to illness, it will not only affect her studies, but also the child's psychology. Qingxue did not want to see this result. Originally, she wanted to quit her job. Since Yifan was already unemployed, it was a good time to take advantage of the opportunity and get the child's body in shape. With Qingxue's current salary, there is no problem to support the family. But it's hard to pay back the $200,000 of external debt. Although not willing to default on debts to relatives, but compared with the child's health, as a mother, Qingshuo selfishly chose the latter. Yifan held his daughter-in-law Qingshuo's soft hands, comforted, "Wife, do not apologize to me. I am sorry for you, sorry for the child, more sorry for the family. I am not capable of letting you live a happy life. Yifan wanted to continue to say, cold red lips kissed up. Hubby, you have done a good job, don't blame yourself. Qingshuo snuggled in Yifan's arms. Late night. Jia has taken her medicine and is already asleep. Yifan persuaded Qingshuo to go to bed early, she has to get up early tomorrow to go to work. Qingshuo insisted on waiting until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, to see the child does not have a fever, only to rest assured. Who knows, lying in Yifan's arms, it did not take long to fall asleep. It seems that it is very tired recently. Yifan waited until 1 in the morning. See, Jia body temperature is normal, good condition, sleep well, only then fall asleep. Early in the morning, the ear-shattering wake-up alarm rang. Yifan hurriedly turned off the alarm, worried about waking up the child. Qingshuo wiped away the saliva flowing out of the corner of her mouth, rubbed her eyes, and asked in a daze, "Hubby, what time is it? Is the child burning?" Yifan patted Qingshuo's head and laughed, "Lazy bastard, it's time to get up and go to work. Everything was normal last night, don't worry." Qingshuo opened her eyes and saw the curtains gap through the light, only to realize that it was already dawn and she had slept through it. Chapter 3: 10 times the consumption of cashback. Yifan let his daughter-in-law go to wash first, he went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Soon, a cup of hot soy milk, a carrot, egg and scallion cake, all packed and put on the table. Qingshuo washed up, "See, the time is too late to eat breakfast, take the breakfast," flew downstairs. When Jia woke up, father and daughter ate breakfast together. With Yifan accompanying her, Jia was very happy. When her mood was good, her appetite was good. Jia ate 2 cakes and a cup of soy milk. After eating her fill, Jia took out the backgammon she bought 2 years ago and wanted to play with Yifan. Looking at the worn-out chessboard and the missing pieces, Yifan thought of a good idea. A good opportunity to test the system's cashback function. "Jia, this chessboard is broken, Dad will buy you a new one, do you want it?" Hearing that Yifan was buying himself a new one, Jia was very happy and tugged on Yifan's arm. "Let's go, buy it." Father and daughter changed their clothes and went straight to the nearby commodity city. Not to mention, it's quite big inside, and the stuff is very complete. Yifan pulled Jia, looking for a long time, finally found a set of foldable magnetic Go inside. It can play both backgammon and Go, and the appearance is very beautiful. "How about this one?" Yifan handed the Go set to Jia. Jia looked up and down, very satisfied, nodded. Came to the counter and checked out, $65. Ding, congratulations to the host for purchasing a gift that is very much to the child's liking, 10 times cashback, 650 yuan. Yifan just finished paying the bill, the system mechanical tone immediately sounded in his ears. Then, the cell phone received a bank card credited text message. First class system, highest 10 times cashback. Having the system in hand is too good. The child was happy with the chessboard, and Yifan was even happier. On the way home, he happened to meet a bookstore having a promotion. The store put the promotional books on the stall in front of the store and the clerk yelled loudly. Seeing Yifan and Jia approaching, the clerk enthusiastically asked how old the child was and what school he attended. Learning that Jia was going to be in first grade, the clerk immediately pulled out a set of books from the booth, which were the recommended reading books for first grade. The content and stories inside the book were very suitable for Jia's age. Yifan let Jia choose for herself, and if she liked it, she would buy it. Jia loved to read since she was a child, and before she was even in first grade, her bookcase at home was already full. Jia carefully looked through the pages. After about 10 minutes, Jia closed the book. "Do you like it?" Jia nodded happily. "Okay, let's buy it." A set of books totaling 5 books, 35 yuan after promotion. Ding, congratulations to the host for purchasing the books, very much to the child's liking, 10 times cashback, 350 yuan. Another sum was credited. Yifan and Jia were about to leave when they were called by the store clerk. In his hand was a Xinhua dictionary, which is definitely useful for elementary school. Now that the store was having an event, it was well worth it. Jia took the dictionary, looked at it twice, and immediately handed it to Yifan. From the expression, it could be seen that Jia did not like it. But Yifan bought it anyway in order to test the system cashback function. Payment, 20 yuan. Yifan stood in place and waited for a minute. There was no sound in his ears. It seems that there is no cashback. Yifan simply concluded that in the future, buying things cannot be blind. Only if the child genuinely likes it, can the cashback be returned. Back home, Yifan and Jia Jia, with the new Baigo board, killed 2 games of 5 in a row. In the first game, Yifan took advantage of Jia Jia's sloppiness and won easily. The second game, Jia Jia learned from the lessons of the previous game, step by step, careful response. Yifan was careless and lost. With 1 win and 1 loss, Jia Jia was happy to have a draw with her dad. Noontime arrives. Yifan went to the kitchen to cook. Jia Jia took out the newly purchased books and sat on the sofa, carefully flipping through them. Deng detected that during the host's accompaniment of the child plays backgammon and reads books to develop his intellect. The system rewards the host and child with an additional intelligence attribute point. Yifan was cooking when a series of system beeps rang in his ears. He hurriedly opened the system panel personal attributes to check. System level 1 upgrade experience value 3100. Host daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Body mass, 23. Speed, 20. Strength, 18. Intelligence, 25 plus 1. Free attribute points, 1. Jia Jia's intelligence attribute plus 1, and then look at your own attribute panel, intelligence is also added plus 1. Host, Yifan. Body mass, 62. Speed, 60. Strength, 58. Intelligence, 65 plus 1. Free attribute points, 1. It's good news to add intelligence attribute points for accompanying a child to read books and play chess. In other words, physique, speed and strength could also have their attribute points increased by doing similar exercises. In order to understand the system rules better, Yifan carefully read the system description. P.S. During the host's daily accompaniment, the child can additionally be rewarded with corresponding attribute points by doing corresponding items of exercise. Each item will receive a maximum of 1 per day. If the host accompanies the child for a full 4 hours, the host and the child can each receive a free allocation of attribute points. Yifan saw that inside the personal attribute panel, there was indeed 1 free attribute point for each person. Simply put, whichever attribute point the child obtained, Yifan would also obtain it synchronously. The main one was obtained without any effort. This feeling, it was very cool. In addition, Yifan also saw that the system upgrade experience value from 0 to 3. P.S. Triggering the system extra attribute point rewards, as well as consumption cashback, can increase the upgrade experience value. Buying Go and books in the morning triggered the consumption cashback reward twice. The child develops intellectual attribute points once, a total of 3 times, right on the money. The system upgrade has eyebrows. Yifan was looking forward to what would happen when the system was upgraded to level 2. However, the immediate matter was more important. In order to enhance the child's physique, and for the condition to heal as soon as possible, Yifan allocated free attribute points to physique. Jia Jia physique plus 1, 23 greater than 24. Yifan physique plus 1, 62 greater than 63. After the meal, Jia Jia finished her medicine and wanted to continue playing chess with Yifan. Yifan persuaded, take a nap and get well faster. Dad is always at home with you, you can play chess often, don't worry. In order to let Jia Jia fall asleep quickly, Yifan also gave her a bedtime massage. Soon, Jia Jia entered dreamland. Looking at the sleeping Jia Jia, Yifan smiled with relief. From yesterday afternoon until now, Jia Jia did not have another fever, her mental state was good, her face was rosy, and everything was developing in a good direction. This time, being able to quickly regain her health had something to do with the increase in Jia Jia's physique attribute points. From the very beginning of 13, increased to 24, the physique increased by almost double. It would be strange if it was not good. However, Yifan did not dare to take it lightly. Over the past few years, Jia Jia had gotten sick frequently, scaring Yifan. According to the system instructions, for the personal 4-dimensional attributes, 1 additional attribute point could be rewarded at most every day. Intelligence had been increased, but physique had not. After Jia Jia woke up from her nap, she killed 3 more games of 5 in a row with Yifan, and laughed so hard that she was about to burst out in laughter. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, seeing that the weather outside was a bit cooler, Yifan proposed to go to the park outside the neighborhood for a walk. Chapter 4 Review. Hearing that she could go outside to play, Jia was very happy and hurriedly changed her clothes and took her favorite bouncy ball. She was going to walk while bouncing the ball on the ground. What an idle child. As long as she was happy, Yifan didn't stop her. Walking, the mood is the most important. After the walk, Yifan took her to the fitness equipment to play for a while. Until he heard the familiar system beep. Ding, congratulations to the host and child for the extra physical attribute point reward. Open the system attribute panel. Jia physique +1, 24 greater than 25. Yifan physique +1, 63 greater than 64. System upgrade experience value +1. Yifan guessed correctly that the walk and the fitness equipment could trigger the physique attribute points bonus. Jia was recovering from an illness. Yifan didn't dare to take her to practice more, and the increase in physique would help with recovery. As for the speed and strength rewards, they would be developed later. There was no rush. After the workout, Yifan took Jia to shop at the stationery store outside the neighborhood. Yifan wanted to trigger more spending cashback rewards and level up the system to level 2 as soon as possible. This system level must be the same as playing the game. There is no harm in having a higher level. In the meantime, he could make some money. Now, Jia had become Yifan's money tree. Arriving at the stationery store, Yifan waved his hand and told Jia to buy whatever she liked. Jia looked at Yifan half-heartedly. Really? Yifan waved the OK gesture. Must. Getting a clear answer from Yifan, Jia happily picked up the shopping basket, looked left and right, and put her favorite things into it. It seems that liking shopping is human nature, and children are no exception. 1 hour later. Jia held the shopping basket, walked out with satisfaction. Inside there are a variety of chic erasers, as well as cartoon rulers, Play-Doh, pinch and pinch, children's stickers and so on, a total of 12 items, a total cost of 35 yuan. Soon, received a system tone, cashback $320. The highest cashback reward 10 times, it should be 350 yuan, it seems. There are Jia's not very favorite things. However, not important. Yifan saw that the system upgrade experience value +12, becoming 16. P.S. The system description mentions that buying multiple items at once counts as 1 cashback, but counts as multiple experience values. It's one step closer to system upgrade. In the evening, my daughter-in-law came home from work. Jia happily took out the things she bought today and showed her mom. One by one, the introduction, what is useful, which looks good, what cartoon character is it, how should the toy be played, etc., happy. In the afternoon, daughter-in-law Qingxue, worried about the child during work, had called Yifan, asking whether the child has a fever. Learned that the child is fine, only to rest assured. Now, see the child in good spirits, face rosy and shiny, that hanging heart, finally put down. Just 2 days, the child can recover into this, simply incredible. She gave all this credit to Yifan. It must have been Yifan's careful care and companionship at home, coupled with the child's good mood, that made him get well fast. Hubby, thanks for your hard work. It's good to have you at home. Qingxue walked to the kitchen and took the initiative to send a kiss. Only in this way could she express her gratitude to Yifan. Lin Qingxue was very capable at work and had enough seniority. However, due to her child's frequent sick leave, she didn't dare to put her full focus on her work. Now, with Yifan taking care of the child at home, Lin Qingxue finally felt relieved and summoned up the courage to participate in the company's team leader selection. Although the work of the team leader is very busy and tiring, but earn more, can better earn money to support the family. In addition, Lin Qingxue is a career-minded person, not willing to do nothing in ordinary positions. She wants to rely on efforts to break out of their own world. And the premise of all this is that Yifan is willing to quietly pay at home, do their own solid backing. After the meal, the family of 3 killed several more games of backgammon. It was a happy family. Late at night, Yifan and Lin Qingxue coaxed Jia to sleep and entered dreamland. Then, Yifan lay flat on the bed and Lin Qingxue snuggled in Yifan's arms. It was warm there, very comfortable, and there was a sense of security. Yifan could see that Lin Qingxue was very tired today, and gently kissed her on the forehead and hugged her tightly, letting her sleep at ease. At work, Lin Qingxue was the workaholic who acted competently. Here, she turned into a gentle kitten, curled up in Yifan's arms and fell asleep. Early in the morning, the ear-splitting alarm rang. A beautiful day has begun. After breakfast, Yifan took Jia to the hospital for a review. Originally, he was supposed to go there after a week, but Jiejia's condition improved significantly, so he went earlier. Entering the clinic, Dr. Zhang was shocked to see Yifan's father and daughter. Coming to the hospital early, Dr. Zhang mistakenly thought that Jiejia's condition had worsened again. But see Jiejia alive and kicking, kindly greeted with Dr. Zhang, only to rest assured. Dr. Zhang is also happy to learn from Yifan that Jiejia has been fever-free for 2 consecutive days. Jiejia is smart and understanding, and Dr. Zhang has an inexplicable affection for her as he watches her grow up. To be on the safe side and prevent the condition from recurring, Dr. Zhang listened to Jiejia and then had her blood drawn for a checkup. When he saw that all the indicators were normal, Dr. Zhang told Yifan to let Jiejia take the medicine for 2 more days and then she could stop. Auntie Zhang, goodbye. Before leaving, Jiejia waved her hand with a smile. Dr. Zhang lightly patted Jiejia's little head and joked, Auntie, very much do not want to see you here, again. Eat more, nourish your body wonderfully, and don't ever come here again. When there is time, Auntie will visit you at home. Leave the hospital and drive home. In order to break the spell of Jiejia definitely getting sick every 10 days and half a month, Yifan decided to prioritize the enhancement of Jiejia's body. When the child's body fully recovers, the 4 indicators will then be fully improved. During the 3 days of Jiejia's recovery period, usually at home, Yifan accompanied the child to read books and play chess. In the morning and evening when it is cool, go out for a walk, go to the fitness equipment to play for a while. Eat a full meal and have nothing to do. Yifan took the child to run around the toy store, snack store, and various supermarkets. The child is happy to eat and drink. Yifan looked at the system attribute panel and was even happier. System level, level 1 upgrade experience value 42,100. Host daughter, Yi Linjia. Physique, 30. Speed, 20. Strength, 18. Intelligence, 29. Free attribute points, 0. Host, Yifan. Physique, 70. Speed, 60. Strength, 58. Intelligence, 69. Free attribute points, 0. The system's daily growth of freely assigned attribute points are all put on top of physique. Coupled with daily exercise, fixed physical attributes additional rewards, Jiejia physique is obviously very high. Of course, Yifan's physique also followed suit. From the initial 62 to 70 today, a full 8 attribute points. Yifan was able to clearly feel that the problems he had fallen into over the years of working eased a lot. It was believed that after some more time, Yifan's physical quality would be able to return to the peak, even more so than before. Child, you have to keep working hard. Yifan silently cheered in his heart. Chapter 5 Beautiful Coach. Due to multiple consumption shopping cashback, the system upgrade experience value reached 42. The balance in Yifan's card also became $5,000. Looking at Jiejia's far ahead physique and intelligence, Yifan felt that the time was ripe to take on speed and strength. As for what program, Yifan didn't think about it. Saturday. Daughter-in-law Lin Xingxue was busy at work and ran to the company to work overtime. At home, Yifan father and daughter are left. Today is exceptionally hot, not suitable for outdoor projects. After breakfast, Yifan took Jiejia to the mall to go around and play. It's no fun to stay at home all day. Moreover, there was free air conditioning in there, it was cool. The first floor sold clothes and gold jewelry, Jiejia was not interested. Ready to take the escalator and go to the second floor. At the entrance of the stairs, a 50-year-old sister is selling and handing out flyers. Yifan took the flyer. It turned out to be a newly opened swimming pool on the first floor, is engaged in promotional activities. It was said to be very strong. Swimming is a life skill that can save your life at critical moments, so you should really learn it. And swimming can increase physical fitness in all aspects, it is a very good choice. Yifan was worrying about not having a good exercise program, and it just happened to be delivered to his door. But the premise still have to Jiejia like. Yifan brought Jiejia to the entrance of the swimming pool. Possibly related to the promotional activities, there were a lot of people inside and it was very lively. Seeing Yifan standing at the door with a child, immediately a witty young lad came up, in his 20s. Sir, do you have an appointment with the account manager? The young man asked with a smile on his face, very politely. Yifan shook his head and said no, just coming over to have a look. Seeing that Yifan was a casual customer and did not have a fixed account manager, he hurriedly led Yifan and Jiejia in the door. Sir, hello, I am Xiao Zhang, first take you and the child around. Xiao Zhang led the way in front, while Yifan and Jia followed behind. Passing by the gift area, Xiao Zhang specially selected a pink gift box for Jia. It was filled with exquisite candies and various snacks, which Jia liked very much. The entire swimming pool was large and was divided into a swimming area and a teaching area. The teaching area, in turn, is divided into members and children. Adults and children were separated to avoid accidental injuries, and the planning was reasonable. Seeing Yifan with a child, the clever Xiao Zhang focused his sales pitch on children's swimming and teaching. Xiao Zhang brought Yifan's father and daughter to the children's teaching area, introducing the various benefits of swimming. Jia looked at the children playing and swimming in the pool, her eyes full of envy. Jia especially liked water since she was a child, only because of her weak physique and frequent illness, she didn't have the chance to play. "Little friend, do you like it?" Xiao Zhang half squatted in front of Jia and asked with a smile. Jia did not answer directly, but looked up at Yifan. Yifan naturally understood the intention. Jia liked it in her heart, but was very understanding and didn't noisily enroll like other children, but sought Yifan's opinion. If she didn't like it, she would directly reject it. Yifan touched Jia's little head and smiled, "As long as you like it, Daddy enrolls." Jia nodded happily. Hearing that Yifan was ready to enroll his child, Xiao Zhang immediately took out a sheet to introduce the promotional activities held in the store. "Enroll now, it is very suitable." Yifan didn't care about the price, but was very concerned about the coach responsible for teaching swimming. Yifan was relieved to have a responsible, patient, child-friendly, and experienced coach to teach his child. In case the child doesn't like the coach, it will easily affect the child's motivation to learn swimming. Yifan told Xiao Zhang about his concerns and requirements. Xiao Zhang inquired whether to enroll in one-on-one, one-on-three, or one-on-many swimming lessons. Since Jia didn't have any swimming experience, Yifan chose one-on-one. Soon, Xiao Zhang pulled over a long-haired beauty and introduced, "Mr. Yi, hello, this is Coach Lu who is responsible for the child's swimming learning. Coach Lu has a lot of teaching experience, speaks with humor, and is especially popular with children." Xiao Zhang introduced Coach Lu's career, teaching achievements, participation in large-scale competitions, won gold and silver awards and so on, all over again. Coach Lu very enthusiastically shook hands with Yifan and thanked Yifan for trusting him and handing over his child to him. Yifan raised his eyes. Coach Lu was 1 m tall, aged around 28 years old, and could be described as having white skin. With beautiful features, smiling eyebrows, and a bright smile on her face at all times, her first impression was good. Then look at the body, worthy of being a swimming instructor, front and back, waist without a trace of fat, first class. Xiao Zhang is still praising Coach Lu, how many students he has taught, how many certificates he has passed, etc. Yifan told Xiao Zhang to stop immediately. Yifan let Xiao Zhang immediately stop, jokingly said, "Let me satisfied useless, the key to see her. Reach out and point, is eating lollipop Jia. It's not like you're learning to swim, the key is to look at the child. What if children and adults have different aesthetics?" Jia, who was immersed in the world of lollipops, suddenly saw Xiao Zhang, Yifan, and a stranger looking at her, and felt a little nervous. Hurriedly lowering her head, as if she had done something wrong. Could it be that she was caught stealing lollipops? No, it seems that he had just asked, and only ate it after Dad agreed. Thinking that she hadn't done anything wrong, Jia raised her head again. Taking a look at Xiao Zhang, then Yifan, her eyes finally landed on Coach Lu. "Sister, you are so beautiful." Jia looked at Coach Lu and said very seriously. Yifan suddenly remembered that Jia was a face value controller and liked beautiful things. This point was very similar to her dad. Ahem. Far from it. Women all like to be praised, especially beautiful women. Hearing Jia's words, Coach Lu laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Despite Xiao Zhang's dissuasion, he insisted on taking Jia to the gift area to choose another gift. Jia followed Coach Lu, jumping, talking and laughing, seemingly very satisfied. When the two left, Xiao Zhang took out the one-on-one package price list and let Yifan choose. One-on-one swimming instruction, then a pair of 3 and a pair of more expensive, a session of 200 yuan. Now, the store is engaged in activities, there are 3 packages to choose from. 3,000 yuan package, 15 lessons free 3, guaranteed to learn breaststroke. 5,000 renminbi package, 25 lessons with 6 free lessons, can learn breaststroke and freestyle. 8,000 yuan package. Yifan didn't look at it because there was only 5,000 yuan in the card, not enough. Since the kid likes it, Yifan chooses the 5,000 renminbi package. Cost effective, can learn 2 swimming strokes, the key, the child likes it, can return cash. Yifan came to the front desk of the swimming pool, filled out the form, swept the code, and paid the fee. Ding, congratulations to the host to get 10 times consumption cashback reward, 50,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Then, he received a text message reminder that his bank card had been credited. The card finally has money. At this time, Coach Lu brought Jia Jia and also came to the front desk. Jia Jia was holding a beautiful plush cartoon toy in her hand and was very happy. Enrollment success. Chapter 6 Beautiful Sister. Coach Lu told Yifan that he could bring Jia Jia over for lessons tomorrow and asked if there was any swimming gear at home. If not, it can be purchased in the swimming pool. There are discounts for users who enroll in classes. Jia Jia doesn't know how to swim and definitely doesn't have it. Accompanied by Coach Lu, she came to the specialized swimming gear area to pick. Swimming lessons require goggles, caps, and swimsuits. According to Jia Jia's height and weight, Coach Lu told the appropriate size. As for the style, you can choose. There are not too many styles in the swimming pool. Jia Jia chose a pink cartoon swimsuit, a pink swim cap and black swim goggles. A total of 100 yuan was spent. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a spending cashback reward of 500 renminbi. It was only 5 times the cashback. It seems that Jia Jia really didn't like it too much. Leaving the swimming pool, Yifan took Jia Jia again and played and strolled around the mall for half a day. Until he heard the familiar system beep. Physique +1 again. Purpose completed, Yifan took the child home. The two first killed 3 games of chess. Yifan went to the kitchen to cook, Jia Jia in the living room to read books. Soon, the system beep sounded again. Intelligence +1. Yifan opened the system personal attribute panel to check. System level 1 upgrade experience value 46,100. Host daughter, Yi Linjia. Physique, 31. Speed, 20. Strength, 18. Intelligence, 30. Free attribute points, 1. Host, Yifan. Physique, 71. Speed, 60. Strength, 58. Intelligence, 70. Free attribute points, 1. With unremitting efforts, the system was still half an experience short of being can be upgraded. Physique, once the weakest of the 4 attributes, now has the highest value. Strength, on the other hand, has become the weakest. According to the barrel principle, to make up for the shortcomings, Yifan added the only remaining free attribute point to strength. Evening. Yifan was cooking in the kitchen when he heard someone knocking on the door. Opening the door, it was his daughter-in-law, Lin Xingxue. It turned out that she left in a hurry after work today and forgot her keys at the company. Yifan returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Living room. Mom, look at my bathing suit and swim cap. Is it good? Jia Jia happily took her newly bought swimsuit and swim cap and ran to Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue hesitated for a moment, inwardly puzzled. Why did she buy these things for no reason? Dad, are you going to take you to play in the water? Lin Xingxue thought of a most likely answer. Because she knew that Jia Jia loved water, and now that it was summer, it was normal to play in the water. Jia Jia nodded happily, yes, to play in the water. However, it's a pretty sister who accompanies me to play in the water, and Dad only watches from the side. In Jia Jia's opinion, swimming is playing with water. The pretty sister in her mouth is Coach Lu. Pretty sister? Originally tired head confused Lin Xingxue, instantly awake. This is only a day's work, where popped up a pretty sister. While Yifan is not in the living room, Lin Xingxue brought Jia Jia to the bedroom, asked in a low voice, Jia Jia, that beautiful sister, how old, beautiful? Where did you meet her? Jia Jia tilted her head to recall a moment, looked up and down Lin Xingxue, said seriously, that sister, a little taller than you, a little younger, a little whiter. Sister is especially nice, and even gave me a plush toy. Good guy, really childish. Simply life-threatening trifecta. Women are most afraid of being compared to themselves. Lin Xingxue's face instantly changed. She knew that her daughter was a face value controller, and to be recognized, she must be good-looking. Seeing that her mother's expression was not right and realizing that she might have said something wrong, Jia Jia hurriedly hugged Lin Xingxue and added, Mom, don't worry, in Jia Jia's heart, you are the most beautiful. Lin Xingxue tried to restrain restlessness, continued to ask, "You and Dad, where to see the sister?" Jia Jiao replied, "The mall." At this time, Yi Fan brought a good meal to the table and called out to Lin Xingxue and Jia Jiao to eat. Seeing Lin Xingxue from the bedroom out of the look is not right, Yi Fan thought that she encountered trouble at work, carefully asked, "Daughter-in-law, what's wrong? The work did not go well?" Lin Xingxue did not answer, sitting on the chair, staring at Yi Fan. Yi Fan puzzled to look down at his own body. There is nothing wrong, thinking, what is wrong with her? Jia Jia, the leaky little cotton padded jacket, came to Yi Fan's ear and reminded in a small voice, "Dad, Mom heard that there is a pretty sister, she is angry." Yi Fan looked at Lin Xingxue in confusion, and then looked at Jia Jia, "Beautiful sister? Which pretty sister? Which one? It seems that there are quite a few pretty sisters." Lin Xingxue picked up the steamed bun and took a hard bite. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yi Fan guessed that it must have been Jia Jia who said something and hurriedly asked Jia Jia. Soon. "Ah, daughter-in-law, you misunderstood," Jia Jia said. "The beautiful sister is a swimming coach. Inside the mall, there is a new swimming pool that is having an event, it is very suitable. I brought Jia Jia to see, Jia Jia like, so help her enrollment." Yi Fan explained. The misunderstanding was cleared up, and Lin Xingxue once again had a smile on her face. However, when she heard about enrollment, Lin Xingxue's face tightened. As far as she knew, swimming lessons were not cheap. Now that Yi Fan was unemployed and his salary was not high, he could still maintain his daily expenses. Trying to enroll in classes would put a lot of pressure on his life. Lin Xingxue also had the idea that the family would save money for a period of time and try their best to pay off some of the external debt. After all, 200,000 debt, not a small amount. Is it expensive? How much? Lin Xingxue asked while eating. Seemingly not care, the actual heart muttered, "Do not exceed their own affordability." Yi Fan laughed, "Jia Jia has no swimming experience, I deliberately reported one-on-one, learn fast. The original price of a lesson 200, now the store is engaged in activities, rushing 5,000, 25 lessons, but also a gift of 6, an average of 1 lesson 160. Lin Xingxue had a bad premonition, you reported 5,000? Yes, 5,000 can learn breaststroke and freestyle, very appropriate. Lin Xingxue heart thumped, 5,000? It's almost a month's salary. I'll be drinking the Northwest Wind this month. Wait. No. Lin Xingxue suddenly looked at Yi Fan, you finished? Yes, I can start tomorrow. Where did you get the money? Lin Xingxue voiced her doubts. Last month's paychecks left only the basic living expenses, all of which were used to pay off the bills. This month, Yi Fan's salary was not paid, the boss ran away, where is the money? Yi Fan has long thought of a good countermeasure, laughed and said, online novel manuscript fees. The full-time milkman system is a secret, and definitely can't let the second person know. He is unemployed at home and has no income. And the system consumption cashback, need to keep spending money for the child, in order to cash back. All day at home with children spending money, no legitimate income excuse, certainly cannot hide the past. Moreover, as the system cashback amount is more and more, it is easy to be discovered, and the explanation is not clear. Netflix novel manuscript fee, there is a very magical place, the lower limit and the upper limit cap is huge. Chapter 7 Unexpected Harvest. A novel may not have a penny, it is also possible to earn dozens of millions, it is normal. Lin Xingxue was half convinced. She had never seen Yi Fan write a novel. Lin Xingxue wanted to continue to pursue the question. Yi Fan hurriedly picked up the dishes and ran to the kitchen to brush the dishes. Jia Jia, on the other hand, pestered Lin Xingxue to play backgammon. Finally, muddle through. In fact, Lin Xingxue did not object to Yi Fan enrolling his children in swimming lessons. Swimming is a good fitness exercise, can enhance the child's physical fitness, the critical moment can also save life. Just in the way of the current family plight, Lin Xingxue cannot afford. Since she has already enrolled, and the child likes it, she has no problem with it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jia Jia entered Dreamland on time. Lin Xingxue washed up in the bathroom. Yi Fan lay on the bed ready to sleep. Suddenly, the phone received a message reminder. Open and look, Lin Xingxue Weixin transferred 2,000 yuan. Soon, Lin Xingxue finished washing up and walked to Yi Fan's side. Seeing that Yi Fan did not click on the collection, softly said, collect it, spend a lot of money at home. You take care of the children, I am responsible for making money to support the family, people talk. Yi Fan was worried that Lin Qingxue was under pressure and did not intend to collect the money, and laughed, "It's okay, I have money." Lin Qingxue directly grabbed the phone, "Help Yi Fan, click collection, seriously, do not care about how much money, is my heart, receive." See Lin Qingxue attitude resolute, Yi Fan simply accept, did not refuse. "By the way, husband, dinner time, mention that you are writing a novel, I can appreciate the masterpiece?" Yi Fan's heart thumped, he was just looking for an excuse, there is no novel. "It's too late, go to sleep." Yi Fan directly lying on the bed pretending to sleep. Lin Qingxue changed into her pajamas and pulled Yi Fan up, "Hubby, we won't be working on Sunday tomorrow, let's." Without waiting for Lin Qingxue to finish her sentence, Yi Fan directly kissed up and quickly ended the topic. "Since we won't be working tomorrow, let's do something that couples should do." Late at night, looking at his daughter-in-law lying asleep in his arms, Yi Fan decided that he must find time to write a novel. With the daughter-in-law to get to the bottom of the strength, sooner or later exposed. In fact, Yi Fan loves to write novels, just too busy working in the past, no time. Now, finally can write. The next day, Sunday. The daughter-in-law has a rare day off. In the morning, after having breakfast, Yi Fan and Lin Qingxue took Jia and came to the swimming pool on time. Lin Qingxue took Jia to the women's locker room to change her swimsuit. Yi Fan, directly to the pool, children's teaching area. Coach Lu had already changed into his swimsuit and was waiting in the pool. Taking advantage of the time, Coach Lu asked Yi Fan about the child's basic situation, including whether or not he was afraid of water, how is his physical ability, and so on. Soon, Lin Qingxue brought Jia, who had changed into her swimsuit, over. Lin Qingxue wanted to meet the beautiful sister in Jia's eyes, in the end what kind? When seeing the real person, Sai indeed as Jia said, "Lu coach, young and beautiful, white." As for height and figure, Coach Lu stayed in the pool, cannot see. Coach Lu and Lin Qingxue's simple exchange, let Jia first into the water, familiar with the water temperature and simple warm-up, ready to learn to swim. Yi Fan and Lin Qingxue then waited in the parent observation area. "Hubby, Coach Lu is really quite pretty." Lin Qingxue looked at Coach Lu in the pool and said carelessly. This kind of words, who receives who dies. I know too much about Lin Qingxue's character, it seems to be a casual sentence, but in reality, it is a deliberate test, without a word of nonsense. Yi Fan pretended not to hear. Seeing the delayed response, Lin Qingxue touched Yi Fan with her elbow, and once again deliberately asked, "Husband, Coach Lu is beautiful, or am I beautiful?" Yi Fan took Lin Qingxue into his arms and laughed, "Of course my daughter-in-law is pretty. There is an old saying that in the eyes of a lover, there is a beauty in the eye of the beholder. Honey, you are the most beautiful in the world in my eyes." Cut. Stop it. It's crowded. There were a lot of people in the pool. Lin Qingxue was embarrassed and hurriedly broke away, a hint of redness appeared on her fair cheeks. Yi Fan still wanted to make a move, Lin Qingxue was scared and hid far away. "Little kind, fight with me." Yi Fan looked at Lin Qingxue proudly. Lin Qingxue intentionally turned her head and stopped talking, afraid that Yi Fan would follow her. Inside the pool, Jia started learning to swim with Coach Lu. Ding, detecting the child learning swimming skills during the host's companionship, obtaining the flying fish in water skill. Skill to be activated, experience value 0-100. I didn't think that the full-time milkman system had hidden functions. Yi Fan opened the system panel and a new system description appeared at the bottom. P.S. During the time the host accompanies the child learns a certain skill, the host will gain the corresponding unactivated skill. Every time the child learns, the host will gain a fixed activation experience value. The skill can only be activated when the experience value reaches 100-100. This hidden feature is very good. One person pays, two people gain. The child learns, the father gets something for nothing. It's a great feeling to earn money lying down. Jia, for daddy, study hard and work hard. Dad will buy you candies. Looking at Jia, who was studying hard in the pool, Yi Fan became happier and happier. Is it good? Lin Qingxue suddenly appeared beside Yi Fan. Yi Fan was immersed in the hidden features of the system that he had just discovered, and not realizing the danger coming in the slightest, he subconsciously nodded his head. Hiss. Ah. Ouch. A sharp pain came from his arm. Looking down, his arm was about to be pinched purple. Yi Fan hurriedly retracted his arm and rubbed it with his hand to try to ease the pain. Wife, you are too hard on him. 3 minutes ago. Lin Qingxue inadvertently glimpsed Yi Fan standing in place and giggling. Following her gaze, it happened to be Coach Lu and Jia Jia in the pool. Actually, Yifan was looking at Jia Jia and laughing. Lin Xingxue mistakenly thought it was Coach Lu before she purposely ran over to teach Yifan a lesson. "Hubby, does it still hurt? I'll blow on it for you." Lin Xingxue pretended to blow on the wound. "Things must be evil." Yifan understands Lin Xingxue too well. "Wife, something straight, don't come to this set." Lin Xingxue came to Yifan's ear and whispered, "Hubby, I just suddenly thought of a problem." "Did you fall for Coach Lu's beauty plan and get hot-headed before rushing 5,000? Lin Xingxue had a smug look. It seemed that a certain cunning plan had been successfully recognized by her. Yifan hurriedly 3 fingers to the sky, voted, smiled, "Daughter-in-law, heaven and earth conscience, you think too much. I enroll in classes, absolutely for the child, as for Coach Lu, purely accidental, bumped into." Lin Xingxue raised her small white fist, pretending to be angry, demonstrated, "You want to dare to move a crooked mind, see I do not pack you." In fact, Lin Xingxue is a child's temper, childish, deliberately teasing Yifan. Husband and wife life for 10 years or so, to Yifan as a person is very clear, this is a small fun between husband and wife. Yifan and Lin Xingxue were chatting, when they suddenly heard, wow sounds around them. The two of them followed the sound and looked. Wow! The two almost shouted out in unison. It turned out that Jia Jia's swimming lesson was over, and Coach Lu walked out of the pool, ready to go change clothes. Chapter 8 Naughty Castle. Yesterday, Coach Lu was wearing civilian clothes and had a good figure, but he couldn't see it clearly exactly. Now, under the tight swimsuit, finally see clearly. It is indeed very material. Yifan was surprised to look at Lin Xingxue beside him. He is a man, this performance is not strange. She is a woman, why is she also like this? Lin Xingxue looked at Coach Lu, and then looked down at herself, indeed almost. Unintentionally turning her head, she saw that Yifan was staring at herself with strange eyes. Deliberately straightening her body, she shrugged and said unconvincingly, "Che," as if who doesn't have it. "If I put on a bathing suit." Without waiting for Lin Xingxue to finish, Yifan had already gotten up to pick up the child. A cooked duck with a hard mouth. Lin Xingxue took the child to take a shower and change clothes, while Yifan waited outside the swimming pool. While he had time, he opened the system skill panel, flying fish skill in water, pending activation status, experience value 10-100. Jia Jia 1 lesson, 10 experience points. It seems that there are still 9 more lessons before it can be formally activated. There is no rush. Soon, Lin Xingxue brought Jia Jia out. Looking at the time, it was near noon, so he just ate directly at the mall. On a hot day, Yifan doesn't want to cook. Ask Jia Jia what she likes to eat, hot pot. As long as the child likes it, Lin Xingxue generally will not refuse. Besides, mother and daughter have similar tastes, and Lin Xingxue also likes hot pot. It's just that now the situation is special, life is stressful, eating outside, spending a lot of money, meet pain. Yifan deliberately asked Jia Jia what she likes to eat, because he can spend cash back. He did not want to miss a good opportunity to make money. The 3 of them came to the hot pot restaurant where they often ate. Yifan picked up the menu and asked Jia Jia to order first, sliced lamb, shrimp sliders and tripe. Then handed the menu to Lin Xingxue. Looking at the prices above, Lin Xingxue frowned. Do not raise a family, do not know the price of firewood, rice, oil and salt. Before eating, did not feel expensive, like what to eat, what to order. Now, everything is expensive. After choosing half a day, Lin Xingxue ordered a vegetable platter, which was beautifully called dieting, but actually couldn't spare the money. Yifan took the menu, ordered half a portion of beef and half a portion of fish, and ordered Lin Xingxue's favorite waist slices and bamboo shoot tips. Still want to continue to order, was Lin Xingxue to grab the menu, enough to eat, do not need to order. Every time he ordered a dish, Lin Xingxue's heart seemed to be stabbed by a needle. If you let Yifan continue to order, I am worried that my fragile heart cannot stand. Yifan knows Lin Xingxue cannot afford to spend money, see the amount of food is almost enough to eat, also did not order. During the meal, Lin Xingxue asked Jia Jia how she learned to swim. The coach taught you well? Jia Jia nodded happily, especially good, next time to go. Taking advantage of the gap between Lin Xingxue and Jia Jia's chat, Yifan opened the system attribute panel that was only visible to himself. System level, level 1 upgrade experience value 49-100. Host daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Physique, 31+1. Speed, 20+1. Strength, 19+1. Intelligence, 30. Free attribute points, 1. Host, Yi Fan. Physique, 71 plus 1. Speed, 60 plus 1. Strength, 59 plus 1. Intelligence, 70. Free attribute points, 1. Not bad for swimming. Exercise, physique, speed and strength, all 3 attributes plus 1. Yi Fan attributes also followed plus 1. Remaining free attribute points, Yi Fan did not rush to allocate them and look at them later. After eating her fill, Lin Qingxue stood up and prepared to go to the front desk to settle the bill. Yi Fan stopped her. How can I let you pay for dinner with me? Yi Fan's tall manly image instantly appeared in front of Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was touched. In reality, Yi Fan was thinking of spending cash back. It's a rare opportunity, how can I let it go? The 3 of them spent a total of 265 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host to get the consumption cashback reward, 2,120 yuan. Normal 10 times cashback is 2,650 yuan. It seems that there are Jia not too like to eat things inside, 20% discount. Walk 100 steps after a meal and live to be 99. The 3 of them are in no hurry to go home and hang out inside the mall. Jia's mom, Jia's dad, you guys are here too? Since there is Jia, Yi Fan and Lin Qingxue name, often replaced by these 2 names, already accustomed to. It turned out to be Jia's neighborhood playmate, Wugwa, whose mother brought her here to play. In the mall to see playmates, Jia is very happy, the 2 holding hands, and jumping. After playing for a while, Gogo pulled Jia together to play in the naughty castle. From Gogo's mom, I learned that Gogo had been clamoring to play in the naughty castle before they came to the mall. Jia also wanted to play, but was very understanding, did not make noise, looked at Yi Fan pitifully. Since Yi Fan was unemployed and at home, he often took her shopping and had gotten used to it. Yi Fan deliberately winked and made eyes at Jia and secretly nudged in the direction of Lin Qingxue. Usually busy at work, no time, so it was hard to catch up and give her a chance to perform. Jia immediately understood and changed the object of help to Lin Qingxue. Mom, can I go? Lin Qingxue originally did not want to go, but looking at Jia's pitiful eyes, her heart immediately softened. Not just play once naughty castle well, not much money, cannot let the child disappointed, play. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth and took Jia to walk in front. Jia toward the back of Yi Fan, secretly make a face. Yi Fan raised his hand to pose an OK gesture. Came to the door of the naughty castle. Maybe it was Sunday, there were a lot of children inside the naughty castle. Parents with cups of water and snacks, sitting outside waiting. Gogo's family had a card and swiped it directly to play. Jia waited outside. Looking at the price tag on it, Lin Qingxue's fragile heart seemed to be stabbed, muttering in a low voice, really expensive. This is a different way to get people to run a card. Single play, 98 yuan a. If you punch the card, 298 yuan package, 4 times, an average of 74.5 once. 598 package, 10 times, an average of less than 60 once. The most expensive 998 package, 20 times, $50 a time. In short, the more expensive the package, the cheaper the unit price. No wonder Lin Qingxue complained that the business set is too deep. Single play, and the price of the card, the highest difference is double. Lin Qingxue is studying accounting, the most calculating. Play once 98, too expensive, not appropriate. Do card, Lin Qingxue, and cannot afford. See Lin Qingxue standing there hesitant, Yi Fan walked to the side, asked in a low voice, daughter-in-law, how much? Gogo, who is playing inside the naughty castle, has been shouting at Jia to go in quickly. Jia obediently stood without saying anything, waiting for Lin Qingxue to speak. Naughty castle administrator told Lin Qingxue, you can let the children go in first to play, a moment over to make up the ticket. Since I'm here, I must let my child play, and I can't let my child be disappointed. Just, Lin Qingxue cannot be ruthless, do not know how much money to spend. Lin Qingxue nodded and let Jia go in first. Jia took off her shoes and immediately ran in. Playing with Gogo on the slide and trampoline, he was very happy. On the contrary, Lin Qingxue was sad. Daughter-in-law, I'll go do the card, you stay here and watch the kids. Yi Fan knew that Lin Qingxue couldn't spare the money and made the decision for her. Later, Lin Qingxue called Yi Fan to stop, took out her cell phone and whispered, hubby, I'll transfer you $300 to do 298 packages. Chapter 9 Questioning. Lin Qingxue was worried that Yifan didn't have any money and could have gone to do the card. But the neighbors of the community, Gogo's mother was watching from the side. In order to maintain Yifan's image in the outside world, he could only secretly transfer the money to Yifan so that he could do it. If Yifan had a job, there was no need to do this on purpose, and anyone could go. But now is different. Yifan is at home all day taking care of the children, going up and down the stairs. Many neighbors can definitely see. Lin Qingxue was worried that these neighbors were talking about Yifan behind his back, which had a bad influence. Yifan understands Lin Qingxue's intentions and is very touched. In order not to give Lin Qingxue too much pressure, Yifan told her that he has money. The last transfer of $2,000 has not been spent. And want to find an opportunity to tell Lin Qingxue he not only has money, but also a lot. Do not give yourself too much pressure all day long. Come to the counter. Yifan directly do 998 package. Jia especially likes it, a rare cashback opportunity. How can I miss it? Ding, congratulations to the host to get the consumption cashback reward, 9,980 yuan. Yifan opened his cell phone to the account reminder, the card balance of 62,000 yuan. It's time to pay back the bill. Yifan came to the entrance of the naughty castle. Lin Qingxue and Gogo's mom were chatting, not knowing what the topic was, talking and laughing. Yifan asked the administrator to swipe the card once and came to Lin Qingxue's side, nodding his head to indicate that things were done. Jia was playing inside. Lin Qingxue was chatting with Gogo's mom, and he was idle and went straight home. Last time, Yifan mentioned to Lin Qingxue about writing his own novel. Lin Qingxue wanted to read it, and was put off by Yifan. Once or twice can be, time is long, surely reveal. Must write something, cope with it. Sitting in front of the desk, open the computer, fingers jumping quickly on the keyboard, knocking crackling. Write and delete, delete and write. 2 hours of work, huffing and puffing, only write 100 words. Usually read novels, 10 lines at a glance, more than 10,000 words of novels, a moment to finish. But when it comes to my own writing, I feel completely different. I don't feel right about writing anything. Forget it, it's already 5 p.m. Prepare dinner. Simmering porridge, chopping vegetables, stir-frying, all in one go, easy and simple. It was so much easier than writing a novel. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Jia and Lin Qingxue came back. Jia was sweating profusely, her hair was wet, and she seemed to be having a great time. Lin Qingxue first helped Jia take a bath and then eat. After dinner, Lin Qingxue accompanied Jia to play chess and read books. Yifan sat at the desk and continued to write a novel. Since he boasted about writing novels to earn money, he had to write them even if it was difficult. Otherwise, where does the money come from, can't explain. In order not to disturb Yifan, Lin Qingxue and Jia spoke, purposely lowering the volume. When washing up, they were also careful. At night, at 9 o'clock, Jia went into dreamland on time. Lin Qingxue walked to Yifan's side, bent down and stared at the computer screen. Hubby, what are you writing? Let me take a look. Yifan gave his chair to Lin Qingxue, stood up, twisted his waist, shrugged his shoulders, and stretched his arms. Don't say, it's quite tiring. From the end of dinner to now, nearly 2 hours, Yifan has not rested, finally wrote to 1,000 words. It has reached its limit. Wife, how is it? Yifan is full of confidence. This is the result of his own hard work for 2 hours, racking his brains. After a dozen revisions, it can be said to be perfect. Lin Qingxue stared at the 1,000 words on the computer and read them back and forth several times. Hubby, this is the novel you wrote? Lin Qingxue looked at Yifan with strange eyes. Yifan patted his chest, must be. Does anyone read this novel of yours? Can it really make money? Lin Qingxue continuously asked questions that made Yifan see that something was wrong. Could it be that what he wrote doesn't work? It shouldn't be. Yifan muttered inwardly. Although he liked reading novels, it was the first time he wrote one, so he didn't know how well he wrote it. Wife, evaluate it. If it's a full 10 points, how many points do you give? Yifan was very much looking forward to the results. Lin Qingxue originally wanted to give 1 point, but didn't want to discourage Yifan, thought for a moment, and in good conscience, gave 6 points. Passing score. Yifan thinks it is okay, after all, the first time to write, can pass on the line. Tomorrow, Monday, Lin Qingxue has to get up early to go to work, lying in bed and wanting to sleep. Being pulled up by Yifan. He still has an important thing to say to Lin Qingxue. Since he is unemployed and his family has $200,000 of external debt, Lin Qingxue is under a lot of pressure as she saves money and works hard all day long. In order to reduce her pressure, Yifan wanted to use the money in the card to pay off part of the debt first. The excuse, naturally, is still the novel manuscript fee. Honey, last time, I told you to send the novel manuscript fee, remember? Yifan hard tugged on Lin Qingxue's arm, not letting her lie down. Remember. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes and said perfunctorily. Originally, Yifan's novel fee was half-hearted. But since seeing Yifan's novel, Lin Qingxue had been completely unconvinced. She guessed that the $5,000 for Jia Jia to enroll in swimming lessons must be Yifan's hidden personal money. Given Yifan's dedication to his family, Lin Qingxue didn't want to dismantle it. Now that Yifan mentioned this topic again, Lin Qingxue didn't take it seriously at all and might as well go to bed early. Wife, don't go to sleep first. Guess how much money was sent for my novel manuscript? Under Yifan's hard control, if Lin Qingxue wanted to sleep, it was absolutely impossible. She could only open her eyes and try her best to cooperate to end this topic earlier. How much? Although Lin Qingxue tried her best to cooperate, but listening to the tone, it seemed that she didn't care at all. Yifan stretched out his thumb and pinky and made the number 6 gesture. 6 pieces. Lin Qingxue had wanted to say 6 points, but didn't have the heart. And if it was really 6 points, it wasn't worth tossing herself up for a guess. Nope. Guess again. Probably due to his overconfidence in the level of his novel, Yifan didn't think of the bad side. So, there was no guessing what Lin Qingxue was really thinking. He only wanted to find an excuse to give Lin Qingxue the money as soon as possible. Seeing that Yifan insisted on forcing himself to guess, Lin Qingxue simply sat up. 60? Not right, continue. 600? Not right, continue. 6,000. Unless the sun came out from the west, Lin Qingxue definitely didn't believe that with Yifan's novel level, he could earn 6,000. Seeing that he was almost guessed, Yifan laughed. Keep guessing. Lin Qingxue thought about it. 6 angles? No, wife, why are you still guessing back here? Obviously immediately guess that number. Who knows Lin Qingxue does not follow the rules, directly run to the hexagonal money. No, keep guessing. Wait. Yifan was worried that Lin Qingxue would say 6 cents and added, guess higher. 6. 10,000? Lin Qingxue didn't know how she said it, it was unbelievable. Yifan flicked Lin Qingxue's head and laughed. Congratulations, guessed right. Lin Qingxue directly closed her eyes lying on the bed. Husband, we do not joke, tomorrow I have to work. 60,000? To his level, can earn 60,000? Lin Qingxue's head shook like a rattle. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 10 System Upgrade. See Lin Qingxue do not believe. Yifan took out his cell phone, directly transfer 50,000 over. Wife, money transferred, you see the account? Soon, Lin Qingxue heard her cell phone ring. Although I don't believe it, I still took out my cell phone out of habit, and the bank card arrived at $50,000. Lin Qingxue rubbed her eyes, fearing that she was wrong. After confirming that there is no error, staring at Yifan in surprise, husband, where did the money come from? After this toss, Yifan can see that Lin Qingxue does not believe in himself. Writing novels can earn so much. But say out words, splash out water, cannot take back, can only insist on writing novels earned. Hubby, although our family is very difficult, but absolutely cannot do illegal things. Thousands of dollars, received $50,000, Lin Qingxue has been completely awake. If $5,000, it can be considered private money. 50,000, absolutely impossible. She was worried that, in the face of family and life pressure, Yifan was desperate and did GR things. Yifan realized that maybe the novel he wrote just now was at a very poor level, making Lin Qingxue not believe in himself. He thought of a good way. On his cell phone, he found out a novel that he had once read, which was in the top 20 novels on the list, and let Lin Qingxue read it. This was a novel that he had already published. As for the section of the novel that Lin Qingxue was reading, it was the first draft of his new book, which hadn't been changed yet. Yifan fooled around for half a day before Lin Qingxue believed it. The topic of the manuscript fee was flipped over for now, back to the $50,000. Hubby, this is your money, what's the point of transferring it to me? Lin Qingxue asked suspiciously. Yifan put Lin Qingxue in his arms and said softly, when my mom was sick, she borrowed $50,000 from our elder sister and second sister. Now that I have money, I will pay them back first. Yifan has the money to pay back his two sisters first. Lin Xingxue was very touched. It shows that Yifan cares a lot about himself. But she knows that the $150,000 borrowed from Yifan's side, there are uncle and aunt's family, and cousins. Compared with their own sister, the relationship is more distant, should first pay them back. My sister, they are not in a hurry to use the money, first return your relatives over there. Lin Xingxue snuggled in Yifan's arms and said softly. Yifan has his own ideas. He once overheard the conversation between Lin Xingxue and her two sisters. The eldest sister's child will soon reach marriage age and needs to buy a house. Called Ming said, let Lin Xingxue return the money. Lin Xingxue is very difficult, there is no money in hand, let the older sister first wait. When the paycheck comes in, she will pay her back first. The second sister's health is not good, cannot work part-time. The whole family burden is all on the second brother-in-law, not rich. This year's college entrance examination, the second sister's child was admitted to a private university with great difficulty, and the tuition fee for 1 year is 20,000 yuan. Undoubtedly add to the family's woes. When the two men talked on the phone, there is also the intention to ask for money. Just Lin Xingxue play dumb, do not pick up. The first sister wants money first, the second sister wants money after. Although Lin Xingxue did not say anything on her lips, but Yifan knows that Lin Xingxue is bent on this family for herself, the pressure is great, and there is a lot of suffering. She does not want to give Yifan too much pressure. If you are bitter or tired, you can carry it alone. Yifan understood. Yifan and Lin Xingxue forehead affectionate kiss, gentle persuasion, daughter-in-law, this time I can earn 60,000, next time can earn, sooner or later, first big sister and second sister's debt to pay. My relatives on this side are not in a hurry to use the money, it is estimated that next month can start to pay. Under Yifan's persuasion, Lin Xingxue finally accepted the money. Raising her head, she wrapped her hands around Yifan's head and kissed up. Early morning, Monday morning. Yifan brought Jia Jia and sent Lin Xingxue to the bus stop where she went to work. Looking at Lin Xingxue taking the bus far away, Yifan and Jia Jia began to run in the morning, exercise. Jia Jia's swimming lessons are on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays every week. Today there was no class, so it had to be a different way to work on Jia Jia's physique, strength, and speed. P.S. Running develops physique and speed attributes. The two jogged all the way from the bus stop to the park near the neighborhood. Inside, there were various fitness equipment such as singles, arm strength machines, and pedal bikes. Yifan walked to the arm strength equipment, adjusted the weight to a suitable level for Jia Jia, and taught Jia Jia to practice using it. Yifan didn't need to. As long as Jia Jia finished exercising, Yifan also followed the strength attribute +1. Maintaining a main one without any effort. Jia Jia practiced for a while, and then went to play with the bar. Until Yifan's ears, ringing system beeps, strength attribute development is complete. Opening the system attribute panel and seeing that the physique, speed, and strength are all +1, Yifan is relieved. After the morning exercise, Yifan brought Jia Jia home to take a shower and then eat breakfast. After eating, he accompanied Jia Jia to read books and play chess to complete the intellectual development. The 4 surrounding attributes, none of them could be left behind. In his free time, Yifan brought Jia Jia crazy shopping, buy Jia Jia like things, trigger consumption cashback, increase the system upgrade experience value, so that the system as soon as possible to rise to the second level. Soon, a week passed. Another Monday morning, Yifan and Jia Jia sent Lin Xingxue to the bus stop for work. Taking advantage of the gap between waiting for the bus, Yifan opened the system attribute panel. System level, level 1 upgrade experience value 99,100. Host daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Physique, 39. Speed, 32. Strength, 31. Intelligence, 37. Free attribute points, 0. Host, Yifan. Physique, 79. Speed, 67. Strength, 67. Intelligence, 77. Free attribute points, 0. Flying fish in the water skill, activation experience value 4,100. After a week of hard work, the 4 attributes were fully enhanced. What's more, the system could be upgraded to the second level immediately. In order to make up for the weak situation of speed and strength in the attribute panel, the 8 free attribute points that had been accumulated were divided equally between speed and strength. After sending Lin Xingxue, Jia Jia quietly asked Yifan, Dad, just now I suddenly felt my body is particularly hot, is it sick again? After feeling carefully, Jia continued, "Dad, it's very strange, it's different from the previous sickness, I feel stronger." Yifan gently stroked Jia's forehead and comforted, "It's okay, you're not sick." Yifan knew what was going on. Just now, he utilized the system to add all 8 free attribute points to his body at once, and it was normal to have a fever. With Jia 39's physique, it was hard to get sick again. In just 2 weeks, the physique grew from 13 to 39, exactly 3 times. According to Yifan's inference, with Jia's current age, body mass 25 belongs to the normal upward level. The child's physique of 39, 50% higher, without accidents, it is estimated that he will not get sick. Most importantly, with the system in place, the physique would increase every day and continue to get stronger. Today, unlike usual, Yifan did not take Jia to morning exercise, but bought Jia's favorite candy sub with sugar donut. System upgrade experience value 99,100, just a little bit short. Triggering 1 consumption rebate is enough. The fastest way to upgrade. Scan the code, pay, candy sub, 3 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a consumption cashback reward, 30 yuan. Ding, system upgrade experience value reaches 100. System upgrade in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host, full-time milkman system, upgrade successful. Chapter 11 20 times cashback. A series of system beeps sounded in Yifan's ears. The exciting moment had finally arrived. Yifan opened the new upgrade system and checked the system description. PS, gaining free attribute points every day, from 1 point to 2 points. Extra fixed quad attribute points gained per day, from 1 to 2. The system's highest consumption cashback reward, from 10 times to 20 times. The biggest difference from the first level system is that there is an additional panel to be activated. It needs to fulfill specific conditions before it can be activated. But the specific activation method is not mentioned. It seemed that one needed to discover it on their own. Yifan put Candy Z at home and prepared to take Jia and continue his morning exercise. With the extra reward of doubling the 4 circumference attribute points every day, Yifan was more motivated. Jia looked at the candy sub on the table and salivated. Yifan stroked Jia's little head and coaxed, "Good boy, come back and then eat." In the middle of summer, only the morning exercise is cooler. Usually too hot during the day. In the morning, as usual, morning exercise, reading, playing chess. Until the 4 circumference attributes are all +2. In the afternoon, after eating a full meal, Yifan was elated and took Jia to the mall. Second level system, the highest cashback reward 20 times, must experience. Last week, although the number of cashback is high, but they are all small pieces, and give Lin Qingshu 50,000 to pay off the account, the card balance, only 23,000 yuan. To celebrate the system has just been upgraded, Yifan wants to buy an expensive one, cool, but the premise is that the child likes it. Arriving at the mall, Yifan took Jia to various floors of the merchandise area, strolling back and forth. Expecting to come across something that the child really likes. If it wasn't a particular favorite and couldn't trigger the highest spending cashback reward, there was no point. The two were skulking around the mall when a little girl suddenly ran over. Jia. Being able to accurately call Jia's name, the two must know each other. She. Then the two looked at each other and smiled. Between children, this is probably the way to greet each other. Soon, Cece's mom came over. It turns out that Cece and Jia are kindergarten classmates who live near the mall and will be in first grade in September. They are in the same elementary school. Played a while, Cece's mom said, the child has a class, almost to time. Two people reluctant to part. At this time, Cece raised his arm, revealing the children's phone watch. Touch can add friends, later, about to come out to play together. Jia looked at her empty arm, no, very embarrassing, looked up to Yifan. A rare good opportunity, how can I miss it? Want it? Yifan touched the small head, asked. Jia nodded seriously. It so happened that next to the merchandise area, there was the same type of children's phone watch for sale. Yifan brought Jia to the front of the stall, pointing to the various phone watches inside, which one he liked, just choose. Jia took a look at this and that, and in the end, selected 3 styles of watches from the inside. She hesitated for a while, not knowing which one to choose. The enthusiastic clerk heard Yifan's words just now. Since he let the kid choose whatever he wanted, he must not be short of money. So, picked up the most expensive of the 3, half squatted down and helped Jia put it on, first try to feel. For children, if they really like it, it's easy to put it on, but hard to take it off. The sales clerk knew the routine. At the same time, she carefully explains to Jia the various functions of the watch. Especially the hidden functions that the child likes are highlighted. For her, knowing those function points can attract the child and catch the eye. Sure enough, under the shopkeeper's seductive introduction, Jia chose this one, which was priced at $14.99. Dad, I want this one. Jia happily raised her arm to show Yifan. Good. Although Yifan's face was calm, he was especially happy inside. 20 times cashback, about to arrive. Scan the code, pay 1,499 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback reward for consumption, 29,980 yuan. $30,000 in hand, cool. Purchase a children's phone watch and get an extra phone card for the watch. You can't use it without activating it. The enthusiastic clerk took out the operation manual and told Yifan to follow the steps step by step after scanning the code with his cell phone. The watch phone card is similar to an ordinary phone card and can be paid annually or monthly. To save trouble, Yifan chose the annual package, 300 yuan. After waiting for half a day, there is no system beep. Cashback failed. It seems that the system distinguishes the phone watch from the phone package, which is why there is no reward. However, it doesn't matter, compared to the 30,000 income, small money. Jia put on her watch and touched Cece's watch, adding her friend. Cece goes to class and Yifan takes Jia home. Evening. A knock sounded outside the door. Figuring that Lin Xingxue had forgotten her keys again, Yifan went forward to open the door. Only to see Lin Xingxue holding a bunch of couriers with both hands, standing at the door. Turns out, it's not that there are no keys, it's that they can't spare their hands. After work, Lin Xingxue always forgets to take the courier, a week, saved so much. Hubby, quickly help. Stacked at the top 2 express delivery, see to fall, Lin Xingxue shouted. Yifan hurriedly took the express, letting Lin Xingxue come in first. Phew. Lin Xingxue put the express on the ground and flung her wrist. Mom, is there one for me? Jia tugged on Lin Xingxue's arm and said in a petulant manner. Lin Xingxue pinched her little face with both hands and laughed, there must be. Pick up the scissors, open the express box, take out the pink cartoon shoes inside, this is your sandals. Summer, hot, or sandals comfortable. Jia happily picked up the sandals and put them on her feet, they fit just right. This is your tank top and shorts, one set, ice silk, cool. Here are your underwear. A leather band to tie your braid and a hairpin. Lin Xingxue took the things that belonged to Jia and put them all together and organized them. Thank you, Mom. Jia hugged Lin Xingxue's head with both hands and happily kissed on her cheeks. Jia, Dad bought you so many good things and didn't give me a kiss. Yifan joked. Jia pulled over Yifan's palm, nuzzled up her little mouth, kissed a bite, and said very perfunctorily, okay. At this time, Lin Xingxue handed Yifan an express box, send you, open. There is also their own gift, Yifan curiously opened, but it is a brand new cell phone. You that cell phone, with 5 or 6 years, it should be replaced. Immediately to your birthday, is to send you a birthday gift. Lin Xingxue said with a smile. Indeed, Yifan's cell phone, the battery is no longer working, power consumption is particularly fast. Even if you don't play for a day, you still have to charge it. If you use it continuously, the power will be gone in 2 hours. It was also particularly stuck, returning a message or video chatting could be stuck for half a day. Fortunately, Yifan does not use the phone much, so he has not replaced it. I did not expect Lin Xingxue usually work especially busy, but also careful attention to their own cell phone situation, the heart inexplicably touched. Yifan wrapped his arms around Lin Xingxue and kissed her on the forehead. Don't make a scene, let the child see, not good. Lin Xingxue hurriedly broke away. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback reward for consumption, 56,000 yuan. Chapter 12 Flying Fish in the Water. System tone rang in Yifan's ears. Ha? What happened? He did not buy anything, where is the cashback? Is the system wrong? Yifan opened the system panel to check and find the reason. He found that the newly added panel of the secondary system had been activated successfully. P.S. The host's spouse can get a cashback reward for spending money on the host's behalf. According to the degree of sincerity, the highest 20 times cashback. Yifan secretly picked up his cell phone, opened the shopping mall, and found that the cell phone that Lin Qingxue bought for herself was new this year, with a uniform sales price of 2,800 yuan. Exactly 20 times cashback. A cell phone against Lin Qingxue half a month's salary. For Yifan, really willing. Yifan wanted to express his gratitude and was interrupted by Jia Jia. "Mom, what is this?" Jia Jia curiously opened a courier bag. Lin Qingxue picked up the white half-sleeves inside, set on the body, proudly asked, "This is Mom from the live broadcast to grab, only $15, good looking? This 7-point pants, 20. And this pair of shoes, also robbed from the live broadcasting room, special price, 25, special value." Jia Jia circled around Lin Qingxue and seriously commented, "It looks good. Mom looks good in everything. Mom, this box is so beautiful, can you send me?" Jia Jia picked up a particularly nice red decorative box on the floor. Lin Qingxue happily opened the box. Inside was a set of jewelry, earrings, necklace, and ring. "Hubby, guess how much this set of jewelry costs?" Yifan shook his head. "By the looks of it, it must be fake and not expensive." Lin Qingxue raised her finger and middle finger, smugly laughed, "Only $20, but also shipping, how worth it?" After saying this, the box was given to Jia Jia, and the jewelry was all worn on the body, turning around in place. "Hubby, good looking." "What?" Yifan pulled over Lin Qingxue and hugged her tightly. "Honey, you are the prettiest. Thank you for the birthday gift." Willing to spend half a month's salary on a cell phone for Yifan, but can't afford to buy expensive clothes for herself. The top, pants, shoes, and earrings, necklace and ring, all together, only $80. Yifan was really touched. "Old couple, don't be like this." In front of the child, Lin Qingxue was a little shy and hurriedly broke away. After packing the express, the family sat down to eat together. There was talking and laughing, very happy. At 9 o'clock in the evening, coaxed Jia Jia to sleep. Yifan lay on the bed, wrapped his arms around Lin Qingxue, and said with deep emotion, "Wife, you are so good. It's heaven's great luck that I can marry you in this life." Lin Qingxue snuggled into Yifan's chest, closed her eyes, felt his body temperature, and softly said, "Husband, me too." In order to reduce the pressure on Lin Qingxue's family, there is no need to save everywhere, Yifan advised. "Wife, I have a manuscript fee, there is a lot of money every month, we can buy expensive, do not save." Lin Qingxue closed her eyes, whispered, "Good. Waiting for us to pay off the bill, go to the mall, buy seasonal new clothes, buy gold necklaces, buy." Talking, falling asleep. Perhaps this is the life that Lin Qingxue envisioned. Time flies. It's Wednesday again. There was a swimming class in the morning. Since Yifan couldn't go into the women's locker room to help Jia Jia change into her swimsuit, he could only change at home and wear the swimsuit to the swimming pool. Handing Jia Jia over to Coach Lu, Yifan stayed in the parent waiting area. At the end of the swimming lesson, Yifan was surprised to find that due to the system rising to the second level, the experience value of the flying fish and the water skill also became plus 20. The progress is now 6100. There will be 2 more lessons, and it will be able to formally activate the flying fish and the water skill. Yifan was looking forward to it. On Sunday, after Jia Jia finished her swimming lesson, Lin Qingxue took her to the women's locker room to take a shower. Yifan waited outside the entrance of the swimming pool. From Monday, when the system was raised to the second level, to today, a total of 6 days. The daily force circumference attribute development rewards never fell. 2 points for 1 day, 6 days, a total of 12 points. The free attribute points gained every day, a total of 12, are equally divided over the 4 perimeter attributes, each attribute plus 3. Equivalent to 6 days, all 4 perimeter attributes plus 15. Yifan and Jia Jia's personal attributes, there is a huge leap. The brand new system attribute panel is as follows. System level, level 2 upgrade experience value 35,100. Host daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Physique, 56. Speed, 53. Strength, 54. Intelligence, 54. Free attribute points, 0. Host, Yifan. Physique, 96. Speed, 88. Strength, 90. Intelligence, 94. Free attribute points, 0. Yifan's physique and intelligence were about to break the 100 mark, and his weakest attribute, speed, had also reached 88, far exceeding normal people. According to the system's calculation method, in terms of combat power, it should belong to the elite of the Special Operations Forces. Plus Jia, the force circumference attributes basically reached the level of an adult man. No wonder when the class was in session, Coach Lu complimented Jia for learning fast and having good physical strength, and almost knocked Coach Lu down in the water. Originally planned to learn breaststroke in 15 lessons, it is estimated that it can be learned in 8 lessons. Besides, the swimming speed, although the posture is not right, the gas change is not right, but compared with her age, the speed is really fast. Of course, what Yifan is most concerned about is still the flying fish in the water skill. Under the double experience of the secondary system, the activation experience value is 100-100. Yifan opens the skill panel and clicks the activation button. A mysterious energy flowed throughout the body, improving the body's muscle tissue. Then, it entered the internal organs such as the lungs and the internal organs for an all-round remodeling. At the same time, a large amount of knowledge flooded into his mind, including breathing techniques, swimming strokes, and so on. After a long time, Yifan opened his eyes and felt like he was transformed, as if he was a different person. "Dad, what's going on?" Jia's familiar voice pulled Yifan back to reality. "Nothing, dinner." On a big weekend, Yifan planned to bring Jia and Lin Xingxue to improve their meals and eat outside. Suddenly, Lin Xingxue's cell phone rang. She thought it was another company call and impatiently took it out, ready to reject it. Looking closely, it was second sister calling. Second sister. Lin Xingxue picked up the phone and was about to speak when she was interrupted by the caller. "Xingxue, come back quickly, our father had a car accident, was hit, is in the hospital rescue." The second sister's words were like thunder and lightning, hitting Lin Xingxue. Her face turned pale, her legs went limp, and she sat down on the ground. Her hands couldn't stop trembling, and she couldn't hold her cell phone at all. This news was too sudden, there was no preparation at all. At this moment, Lin Xingxue's mind went blank. This feeling was familiar. 12 years ago, it had appeared. That year, Lin Xingxue graduated from college and quickly found a job. Survived the 3-month probationary period, just transferred. Received a call from Lin Xingxue's father, mother died due to illness. Since then, Lin Xingxue no longer enjoy mother's love. If she loses her father again, she will no longer have a mother's home to return to. Big sister and second sister, although they are close sisters, but compared to the father's love and mother's love, there is a world of difference. Lin Xingxue was both panicked and scared, and it was especially hard inside. "Hello, Xingxue, hello, are you listening?" On the phone, the second sister was also anxious and kept shouting. Yifan took the phone and said softly, "Second sister, I am listening, you say?" Second sister told Yifan to tell Lin Xingxue to come back quickly. Her father was still in the emergency room, it was hard to know whether he would live or die. She was worried that if something untoward happened, the final side. Chapter 13 The Three Sisters. Yifan naturally understood the intention and asked the second sister to send over the hospital location. Yifan and Lin Xingxue immediately set off, rushing back as fast as possible at speed. Hanging up the phone, Yifan exerted his hands and tried to help Lin Xingxue up. However, Lin Xingxue was overly panicked, her brain couldn't dominate her body, her whole body was limp, she couldn't stand up at all. So, Yifan put Lin Xingxue's arm on his shoulder and picked her up in a princess hug. With a physique of 96 and strength of 90, it was easy for Yifan to pick up Lin Xingxue. Jia, on the other hand, pulled the corner of Yifan's coat and obediently followed behind. The three of them took the elevator and arrived at the mall, the underground parking lot. Fortunately, today Yifan drove over, did not need to go home, put Lin Xingxue in the back seat, let Jia accompany. Open the map navigation, a foot of gas, set off. Lin Xingxue father is authentic rural people, home in Binchang neighboring city, not far. After the car accident, was sent to the local municipal hospital rescue. Yifan's location is almost 2 hours away from Lin Xingxue's father's hospital. Yifan pressed the gas pedal to the bottom and went full speed, estimating that he could be at least 15 minutes ahead of schedule. He did not want Lin Xingxue to have regrets. The vehicles in front of him were passed by Yifan one by one. I don't know how long it took. Lin Xingxue in the back seat, suddenly, with a wow, cried out. "Dad! Dad! I don't want to lose you." "Whoa whoa." Lin Xingxue was crying very hard. Yifan was concentrating on driving and couldn't spare too much energy, so he could only simply comfort, "Honey, our dad is lucky, he'll be fine." Jia, who understands the situation, saw her mother crying very sadly and hurriedly pulled out a tissue to help Lin Xingxue wipe her tears. "Mom, don't cry. My grandpa is a good man, good people have good rewards, nothing will happen. On the way here, Yifan told Jia Jia about her grandpa's car accident. Only, did not say too serious, grandpa needs to be hospitalized. After all, the child is small, Yifan is worried that she cannot stand. All the way to the wind. Lin Qingxue sat in the back very frustrated, just kept crying, hardly said anything along the way. Jia Jia quietly accompanied next to her, wrapping her arms around her mom. Soon, the three came to the hospital. Parking the car, Yifan held Lin Qingxue with his right hand and Jia Jia with his left hand, and came to the hospital emergency room. Seeing her big sister and second sister, her own relatives, Lin Qingxue let out a wow and cried out again. The second sister put her arm around Lin Qingxue's shoulder and cried along with her. As she cried, she comforted her, "Qingxue, our father will definitely be fine." The eldest sister looked at the two impatiently and shouted, "Don't cry, people are still alive." Yifan coldly looked at this big sister, "Speak really unpleasant." Big sister, real name, Lin Qingxue. From the first time I went to Lin Qingxue's house, when I saw this big sister, I had a bad impression. Speaking harshly, her tone was cynical, stingy, petty, and she could not see the slightest bit of good. She also relied on her status as a big sister and often bullied her second sister and Lin Qingxue. Luckily, Lin's father was there and was able to suppress her, so she didn't get too arrogant. However, this time, when Yifan's mother was sick, his eldest sister was able to take the initiative to lend Lin Qingxue $30,000, which made Yifan very surprised. Now, Lin's father is in the emergency room to rescue. Outside, the number of her big, bad temper came up again. "Second sister, how is our father? Why did he get into a car accident?" For the big sister Lin Qingxue bad temper, Lin Qingxue has become accustomed to, not in the mood to take care of, asked the second sister. From the second sister, I learned that Lin's father rode an electric tricycle to the market to buy things. On the way back, he was hit by a car into a pit on the side of the road. Because it is a rural country road, there is no camera, the vehicle ran away. When Lin's father was found by passers-by, he was already unconscious. Fortunately, among the crowd of onlookers, there are Lin father of a village, call the police and 120 emergency calls, Lin father to the hospital. Also called to notify the eldest sister and second sister, told in which hospital. After understanding the whole thing, Yifan realized a very serious problem. Normal car accident, if the vehicle responsible for the accident, you can go to the insurance, pay for medical treatment. Now, the driver drove away, I'm afraid this cost can only be borne by themselves. All day shouting back pain, leg pain, Yun lying in bed, let people wait, what work not to do. One went to college, married a long way away, and only came back once during the New Year's holidays. In critical times, you can't count on them. Our parents really raised you two for nothing. Lin Qingxue stood at the door of the emergency room with her waist crossed, not caring about the eyes of others, and criticized the two of them with her voice. Yifan wanted to speak out to stop, but was pulled back by Lin Qingxue. After all, it is a real sister. Lin Qingxue does not want Yifan and the eldest sister to appear contradictory, and make the relationship deadlocked. The second sister was in bad health, but her mouth was powerful and angrily rebuked Lin Qingxue. "Big sister, you are close to our parents' home, how many times a year can you go back? No more than 5 times. This is still I often call you together. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't want to go back even once, would you?" The second sister is angry, regardless of Lin Qingxue to stop, also do not care about Lin Qingxue big sister identity, continued, "Every time you go home, empty-handed, do not buy anything. Not only eat and drink for nothing, but also pick and choose, this is not good, that is not good. Eat a full meal, also do not brush the dishes, sitting on the sofa to play with the phone. I admit, I'm not well, but every time I go home, I'm the one who cooks and brushes the dishes. Qingxue married far away, yes. But every time she comes home on vacation, she brings a lot of things and gives money. If you can't come back from vacation, you buy things from the internet and send them home. You're the eldest, what have you done for your family? Say." The second sister was eloquent and her mouth was really powerful. Lin Qingfeng's face was red and white, she was speechless and couldn't find a reason to refute. Lin Qingxue advised Lin Qingfeng and her second sister to stop arguing and calm down. Lin's father is still in the emergency room, his life is in danger, now is not the time to argue. Under Lin Qingxue's patient counseling, the second sister gradually calmed down. Lin Qingfeng knew she was being unreasonable and stopped talking. The outside quieted down. Yifan was not interested in the two sisters arguing. He only cared about Lin Qingxue and Jia Jia. Due to the rush to catch up, all three of them did not eat lunch. Lin Xingxue had low blood sugar and would easily faint if she didn't eat for a long time. So, Yifan told Lin Xingxue, led Jia Jia, and went outside the hospital to buy food. Learning that his elder sister, Lin Qingfeng, and his second sister had not eaten lunch, Yifan said that he would bring one for them as well. Outside the hospital, there are quite a lot of food stalls, burritos, buns, fried cakes and fried rice, selling anything. Jia Jia likes to eat fried rice. So, Yifan asked for a fried rice, and asked for a fried cake for himself. For the three sisters, he asked for 3 buns and porridge. After buying things, he took Jia Jia back. Just walking down the hospital corridor, he heard the 3 sisters arguing again. When they got closer, they realized what was going on. Originally, Yifan just left not long ago. The doctor came out of the emergency room. Told the 3 sisters that Lin's father had accumulated blood in the cranium and chest cavity, the situation was critical, and the hospital was still making every effort to rescue him. Let the 3 sisters' first ambulance costs, first aid fees, surgical fees, special experts fees, as well as blood and medication and other costs, expected to be 100,000, the first to pay, the more the less. Chapter 14 Baozi Feed the Dog. Hearing the need for 100,000, the 3 sisters' faces instantly changed. All 3 families are not rich, $100,000, not a small amount. The eldest sister jumped the gun and said, I just finished the down payment for the house, and I don't have any money in my hand. Big sister, I haven't heard that you bought a house. Besides, a few days ago, Xingxue just paid you back 30,000, how can you not have money? The second sister's home is very close to Lin Xingfeng's home. Know that she did not buy a house, is an excuse, do not want to contribute money. Lin Xingfeng hard mouth, insisted that all their money, all used to buy a house, is no money. And, she can't borrow it out. Then asked the second sister Lin Xinghua, the second, how much can you contribute? The second sister thought about it, I put out 20,000 yuan. The child's tuition, I think of my own way, 2 relatives and friends to borrow some. Lin Xingfeng turned her head to look at Lin Xingxue, Lao San, there is still a difference of 80,000, you have to make up for it. The second sister is fighting for Lin Xingxue, big sister, you are too much. As the eldest, you don't contribute a penny and let Xingxue contribute 80,000 yuan. You know how her family is. She just paid us back $50,000, so how can she have any money left? Listening to the first sister and second sister arguing, Lin Xingxue stood still, silent. For the sake of her father, she is willing to pay any amount of money. $80,000 is her father's life-saving money. But she didn't have the money. The $50,000 to pay off the bill was still paid by Yifan. Since marrying Yifan, Lin Xingxue had been busy with her work and had little contact with other relatives on her mother's side. As for Yifan, she didn't want to transfer her stress to him. Borrowing from co-workers and classmates? 80,000 is not a small amount of money, the father is waiting to save his life, can be enough? Lin Xingxue has always been very strong to face. When I was in school, I tried to be the first. At work, strive to be the strongest. She is not willing to manage colleagues and classmates to borrow money. But now, there is no other way. Big sister and second sister are still arguing. The second sister complained that the elder sister is stingy, for their own father, are not willing to spend money. Big sister says second sister is nosy and loves to be a good guy. Don't argue. Lin Xingxue scolded, our father is still lying inside. The rest of the money, I will find a way. Lin Xingxue picked up the cell phone, opened the address book, looking for objects that can borrow money. Although I cannot open my mouth, but for the father, face, dignity, are not important. Wife, rice bought back. Yifan quickly walked 2 steps and came to Lin Xingxue's side. Hubby, you eat with Jia Jia first, I have an emergency, I don't have an appetite. Lin Xingxue picked up her cell phone and prepared to call to borrow money. She couldn't eat because she didn't have enough money to save her father's life. Eat, just know how to eat. Lin Xingfeng glared at Yifan and mocked, when Xingxue married you, she was really blind. No ability, still want to buy a school district house. Mother was sick and had no money, and owed money everywhere. Without waiting for Yifan to retort, Lin Xingxue had already blocked the front and angrily rebuked, big sister, overdo it. Said I can, but cannot say Yifan. Lin Xingxue pulled Yifan's palm and clasped her fingers with him. Raised his head, gazed deeply into Yifan's eyes, said tenderly, he is good, kind, filial piety, have spunk, I married him, willingly, very happy. By school district housing, is my idea. His mother is sick, and it is not his fault. Finished, turned his head to look at Lin Xingfeng, puzzled asked, Big sister, when Yifan's mother was sick, you also lent 30,000. Now, why are you talking about him like this? Ha ha ha. I lent him? Lin Xingfeng looked at Yifan with great disdain. If it is not our father begging me, I would rather give the dog, not to lend him. Yifan and Lin Xingxue suddenly realized. No wonder Lin Xingfeng was willing to lend money. The two of them thought that Lin Xingfeng had a clear conscience, but it turned out to be due to Lin's father. Hearing this news, Lin Xingxue was grateful and guilty to Lin's father. One more point. At this time, a doctor from the emergency room rushed out, shouting, which is Lin Jiangwo patient family? Lin Xingxue and second sister Lin Xinghua rushed forward. The eldest sister Lin Xingfeng very reluctantly followed behind. What's wrong with you guys? Hurry up and pay the fee. The doctor urged. Responsible for the surgery doctor is the hospital hired from outside experts. If you don't pay the money, he will leave. Okay, we'll pay right away. Hurry up. The doctor returned to the emergency room. Lin Xingxue had tears in her eyes. She couldn't care about anything. She picked up her cell phone and was ready to borrow money. Yifan snatched Lin Xingxue's cell phone and laughed. Honey, I'll go pay the bill, you eat first. Humph, you have $80,000? Don't be a swollen face, you can't afford to pay for delaying my dad's illness. Lin Xingfeng sneered again. Shut up. Yifan's eye showed a murderous aura, coldly looking at Lin Xingfeng. Any more words, whip you. If it wasn't for Lin Xingxue's face, Yifan would have packed her up long ago. Lin Xingfeng is a soft and fearful of the Lord. See Yifan move real, obediently sit down, do not dare to squeak. Lin Xingxue is worried that Yifan is going to find someone to borrow money again for himself, pulling him back. Husband, I can. Honey, don't worry, saving people is important, I have money. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the payment office. Wait. Second sister quickly walked 2 steps, called Yifan. Very difficult to say. Yifan, my $20,000 all in the card did not bring it home. The second sister's meaning was obvious, she didn't have any money now either. Yifan needs to pay 100,000 all expenses. Yifan didn't dawdle, nodded his head, walked straight to the payment office, swiped his card, and paid the fee. The $110,000 that had been saved with great difficulty, only 10,000 remained. Yifan took the payment slip and walked to the 3 sisters, all wide-eyed in disbelief. This was $100,000. For other families it might not be much. But Yifan was still borrowing money from everywhere in the first 2 months, a total of $200,000. It's only been 2 months, where did 100,000 come from? Yifan, you. Lin Xingxue was about to ask something, when Yifan took out a bun, blocked her mouth and laughed. Eat first. Then he helped Jia Jia open the fried rice box and let her eat as well. Yifan carried 2 pockets of buns and porridge, walked to the second sister, took out a copy. Second sister eat. After saying that, carrying the other pocket of buns, he walked around Lin Xingfeng and walked towards the stairway. Lin Xingxue, hubby, what are you going for? Yifan picked up the buns and looked at Lin Xingfeng with a smile. Going to feed the dog. Angry Lin Xingfeng gritted her teeth. Yifan walks to the stairway, turns the corner, and throws the bun into the trash. Coming back, he took out his own fried cake and took a big bite. Lin Xingfeng was so hungry that her stomach rumbled and she could only go down to buy food herself. Seeing Lin Xingfeng walking away, Lin Xingxue whispered and asked Yifan, hubby, where did you get the money? Yifan pointed to his cell phone and laughed. Novel manuscript fee. Lin Xingxue quickly stuffed the bun into her mouth. Old. Hubby, no. Yifan handed the porridge over and laughed. Have a mouthful of porridge, don't choke. Not in a hurry, speak slowly. Lin Xingxue remembered. Last week, Yifan had told himself that the manuscript fee was sent 60,000. Give Jia Jia enrollment class 5,000. And took out another 50,000 to pay off the debt. After removing the usual expenses, there should not be much money. 100,000 where? Chapter 15 Guarding the Bed. Lin Xingxue uttered her doubts. Yifan took out his cell phone and put it in front of him, and laughed. Who told you that my novel, there is only one? For this $100,000, Yifan has long thought of an explanation. Last time, $60,000 was a novel manuscript fee. This time 100,000 is another novel manuscript fee. Lin Xingxue was curious and asked Yifan how many novels he had. Yifan laughed. He wrote a lot of novels, but the ones that really make money, very few. The second sister sat quietly next to her eating buns. Hearing the content she was interested in, she couldn't help but come forward and poked out half her body to eavesdrop. From the two conversations, I learned that writing novels can earn so much, and thought of a good idea. I do not know how long. The emergency room door opened. Ye Father Lin Jiangwo, lying on the hospital bed, eyes closed, motionless, by the doctor and nurse, pushed out from inside. "Doctor, how is my father?" Lin Xingxue hurriedly went forward to ask. The doctor told Lin Xingxue that the surgery went well, and Ye's father was out of danger. However, he was now very weak and needed to recuperate. Knowing that her father is fine, Lin Xingxue's heart hangs in the air, finally put down. Because Ye's father needs to recuperate, afraid of noise, the hospital suggested, stay in a single-room ward. Lin Xingxue and the second sister agreed. So, accompanied by the crowd, Ye Father was pushed into a single-room ward. Lin Xingxue and her second sister Lin Xinghua, one on the left and one on the right, stood guard in front of the hospital bed. Yi Fan accompanied Jia Jia to play on top of the sofa next to him. "Dad, what happened to my grandpa? Why are there a lot of tubes on him?" Jia Jia looked at Lin's father on the hospital bed and asked in a small voice. Yi Fan told him that grandpa was sick and those tubes could cure him. After a while, Lin Qingfeng slowly walked into the hospital room, holding half a cup of milk tea. "How is our father doing?" After Lin father's surgery was completed, Lin Qingfeng went out to eat and didn't come back. She didn't know the result of the surgery. The second sister glanced at the milk tea in Lin Qingfeng's hand. "Our father is like this, and you're still in the mood for milk tea. He went out to eat spicy hot pot, right? Hurry up and wipe the corners of your mouth. The single-room ward has its own bathroom." Lin Qingfeng went to the bathroom mirror and wiped her mouth. Time passed by, and Lin's father hadn't woken up yet. Second sister told Lin Xingxue to go home, she has to work tomorrow. "Here, it's fine to have yourself and your big sister to keep watch." "Who knows?" Lin Qingfeng clamored to go home. The reason was that there was no one to cook for the children at home. The children's grandparents are at home, will they starve her? The second sister exposed Lin Qingfeng's lie. Lin Qingfeng added that she was afraid that the children would leave her and not be able to sleep at night. Anyway, she made all sorts of excuses to go home and didn't want to stay in the hospital with her. Second sister Lin Xinghua stood up and tried to persuade Lin Qingfeng. "Who knows? Gu. Gu." The second sister held her waist with both hands from the back and cried out in pain, "Xingxue, give me a hand, it hurts like hell." Lin Xingxue hurriedly came over to help. "Second sister, I help you sit down." She wanted her second sister to sit down and rest. But she shook her head in pain. No, I can't sit down, it's an old problem, I have to lie down." The entire ward, in addition to Lin father's bed, only next to the sofa, can barely lie down. Lin Xingxue had to let Yi Fan and Jia Jia up, let Lin Xinghua lying down to rest. While there was time, Yi Fan took Jia Jia, went outside to buy books or chessboards, and by the way, bought dinner back. The system intelligence development attribute cannot be delayed. Originally planned, morning swimming class, exercise physical fitness, speed and strength triple. In the afternoon, intellectual development. I didn't realize that I had been staying at the hospital in the afternoon and didn't have time. 2 points of intelligence attributes per day cannot be left behind. After Yi Fan left. Inside the hospital room. The eldest sister, Lin Qingfeng, was still clamoring to go back. The second sister, Lin Xinghua, was lying on the sofa, in pain and ouch. Lin Xingxue was distracted by the two, making a lot of noise. She was worried that if this continued, it would affect her father's rest. So, made a decision. Let both of them go home and keep watch at the hospital herself. Hearing that she could go home, Lin Qingfeng scattered her legs, afraid that Lin Xingxue would back out. Lin Xingxue called her second brother-in-law again, asking him to pick up her second sister, Lin Xinghua, and take her back. After sending the two away, the ward was completely clear. Lin Xingxue sat beside the hospital bed, holding her father's rough, aged hand, unable to stop the tears from flowing down her face. "Dad, you get well quickly." Yi Fan took Jia Jia and went around the hospital neighborhood, no bookstore, no go. Finally, at a grocery store, he bought a chess set. Jia Jia had never played, but could learn. When Yi Fan and Jia Jia returned to the hospital room, they only saw Lin Xingxue lying next to the hospital bed, asleep. Big sister and second sister were nowhere to be seen. Worried that Lin Xingxue was catching a cold, Yifan took the ward blanket and covered her with it. Yifan asked Jia Jia to keep her voice down, and the two of them were on the sofa, playing chess. Jia Jia, with 54 intelligence, only one game, already learned the basic rules and play. Jia Jia was very interested in chess. The two killed 3 games in a row, and in the end Jia Jia won 1 and lost 2. P.S. Yifan intentionally let in water and let Jia Jia win 1 game. Jia Jia was not willing and wanted to play 2 more games. Yifan heard the system beep, intelligence development completed, purpose achieved. Let Jia Jia take a break. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xingxue woke up from her nap. After inquiring, Yifan realized what was going on. Taking a vacation? Lin Xingxue kicked out her big sister and second sister, and tomorrow, Monday, she definitely can't go to work. Lin Xingxue told Yifan not to worry, the company things have been arranged, took a few days off. The three had dinner. Lin Xingxue let Yifan take Jia Jia and drive home. In the hospital, it was hard to sleep. Leaving Lin Xingxue alone in the hospital, Yifan was uneasy. Jia Jia couldn't let go of her mom again. Fortunately, the sofa backrest in the hospital room could be flattened and turned into a sofa bed. Yifan asked Lin Xingxue and Jia Jia to lie down on it and sleep on it, while he kept watch. Lin Xingxue did not agree. Her own father was sick, and she didn't want to involve Yifan. Yifan smiled and said, "The two are husband and wife, not divided into you and me." The two were at a standstill. Finally agreed, Yifan is responsible for the first half of the night, Lin Xingxue is responsible for the second half of the night, take turns to watch the night. Lin Xingxue accompanied Jia Jia and slept on the sofa first. A minute passed. Yifan guarded the side, Lin father has not woken up. At 2 o'clock in the morning, it was time for the shift change. Seeing Lin Xingxue sleeping deeply, Yifan could not bear to wake up and continue to keep watch. It was not until 5 o'clock in the morning that Lin Xingxue woke up. "Yifan, why don't you wake me up?" Knowing that Yifan guarded the night for himself, Lin Xingxue was very overjoyed and told Yifan to hurry up and go to sleep and guard himself. Yifan had just fallen asleep. Lin Xingxue noticed that Lin father's fingers moved slightly and his eyelids slowly opened. Lin father awoke. "Dad, you finally woke up, too good." Lin Xingxue held Lin father's palm tightly and cried with joy. Lin's father's lips trembled, his voice was weak and he couldn't hear what he was saying. So, Lin Xingxue's ear came up to Lin father's mouth and listened. "Xingxue, my good boy, you've been wronged." As Lin father finished speaking, tears slid down the corners of his eyes. It turned out that Lin father knew everything that happened in the hospital room today. Chapter 16 Rescue. It didn't take long for his head to clear up after he was pushed to the ward. It was just that he was very weak from his ghostly turn, he had no strength, and he couldn't open his eyes. But the ears could hear. The 3 sisters conversed, and he knew all of them. When he heard that the eldest sister, Lin Xingfeng, was fooling around in the hospital room and didn't want to accompany her in the hospital, he was so angry that he wanted to scold her. But Lin father was too weak. Using all his strength, his mouth didn't move and he could only let Lin Xingfeng leave. As for the second sister, she grew up in poor health, so it was useless to blame her. And she has a powerful mouth, arguing without reason, Lin father can't argue with her. Of the 3 sisters, Lin Xingxue is the youngest and most understanding. Knowing that the family is difficult, Lin Xingxue during the university, study hard, repeatedly won a scholarship. During summer and winter vacations, she worked as a temporary worker to earn tuition and living expenses for herself. Worried that her parents were too tired to wash clothes by hand as they were getting older. After graduation, found a job, issued the first month's salary, to buy a washing machine for the family. After marrying Yifan, no matter what happens, Lin Xingxue tries her best to solve it by herself and doesn't want to cause trouble for her parents. When she was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to Jia Jia, Lin Xingxue failed to have a normal delivery and then had a cesarean section, suffering 2 crimes. Even so, did not tell the family. Luckily, Yifan was with him and took care of him, giving him enough care and security. Waiting for the birth of the child, discharged from the hospital, only to tell Lin father. This time, Yifan's mother is sick, never enough money, can't bear to see Yifan's difficulties, before opening his mouth to borrow money from the second sister. P.S. Lin Xingxue and big sister relationship is not very good, do not want to manage her to borrow money. Who knows, the second sister's mouth fast, borrow money, let Lin father know. Lin father has no money in hand, can only scold the boss, let her take the initiative to come up with 30,000, lending to Lin Xingxue. Lin father understands Lin Qingshui character, strong, understanding, filial piety. But such a child is most likely to be aggrieved. Hearing Lin's father know his own difficulties, Lin Qingshui burst into tears. Dad, for you, I'm willing to do anything. I only ask that you get well soon. Lin Qingshui held her father's aged palm and cried. Yi Fan lay on the sofa, unable to bear to disturb the father and daughter, and continued to sleep. Morning. Yi Fan took Jia Jia outside to buy breakfast. After the two of them ate outside, they brought a wonton for Lin Qingshui and a millet porridge for Lin's father. The doctor had specially instructed that Lin's father had just woken up and his spleen and stomach were weak, so he could only drink thin porridge. Back in the ward. Lin Qingshui picked up a spoon and fed Lin's father one bite at a time. Only when Lin's father finished eating did he eat himself. Throughout the morning, Lin Qingshui's eldest sister, Lin Qingfeng, and her second sister, surprisingly, none of them called and asked about Lin's father's condition. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. Lin's father really gave birth to two good daughters. Thinking of his daughters, Yi Fan looked up to Jia Jia, who accompanied Lin Qingshui, and silently read in his heart, Daughter, don't do this to me. Lin's father's body recovery state is good, just half a day, already have the strength to speak, arm can also barely lift up. Lin Qingshui was very happy, accompanied by the side to talk. Yi Fan took the opportunity to ask Lin's father if he remembered the car that hit him. Lin's father shook his head. He was leaning on the right side of the road, driving normally. The car hit him in the ditch from behind. When he woke up, he was already in the hospital ward. Lin's father did not see the car, and there is no camera on the road. I'm afraid the investigation is very difficult. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the police on the case got the news that Lin's father woke up and came to the ward. Asked about the accident, investigate the clues. After making a statement, the police let Lin's father get well, there will be results we'll call. Near noon, Yi Fan went outside to buy food again. Because it is too hot outside, Yi Fan let Jia Jia accompany his mom in the ward and go by himself. In front of the hospital is a bridge, and there are many restaurants across the bridge. From yesterday until now, he hadn't eaten properly and was worried that Lin Qingshui and Jia Jia's body couldn't take it. So, Yi Fan walked to the other side of the bridge, intending to buy a few fried vegetables and have a good meal. Coming to the entrance of a restaurant. There were a lot of people inside, guessing that the taste of this store was not bad. Otherwise, it wasn't patronized by so many people. Yi Fan ordered a portion of braised pork, a portion of shredded pork with fish, a vegetable salad, and 4 portions of rice. And specially for Lin's father to order a vegetable lump soup, all packaged away. The waiter let first wait, soon. Sure enough, this store dishes very quickly, 15 minutes later, already. Yi Fan walked back with his meal and passed by the bridge. Suddenly, he heard someone on the shore shout, Help! Help! Quickly stop her! Yi Fan looked up and saw an old woman, along the bank, running and shouting. Look carefully, the turbulent river water, a child is constantly struggling, washed over. Listening to the people next to him, 2 days ago, there was heavy rain here, and the river became fast and deep, very dangerous. No one dared to go into the water. Soon, the old woman panting ran to the bridge, to the river water and the child, shouted, Xiaoqi, don't be afraid, Grandma immediately let people save you. Said, flopped down on the ground, begged the bridge pedestrians, into the water to save people. The old lady cannot swim, can only lie on the ground, pulling one after another passers-by, constantly kowtowing, begging to save their granddaughter. Some people shrugged off the fact that they could not swim, some people were afraid of being washed away, no one ever went into the water. Seeing their granddaughter has been washed under the bridge, struggling less and less, and keep choking. If no one to save, will soon be washed away and drowned. The old lady saw no one willing to save, can only cry and climbed up, to the granddaughter will be washed away, shouting, Xiaoqi, don't be afraid, Grandma down to accompany you. Said, climbed onto the bridge, ready to jump down. Suddenly, poof, a figure jumped off the bridge. On the bridge, there were only 2 pieces of clothes left behind, as well as packed meals. Yi Fan jumped into the water and realized why no one dared to go down to save the people. The river was very fast, and one needed to keep swimming forward to avoid being swept away. More critically, there were undercurrents under the river, and it was physically exhausting to try to get out of it. Luckily, Yi Fan had a physique of 96, strength of 90, and the flying fish and water skill to protect his body, so it was easy to cope with this. Yi Fan made a jerk and plunged into the water. Like a fish, he swam towards the girl. When activating the flying fish and water skill, Yi Fan's muscles and cardiorespiratory function were enhanced. Yifan tested it at home with a water basin and closed the water for up to 10 minutes. Entering the water revealed that the body muscles seemed to be able to breathe as well, and the dive time was much longer than 10 minutes. Passers-by on the bridge see Yifan diving into the water delayed out, thought drowning accident. And the girl in the water because of choking too much water has been unconscious, gradually sinking down. The situation is critical. Some people call the police, some people call the emergency phone. Some people run to the hospital to pull people. Just when everyone lamented the loss of 2 lives, 2 big hands will sink into the water to lift the girl. Yifan one hand pulling the girl's neck collar, one hand to the shore to swim hard. Because the current is too fast, just 3 meters away, Yifan used 2 minutes. What he doesn't know is that if he were someone else, it would take at least 5 minutes. Yifan put the girl on the flat ground, gently pressed the girl's stomach with his hand, spit out the water in the stomach. The girl's grandmother knelt next to her and kept crying, begging Yifan to save her. Soon, the water in the girl's stomach was spit out. Seeing that the girl was still unconscious and not breathing, Yifan helped the girl to press her heart and do artificial respiration. Again and again. The girl finally woke up. Yifan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This girl and Jia Jia about the same age, flower age, if in front of their eyes lost their lives, Yifan will blame himself. Chapter 17 Payback. Although the girl woke up, for safety reasons, Yifan reminded the old lady that it is best to go to the hospital and give the child a checkup. The old lady knelt on the ground, thanked Yifan for saving his life, and asked Yifan for his name and phone number to repay him. Yifan waved his hand and laughed, "First give the child a checkup, I don't need to repay. I also have a child and understand how you felt at that time." After saying this, he got up and went back to the bridge to put on his clothes, picked up his meal, and went back to the hospital. His own wife, child, and father-in-law are still waiting to eat. Back to the ward, Lin Qingxue saw Yifan's hair wet, body also has water, asked what happened. Yifan put things roughly said, let them eat first, he went to the bathroom to wash. After washing, Yifan strangely found that the food was placed on the table, unchanged. "Why don't you guys eat Yifan asked suspiciously. Lin Qingxue uncovered the rice under the cover, laughed, "Of course it is waiting, our rescue hero, eat together." Ha ha ha. The ward was filled with laughter and happiness. Eat a full meal, Lin Qingxue let Yifan take Jia Jia out to turn around, always in the ward to hold, not good. Yifan also wanted to take Jia Jia out. The daily systems for circumference attribute development rewards couldn't be left behind. In the morning, Yifan accompanied Jia Jia to play chess, and the intelligence development was completed, with physique, speed and strength remaining. Yifan wanted to look around the hospital, parks and neighborhoods with fitness equipment, or gyms. Came to the hospital corridor, ready to go downstairs, suddenly, was called, benefactor. Yifan turned to look, but it was the old lady. Beside her, stood the little girl who was saved by herself. The old lady just took the girl to do a checkup, the doctor read the report and said it was fine, ready to go, coincidentally ran into Yifan. "Benefactor, it's so good to finally see you again." The old lady happily pulled Yifan's arm, let the girl kneel down and kowtow, "Thank you for saving her life." Yifan hurriedly stopped, explaining that he only wanted to save people, do not need to repay. The old lady asked Yifan why he was in the hospital, whether he was injured just now when he went into the water to save others. If something is really wrong, the old lady takes Yifan to see a doctor for a checkup. No matter how much it cost, she was willing. Yifan told her about his father-in-law's hospitalization and that he just came over to accompany the bed. Learning that Yifan had a loved one hospitalized, the old lady immediately thought of ways to repay her kindness. She told her granddaughter Xiaoqi to pull Yifan to stay still, and she herself went and returned. After saying this, she left her granddaughter behind and ran away in a puff of smoke. Yifan shook his head helplessly, the old lady's heart was really big, she dared to leave her granddaughter to herself. Perhaps, since Yifan sacrificed his life to save her granddaughter, she had already stopped treating Yifan as an outsider. "What's your name? Can we play together?" Jia Jia was worried that she didn't have a playmate in the hospital, but now that she ran into one, she took the initiative to go forward and invite. Jia Jia and Xiaoqi were of average height and of similar age, and soon played together. The old lady was really smart, she knew to use the children to force Yifan to stay. With Yifan's character, surely he can't bear to leave the child alone in the crowded hospital corridor and leave by himself. He would not take the child away, so that the old man, who had just experienced the parting of life and death, would worry again. Yifan had to find a chair in the same place to sit down and wait for the old lady to come back. 15 minutes later, the old lady carried a fruit basket in her left hand and a box of pure milk in her right hand, panting and running over. Yifan couldn't help but praise that the old lady was in good shape. The fruit basket and pure milk are both very heavy, but at her age, she can even pick them up and run. Great. Auntie, take it back and eat it, it's really not necessary. No matter how much Yifan persuade, the old lady just won't listen, insisted on taking the gifts, to see Yifan's father-in-law. Yifan cannot ring, had to take the old lady to the ward. Inside the ward, Lin Qingxue was chatting with her father, recalling the interesting things that happened in her childhood. Seeing the old man with a fruit basket and pure milk came in, but also led a child, froze, husband, this is. Yifan hurriedly introduced, wife, this is the aunt who mentioned to you at noon, and there is also a child. Auntie, this is my daughter-in-law and father-in-law. Knowing the identity of Lin Qingxue, the old lady hurriedly let Xiaoqi kneel down and kowtow. Xiaoqi, this is a life-saving daughter-in-law, quickly kowtow. Lin Qingxue hurriedly pulled the child, let the old lady do not so, thinking, Yifan save people, with their own and has nothing to do. However, the heart is still inexplicably happy. Perhaps, because of Yifan's light. Auntie, you sit. Lin Qingxue let the old lady sit down and let Jia play with Xiaoqi. Through chatting, learned that the old lady's surname is Wang, Auntie Wang, 58 years old this year, living near the hospital. Partner died many years, only a son, raised alone. Now, the son has grown up and settled in foreign countries. The son has only one daughter, Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi is the lifeblood of the entire family, 2 generations. If it wasn't for Yifan's intervention, this family would have been finished. Speaking of this topic, Auntie Wang once again expressed her gratitude to Yifan. Lin father told Auntie Wang that he had 3 daughters, Lin Qingxue was the youngest and the most understanding. In order to take care of herself, she took several days off with the company, worried that the leaders would criticize her. I'm the best at taking care of patients, so leave it to me. Auntie Wang knew how to repay her kindness. When she heard that Lin Qingxue was in trouble, she immediately thought of how to repay her kindness. Since Yifan doesn't want money, it's always okay to contribute yourself. So, she put forward her own ideas. Yifan and Lin Qingxue definitely did not agree. Lin's father also told Auntie Wang that he had 3 daughters and didn't need to take care of them. Auntie Wang stood up, took out her own caregiver's license, and smiled, I'm not like them, I'm a professional. Our old man, the blood flow is slow, lying in bed for a long time is not good for the body. Need to massage the muscles and acupuncture points to promote blood circulation. Are the legs numb and hard right now? Lin father nodded his head. Auntie Wang told Yifan and Lin Qingxue to sit still, and reached out to help Father Lin massage his thighs and calves herself. How is it? Is it more comfortable? Lin father smiled and nodded, it was indeed much better. Getting recognized, Auntie Wang proceeded to help Father Lin press the other leg. At the same time, she reintroduced herself. Auntie Wang had gotten her nursing license a long time ago, and had been practicing for more than 20 years. She had taken care of all kinds of patients, so taking care of Lin's father was a piece of cake. Taking care of patients, especially bedridden patients, was hard work, no wonder her stamina was so good. After helping Lin's father press his legs, he helped him cut his nails, wash his hands and face. Very fast, very professional. Lin Qingxue sighed to herself. Although she had filial piety, she couldn't do everything. In front of the professional Auntie Wang, the loss was complete. Benefactor, leave Big Brother to me, you can rest assured. Auntie Wang said with a smile. P.S. Lin's father was older than Auntie Wang, so he was addressed as Big Brother. Under Auntie Wang's professional care, Lin's father's mental outlook was indeed much better. Yifan and Lin Qingxue were very moved, but embarrassed. Auntie Wang, if you take care of my father, what about Xiaoqi? Considering that Auntie Wang still has children to take care of, Lin Qingxue is not willing to let her stay. Chapter 18 Lessons for Bear Children. It's okay, tonight, my son came to take her back. Auntie Wang's son and daughter-in-law love Xiaoqi very much and have always brought her with them. This time, something happened temporarily, so I just let Auntie Wang bring it for 2 days. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen, and I was almost separated from my family. Yifan and Lin Qingxue are still hesitating. Lin father spoke up, Qingxue, you feel at ease to go back to work. Tomorrow, I will call the oldest and the oldest 2 over, together with Auntie Wang to take care of me. Lin father had selfishness, worrying that Lin Qingxue always took leave, and the leaders made things difficult for her. Since there are people who can take care of themselves, they won't bother her. Big deal. When you get discharged from the hospital, give Auntie Wang a sum of money, counting the money spent to hire her. Okay. Dad, I'll stay with you one more night and leave tomorrow. In fact, Lin Qingxue has her own concerns. 2 weeks ago, she just proposed to participate in the department team leader selection. If I take a vacation continuously, I probably won't have a chance. Lin's father is already fine, and someone else is taking care of him, so don't worry. Thinking that Jia Jia's systematic triple attribute development today is not yet complete, Auntie Wang lives in the neighborhood and should be familiar with the surrounding environment. Yifan asked if there is a park with fitness equipment in the neighborhood. Auntie Wang said there was, next door to the neighborhood where she lived. The park is very large, there are fitness equipment, there are also children play slide. Hearing the slide, Jia Jia instantly came to interest. Wanna go play now? Auntie Wang happened to have something to do at home, and took Yifan and Jia Jia there. When they arrived at the park, it was really big inside, and Yifan asked Jia Jia to go to the fitness equipment to play for a while. Xiaoqi was willing to play with Jia Jia and stayed behind. When Auntie Wang finishes her work, she will come over to pick her up. Jia Jia was very familiar with playing with various fitness equipment such as double bars, arm weights, bicycles, etc., and Xiaoqi also followed along. Until he heard the system beep, all 3 attributes plus 2, Yifan told Jia Jia and the 2 of them to go play on the slide. The 2 immediately climbed up the slide and played happily. Yifan stood next to them and opened the system attribute panel. System level, level 2 upgrade experience value 4100. Host daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Physique, 58. Speed, 55. Strength, 56. Intelligence, 57. Free attribute points, 4. Host, Yifan. Physique, 98. Speed, 90. Strength, 92. Intelligence, 98. Free attribute points, 4. Yifan's physique and intelligence are about to break the 100 mark on both. But Yifan doesn't care, he only cares about Jia Jia. Jia Jia's attributes were about to break 60, and the values were equivalent to those of an ordinary adult man. Jia Jia's small body has the physical strength, speed, power and intelligence of an adult man. A child is only good when he is good. Get out of the way, let's go over. Suddenly, a shout came from the slide. It was Jia Jia's voice. Looking up, I saw a chubby boy, about 10 years old. Relying on his height and fatness, he blocked Jia Jia and Xiaoqi's way, preventing them from playing. This is mine, I won't let you play. The fat boy crossed his waist, deliberately not letting them pass. This is a park, everyone can play, not you. Jia Jia argued. Xiaoqi is helping out, yes, it's everyone's, get out of the way. However, no matter what they said, the fat boy just wouldn't let them pass, and was very proud of himself. Jia Jia observed that the fat boy's mother was playing with her cell phone next to her, walked up to him and said politely, "Auntie, big brother is in our way and won't let us play." The fat boy's mother looked up at his fat son. "My son likes to play slide, you play something else." But this is a public place, he is not right. Jia Jia still reasoned politely. Since this is a public place, my son can play too. Whoever grabs it, it's his. If you are capable, you guys grab it. You can settle things between kids yourselves. The fat boy's mom said this on purpose, knowing that her son is tall and fat, and Jia Jia and Xiaoqi can't grab it. Very shameless behavior. Good. Jia Jia stopped talking nonsense with her and pulled Xiaoqi towards the slide. Son, good job. The fat boy's mom was underneath the slide, sticking out her thumbs, giving her son great praise. With his mom's support, the fat boy got even more carried away and blocked the entrance to the slide, preventing them from getting on. Jia Jia, let's go play something else. Xiaoqi was too timid to mess with the fat boy. Jia Jia walked to the front of the fat boy, smiled and said, "No need." After saying this, she grabbed the boy by the collar with her right hand, lifted him up with one hand, and threw him directly under the slide. "Auntie, we snatched it." Jia Jia remained polite and shouted to the bottom. The fat boy's mom was dumbfounded by the dislike. Worthy of being my daughter, she knows how to be polite first. Seeing Jia Jia's performance, Yifan was very happy. Right now, Jia Jia's 4 attributes were comparable to those of an adult man, and she was strong. But if her character is weak and she doesn't dare to make a move outside, she will still suffer. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. Going to school in the future, there was no need to worry about Jia Jia being bullied inside. The fat boy was taught by Jia Jia, lying on the ground, crying and screaming, refusing to get up, crying and screaming for his mom to take revenge for himself. Whose child, how to hit people? Son was bullied, the fat boy's mother was very distressed, Jia cannot help, so he had to find parents' trouble. Yifan walked up and laughed, my child did not hit anyone, just let your son change places. Indeed, Jia did not hit him, just picked him up and put him down in a different place. No, your child made my son cry, just not. The fat boy's mom began to play the rogue. Jia came over and spoke in an unassuming manner, Auntie, you said that children solve their own problems. Why don't you keep your words? The fat boy's mom was disliked again. This is something she did say, just. It was based on her son's strength. Suddenly, the fat boy's mother looked at Yifan sinisterly, let's say, the child will solve the matter by himself, the adults will not intervene. After saying that, she picked up the phone, hey, son, come over, your brother is being bullied. Yifan wants to see what trick she plays. Soon after, a boy ran over in a rage, Mom, who bullied my brother? The boy was about the same as his brother, and was also fat. However, tall, a head taller than Jia. The little fat boy got up from the ground and pointed at Jia, brother, she bullied me. Brother, you're too stupid to be bullied by a girl, huh? Mom, brother teased me. Little fatty went to his mom to complain. Bear boy, I told you to hit others, how can you bully your own brother? His mom taught the big fat guy a lesson and turned her head to Yifan, let's just say, kids solve things on their own, parents don't get involved. Oomph, my brother knows taekwondo. The little fat man walked to Jia, one who arrogantly, was his mom hurriedly blocked his mouth, hush, silly child, this is a secret. His mom is quite sinister, unknown to say that her child has practiced, trying to surprise. Chapter 19 Taekwondo. Yifan carefully observed the big fat man's foot movements, the chassis is unstable, and then combined with all this meat on his body, guessing that it is only enrolled in Taekwondo interest classes, not a real practitioner. With Jia's current physical quality, dealing with him is not a big problem. What's more, he himself is still around. Jia secretly asked Yifan, Dad, what is Taekwondo? Is it powerful? You won't know until you try it. Be careful. Yifan reminded Jia that when two people fight, even if he has the advantage, he still has to be careful, are you afraid? Jia shook her head and laughed, not afraid. Can you win? Jia tilted her little head and thought seriously for 3 seconds, it should be about the same. Okay, you go first. Don't worry, in case of danger, there's Daddy. Jia nodded, walked to the front of the big fat man, smiled and said, come on, let me see the taekwondo. Little Fatty and his mom cheered for Big Fatty, go, let her see how good you are. No problem, Mom, brother, you guys watch me. Ha! Big Fatty bellowed, clenched his fists, and assumed the taekwondo starting position, the classic move. Cool. Little Fatty and his mom can't help but shout from the side. Brother, hurry up and zoom in. Son, hit her. Encouraged by Little Fatty and his mom, Big Fatty stomps the ground with both legs, leaps up, spins around in the air, and kicks his right foot at Jia, look at my airside kick. Due to Yifan's reminder to be careful, Jia's eyes were fixed on Big Fatty's every move, not daring to be slow. Seeing the other side of the kick, Jia sidestepped and dodged it, taking advantage of the big fat man's aerial rotation, his right foot just landed on the ground, a sweeping leg. Boom! The big fat man sprawled on the ground and fell on his face. Little Fatty covers his face. Son, are you alright? His mom immediately ran over to help him up. Yuck! Big Fatty spits out the mud in his mouth, very embarrassed, it's okay, I was careless, come again. Again! Big Fatty climbed up, shouted, and once again performed the classic taekwondo starting stance. Jia stood still and kept her eyes on Big Fatty. Big Fatty didn't get fancy this time and raised his right leg high, kicking at Jia. Jia sidestepped and dodged, and with another sweeping kick, Big Fatty fell to the ground again. The scene was instantly awkward. Dad, taekwondo isn't great. Jia looked at the big fat man who fell to the ground and said seriously. Taekwondo is awesome, it's just. He is not awesome. Yifan said jokingly. The big fat man was dropped twice, his mother was very angry, pointing at his nose and cursing, Bear child, spend $10,000 to enroll you in classes, what kind of stuff do you learn, even she can't beat it. Shame on you. His mom was furious, her youngest son was cleaned up, and her eldest son was dropped one after another. She said earlier that adults should not intervene, so she could only vent her anger on her own son. The big fat man is also angry, usually in class. The coach is so taught, but also praised me to learn well. Blame me? Mom, this time I don't use taekwondo. With my body, I can crush him. Yikes. After saying that, he opened his arms and angrily ran towards Jia Jia. Jia Jia blinked her eyes as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, ha! Jia Jia also followed Big Fatty's example and bellowed, putting on the classic taekwondo starting motion. Although the movements were not too standardized. Seeing Jia Jia imitate himself, the big fat man became even more angry and rushed towards Jia Jia regardless. Jia Jia raised her right leg with force. Boom! Big Fatty was kicked 2 meters away and fell on the ground again. Mom, no more fighting, I want to go home. Big Fatty lay on the ground, just like his brother, splashing around and playing rogue. Jia Jia retracted her right leg and walked over to Yifan. Dad, you're right. Taekwondo was great, just not him. Killing and killing, the big fat man felt that he was insulted again and clamored to go home. His mom had no choice but to pull her 2 fat sons and leave with her head down and no face. During this time, the timid Xiaoqi had been standing in the distance, not daring to approach the battlefield. Seeing the fat family of 3 leave, only then dared to run over, very worshipful look to Jia Jia. Jia Jia, you are good. It's okay, let's go and play on the slide. Jia Jia pulled Xiaoqi and continued to play. Just now a small episode, did not affect the interest of the 2 play very happy. It was getting close to evening. Xiaoqi's grandmother, Auntie Wang, carried a large bag and came over to find Yifan. Inside was a good meal for Yifan to take back and eat. Auntie Wang also specially made a nutritious soup for Father Lin to replenish his body. Since Auntie Wang's son came to pick up Xiaoqi in the evening, she is not going back to the hospital. Tonight, pack up and go to the hospital tomorrow to take care of Lin's father. Yifan thanked Auntie Wang and took Jia Jia away. Jia Jia and Xiaoqi, 2 children, just played for a while, were separated, very reluctant. Play again later, Yifan said jokingly. Returning to the ward, he opened the meal given by Auntie Wang. The aroma was delicious. Lin's father praised the nutritious soup and complimented Auntie Wang for her good handiwork. The next day, early in the morning, Auntie Wang came to the ward with a shoulder bag on her back, smiling, with breakfast in her hand. Eat while it's hot. Auntie Wang let Yifan, Lin Xingxue and Jia Jia eat while she helped Father Lin wash and comb his hair. After a day of recovery yesterday, Lin's father can already barely sit up, half lying down, and has the strength to speak. First call the oldest over. The oldest 2 grew up with bad bones, waist, spine, legs, all have problems. Cannot stand or sit for a long time. Lin's father is worried that if he calls the oldest over, someone else will have to take care of her, increasing Auntie Wang's workload. The oldest Lin Xingfeng just entered the ward. Lin's father output, scolded the oldest, no power of reply. Learning that Auntie Wang is a full-time caregiver, and that she is just a helper, the oldest was happy and didn't say anything. Settling everything down, Lin Xingxue took Yifan and Jia Jia to leave, letting Lin's father recuperate at ease and wait for the weekend to come back to see him. Back in the car, Lin Xingxue lay paralyzed in the back seat. Phew, so tired. Hubby, thanks to you, finding Auntie Wang, I can leave in peace. Yifan also did not expect that he only wanted to save people, and by mistake, he was helped by Auntie Wang. I can only say, good people have good rewards. Honey, give our father a call. Yifan started the car, ready to go. Good, what is it? Lin Xingxue is very curious. The 2 obviously just left the hospital room, why not say it face to face? Yifan told Lin Xingxue that when he was leaving, he secretly put $5,000 under Lin's father's bed. Auntie Wang took care of Lin's father out of kindness. He has to take the money for food and drink. Auntie Wang can't be allowed to contribute both money and effort, and Lin's father won't agree. The oldest, Lin Xingfeng, is especially stingy and cheap, so if she is allowed to spend money on things, she will definitely not be able to eat or drink well. Giving money to Lin father face to face, with Lin father's character, he definitely didn't want it. Now, Yifan left the ward and told him again, couldn't refuse, could only accept it. Hubby, you are so considerate. Lin Xingxue hugged Yifan from the back seat and kissed him. Don't make a fuss, you have a good rest, I'll drive. A family of 3 set off for home. Chapter 20 Boxing Coach. Back home, Lin Xingxue lay on the bed to sleep, letting Yifan wake her up at noon. In the afternoon, she will go to the company to work. Yifan wants Lin Xingxue to go tomorrow, but Lin Xingxue disagrees. She is in the critical period of the selection of the department team leader. She does not want to lose all her efforts. Daughter-in-law, I can make a lot of money writing novels, you don't have to be too tired. Yi Fan has a consumer cashback system, it's easy to make money, and he doesn't want Lin Qingxue to be too tired. Lin Qingxue smiled and shook her head, hubby, I'm not doing this all for money. I want to prove to the company that I have the ability, and even more so, I want to give myself an explanation. Lin Qingxue grew up to be strong, and it was the same in the company. This was her character, and it was hard to change it. Seeing Lin Qingxue insist, Yi Fan no longer forced, let her pay attention to her body, don't get exhausted. After having a full meal at noon, Lin Qingxue went to work. Yi Fan let Jia Jia take a nap and go out to play in the afternoon. Even in the sofa bed sleep 2 nights, Jia Jia certainly did not sleep well, first make up sleep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jia Jia woke up. Yi Fan first accompanied Jia Jia to play chess to develop her intellect, intelligence attribute +2. Then he took Jia Jia to the mall to go around. This time, he went to the hospital to pay 100,000 for Lin's father's surgery and hospitalization fees, and left another 5,000. The $110,000 accumulated from cashback spending, only $5,000 are left in the card, it's really spending money like water. If you want to pay off the remaining 150,000 in foreign debt, you can only wait for another opportunity. Come to the mall, see if Jia Jia has any favorite things, looking for spending cashback opportunities. From the first floor to the second floor, and then to the third floor, never found Jia Jia's favorite things. Ha! Ha! Yi Fan was wandering around with Jia Jia when he suddenly heard a familiar shout. The two turned their heads in perfect synchronization to look. Passing through the transparent glass, they saw a training class was having a taekwondo lesson. One teacher, teaching 5 children, all wearing white taekwondo uniforms. Looking at their size, they were about the same size as Jia Jia. The content of the teaching was exactly the taekwondo moves Jia Jia was familiar with, the right leg straight kick. Going to take a look? Seeing Jia Jia's interest, Yi Fan immediately led the way. Seeing a customer come to the door, the front desk of the training course, a young girl, with a smile on her face, immediately ran over. Mister, inside please. Entering the hospitality room, the young girl at the front desk thoughtfully poured lemonade for Yi Fan and Jia Jia, introducing the teaching qualifications of the training course, the course features and so on. According to her, the training course was specially designed to stimulate and cultivate children's physical abilities, and there were taekwondo classes, sparring classes, boxing, Chinese kung fu, and so on. If you want to learn anything, you can experience it. The girl at the front desk first brought Yi Fan and Jia Jia to the taekwondo classroom, which is one of our specialties and many children like it. Yi Fan looked at Jia Jia, do you like it? Jia Jia shook her head and said seriously, no learning, what he teaches, I can do. Jia Jia mistakenly thought that the taekwondo course was only the few moves she had seen. The little girl at the front desk had wanted to introduce one more in detail. Jia Jia's next sentence made her completely break her defense, the clothes are very nice, the movements. Looks so silly. The girl froze, but she couldn't be angry at her child's words. Seeing Jia Jia did not like, the little girl had to bring Yi Fan 2 people to the boxing classroom. The boxing instructor was teaching a 1-to-2 class. One teacher, teaching 2 boys. The boy in this class was a little older, a head taller than Jia Jia. Straight punch. Hook punch. Defense. The 2 boys were practicing sparring, and the teacher was guiding them from the sidelines. It was the first time Jia Jia had ever seen a boxing match, and she was mesmerized. The girl at the front desk saw that Jia Jia liked it and hurriedly introduced the benefits of practicing boxing. Moreover, the store was having an event, so it was a good time to enroll in a class. Yi Fan didn't care about the various activities and incentives, it was all their marketing tactics and routines. He only cared about whether Jia Jia liked it. Do you like it? Yi Fan asked softly. Jia Jia nodded seriously. She had no concept of boxing as a sport, but was simply interested in boxing gloves and protective gear. The little girl at the front desk saw that there was a show, and hurriedly called the boxing coach to let Jia Jia experience it in advance. The boxing coach selected suitable protective gear and gloves according to Jia Jia's body type and let Jia Jia put them on. Wang Hao, come here. The boxing coach called over one of the boys, you defend, let the little sister experience boxing fun. Wang Hao nodded his head, arched his back and bent his waist, arms protecting his head, standing in front of Jia Jia. Little kid, learn from me. The boxing coach stood in front of Jia Jia's side, letting her follow along, left jab, right jab, right jab. Got it? Jia Jia nodded her head. Good, go ahead. The boxing coach tells Jia Jia to walk in front of the boy. Remember, the true meaning of boxing is to use all your strength to knock out your opponent. Really use all your strength? Jia Jia asked doubtfully. Yi Fan had instructed that when facing a child about the same age as himself, leave half of his strength. Jia Jia's strength was equivalent to that of an adult man, so a single punch would easily cause an accident. In the boxing coach's eyes, Jia Jia was just a little girl under 10 years old. How much strength could she have? And laughed. Yes, use all your strength. Jia Jia looked at his boxing gloves and the other protective gear, guessing that these things can protect each other. The teacher will allow. So, Jia Jia swung a punch at the boy with force. Boom! The boy flew backward a meter and fell on the ground, dazed. The boxing coach stared at Jia Jia in amazement, thinking, how did she do that? Coach, come and help me. The boy pulled the coach back into his thoughts. The coach rushed over and helped him up. Luckily, with the protective gear, his face was just a swollen piece, no big problem. Practicing boxing, it's normal to have minor abrasions. The coach told the boy to put ice on his face, and the swelling would soon go down. Come on, I'll practice with you. Jia Jia's strong strength aroused the coach's interest. After settling down the boy, the coach put on his boxing gloves and protective gear and walked to Jia Jia. Good boy, use your full strength, let me feel your power. After saying that, he put his arms over his head, took a guard position and knelt on the ground. The height difference between Jia Jia and the coach was too great, and to accommodate Jia Jia, the coach had to kneel. Changing to an adult as a sparring partner, Jia Jia had no more worries, stood on both legs, used all his strength, left fist, right fist, left fist, right fist. The sound of violent blows floated in the classroom. It was a wonderful feeling, very enjoyable. Jia Jia was very happy. Happy, can't stop, left jab, right jab, right jab. It was hard on the passive coach. Every punch that Jia Jia threw was like a punch thrown by a grown man, very heavy, very heavy. Seeing Jia Jia was very excited, the coach was worried about interrupting and affecting the reporting of classes, so he had to grit his teeth and endure, waiting for her to run out of strength. Just to his surprise, Jia Jia is not only strong, speed and physique is also strong. The coach noticed that Jia Jia's punching power not only didn't weaken, but her speed became faster and faster. Stop, stop, stop. The coach couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly called for a stop. He was afraid that he would suffer from internal injuries if he continued. Jia Jia was not yet finished, but the coach shouted stop, she had to stop. At this time, Yi Fan's ears rang the system mechanical tone. Chapter 21 Narcissism. Ding, congratulations to the host, the development of physique, speed, and strength is complete. The system rewards the host and child with 2 physique attribute points, 2 speed attribute points, and 2 strength attribute points. I didn't expect boxing to improve the 3 attributes. Yi Fan had found another good project. Ding, due to system-level limitations, the host's physique and intelligence attributes have reached the current maximum value of 100. Physique and intelligence attributes cannot continue to increase. After the system level is increased, it can be restored. While Yi Fan was happy, a series of system beeps once again sounded. He didn't expect that the 4 attribute values, which had a maximum value limit, were linked to the system level. It was necessary to upgrade the system as soon as possible, otherwise, Jia Jia's attribute rewards could not be enjoyed. Yi Fan opened the system attribute panel. System level, level 2 upgrade experience value 45,100. Host's daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Physique, 60. Speed, 57. Strength, 58. Intelligence, 59. Free attribute points, 6. Host, Yi Fan. Physique, 100. Speed, 92. Strength, 94. Intelligence, 100. Free attribute points, 6. The system upgrade experience value is still short of half, try hard. Sir, how do you feel about the course? Seeing Yi Fan standing still and staring, the little girl at the front desk gently reminded. Yi Fan looked at Jia Jia, do you like it? Jia Jia nodded her head. Good, sign up. Both can consume cashback, but also can exercise the attributes of the 3 circumference, must enroll. Seeing Yi Fan agree, the little girl at the front desk was happy and immediately took out a quotation with various course packages. Behind him, the coach, who was sitting on the ground panting heavily, wanted to refuse Jia Jia's enrollment. But for the sake of money, he endured. Jia Jia's strength, no peer is her opponent, even senior students cannot. Only the coach himself can be a chaperone. But practicing with her is too tiring and torturous. Thinking about the future of the class every day by Jeja such a beating, the coach instantly turned into a bitter face. The little girl at the front desk has no worries about the coach. As long as the class is sold out, she patiently introduces it to Yifan. Courses are divided into 3 categories: one-on-one, one-on-3, and one-on-many. For each type of course, there are different prices. The girl at the front desk asked Yifan which type he intended to enroll his child in. One-on-one. Yifan did not hesitate. Since Jeja likes it, she will definitely choose the expensive one, which has a lot of cash back. Seeing that Yifan chose the expensive type, the little girl at the front desk smiled from ear to ear and continued to introduce the corresponding price. $19.99, 12 lessons. $29.99, 20 lessons. $49.99, 40 lessons. The same as the swimming lesson set, the more expensive the package, the lower the unit price, the more appropriate. Yifan opened his cell phone and checked his balance, 5,000. Just enough. 4,999. 4,999. Sweep the code, pay. Yifan very painfully took out his cell phone. This is a big customer. The little girl at the front desk is happy, helping Yifan take a pen, fill out the form, and busy. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback reward for consumption, 99,980 yuan. Sure enough, the top reward, 20 times cashback, the card instantly becomes $100,000, cool. Since swimming lessons are Wednesday, Friday and Sunday, in order to avoid course conflicts, Jia has the opportunity to exercise every day, and set the boxing course on a weekly basis, Monday, Tuesday and Thursday, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Saturday rest. Yifan and Jia agreed that the matter of enrolling in boxing lessons cannot let Lin Xingxue know. This is the secret of the two. Yifan was worried about spending too much money and not being able to explain. After enrolling in the course, near the evening, to Lin Xingxue off work time, Yifan went home to cook. Jia was reading in the living room. Yifan finished cooking, came to the living room, and saw that Lin Xingxue was not yet back. Usually, 6:30 to home, now already 7 o'clock, is it overtime today? Yifan called Lin Xingxue, no one answered. He could only accompany Jia in the living room and make another call later. 10 minutes later. Lin Xingxue pushed the door in, with a bag in her hand. Jia ran all the way and hugged Lin Xingxue's thigh, daily pampering. Are you working overtime today? So late. Yifan asked softly. Lin Xingxue handed the bag to Yifan and smiled, hubby, this is for you. Yifan opened it, inside was a half sleeve and a pair of shorts. The key, it's still a name brand, it's definitely not cheap. Your clothes are worn for several years old, should be replaced with new ones. On the way from work, this store happened to have an event, I went in and chose 2 pieces. After saying that, Lin Xingxue happily hugged Jia and kissed her cheeks. In these years, in order to save money to buy a school district house, Yifan did not bother to buy new clothes. Usually wear work clothes at work, only weekends and holidays, wear their own clothes. 2 old clothes, usually go out and wear at home. A new clothes, occasional social functions, parties, or back to the old home time to wear. This is Yifan clothes standard. Said to be new clothes, in fact, has been bought for 2 years. Just don't wear it often enough to appear new. I have enough clothes. Now do not work every day at home with the child, cannot use to wear such good clothes. When you watch the live broadcast, just help me grab 2 cheap ones. Yifan had seen that Lin Xingxue only spent $80 and bought herself a top, pants, shoes, as well as earrings, a necklace, and a ring. The 2 pieces Lin Xingxue bought for Yifan were at least $150. Hubby, not going to work, all the more reason to buy new clothes. This is not clothes, this is essence, confidence. Lin Xingxue put down Jia, tore off the outer packaging of the clothes, handed it to Yifan, and smiled, try it first. If it doesn't fit, you can change it. Yifan took the clothes and just entered the bedroom, poked his head out again and joked, wife, I've always been confident. Yes, you have thick skin, go quickly. Yifan entered the bedroom, changed into the newly purchased clothes, the right size, fat and thin just right. Walking to the bedroom door, Yifan intentionally put on a handsome pose and laughed, wife, am I handsome? Handsome, my dad is the most handsome. Jia jumped up and clapped with both hands, very cooperative, not ashamed to be a pro-daughter. Lin Xingxue walked around Yifan, seriously looked up and down, laughed, not bad. Don't be pretty, hurry up and take it off, throw it into the washing machine, I'll help you wash it by the way. Lin Xingxue washing clothes, Yifan dishes on the table. After cleaning up, the family sat down to eat together. Jia, did Dad take you out to play today? Lin Xingxue casually asked. Jia's chopsticks, which had picked up the rice, instantly stopped in the air and flashed her big eyes at Yifan, as if asking whether she should say it or not. I'm asking you, what are you looking at your dad for? Do you two have any secrets? Lin Xingxue saw that the two are not right, as if there is something to hide from themselves. Yifan picked up a piece of meat and put it into Jia's bowl. Eat quickly, we will kill 2 games of chess later. Jia understood, picked up the bowl, vigorously pulling rice into his mouth. Jia, come on. Lin Xingxue took Jia's rice bowl, put it on the table, gently stroked Jia's little head, asked with a smile, Mom, ask you a question. Chapter 22 Leaky Little Cotton Coat. Jia put her hands on her lap and nodded her head obediently. Are we good friends? Jia nodded seriously. Are we girlfriends? Jia nodded again. Are we? Can't we have secrets? Jia just nodded her head, then remembered that Yifan had once explained to keep the boxing class a secret, and hurriedly shook her head. Lin Xingxue looked at Yifan in doubt, and then looked at Jia. Do you have? Or not? Jia blinked her big beautiful eyes, looked at Yifan and whispered, Dad, should I have, or not? Yifan covered his face. Jia and Yifan sat opposite each other. Lin Xingxue sat in the middle of the two, closer to Jia. What was the point of whispering? Yifan could hear it, and Lin Xingxue could hear it even more. Lin Xingxue straightened her waist and leaned on the back of the chair. Arms hugging her chest, crossing her legs, looking at the two men in triumph. Dare to play mind games with me, humph? You two, honestly explain. What a leaky little cotton padded jacket. Since it's been exposed, there's no need to hide it. Jia, go ahead. Yifan continued to smother his dry rice. Jia wrapped her arms around Lin Xingxue and said, Mom, don't be angry, I'll tell you. And, say it. Lin Xingxue was curious about what secrets there were between the two. Jia's small hand came to Lin Xingxue's ear. My father, today helped me enroll in a class. Che, enroll in a class, what's there to hide, what a fuss. You two are really. Let's eat. Hearing that their secret was to enroll in a class, Lin Xingxue's curiosity instantly disappeared, allowing Jia to let go of herself and continue to eat. As long as it was for the child, Lin Xingxue was willing to do anything. Not to mention it was enrolling in classes, the child could learn something, good thing. Lin Xingxue picked up her bowl and continued to eat, casually asking, what kind of classes will I enroll you in? Seeing that her mom wasn't angry, Jia was very happy. She really likes boxing lessons. Jia sat on the chair and learned the coach's movements, continuously swinging her left fist, right fist. Boxing class. Boxing class. What class? Lin Xingxue hurriedly put down her chopsticks, she must have misheard. Jia raised her voice and said again, boxing class. Lin Xingxue hurriedly touched Yifan's forehead with the palm of her hand. Hubby, you are sick, hurry to the hospital. Yifan thought to himself, his physique has broken 100, how could he be sick, and said seriously, I am not sick. I'm not sick, you enroll her in boxing class? She is our daughter, girl. The first thing you need to do is to ask for the money. Dance, musical instruments, painting can be. She never expected Yifan to Jia boxing class, very surprised. Lin Xingxue wasn't angry, but couldn't figure it out. Mom, I like boxing, it's especially fun. Jia was worried that Lin Xingxue wouldn't let her take the class and hurriedly explained. What's so good about boxing? It's the same as fighting, and it's easy to get hurt. Lin Xingxue had a quiet, gentle personality, and had never been in a fight since she was a child. She had only watched boxing matches on TV. The boxers were often beaten up, and some were even carried straight down. Seeing that her mom didn't agree, Jia hastily blinked her eyes and turned to Yifan for help. Yifan got up and clapped his hands, walking behind Lin Xingxue and massaging his cervical vertebrae and shoulders. Honey, don't be in a hurry. In fact, girls, more than anything else, should learn boxing. Yifan explained unhurriedly, if we meet bad people outside, our daughter will box and be able to protect herself better. Like swimming, boxing may turn out to be a life-saving skill. Yifan vividly listed many similar incidents. Hearing Yifan explain, Lin Xingxue also figured it out and could only agree, well, whatever you say is right. Yifan sneaks an okay gesture to Jia, done. Looking at the back of Lin Qingshua's head, he thought to himself, small sample, take you, dead. Suddenly, Lin Qingxue turned her head to look at Yifan. Hubby, help me enroll sometime, I also want to learn. Why? In case, one day you bully me, I'll beat you up with boxing, ha. Lin Qingxue laughed her ass off. Yifan knew that Lin Qingxue was joking and deliberately cooperated. I'll sign up too. When the time comes, Jia Jia will be the referee, let's see which one of us is the best. Lin Qingxue stood up, pinched Yifan's ear and laughed. Good, you still want to fight back. Jia Jia, save me. Yifan covered his ear and deliberately pretended to be in pain. Dad, I'm the referee. Now it's announced that you've lost. Ha ha ha. The three members of the family laughed heartily and were happy. The next day, Wednesday, Yifan brought Jia Jia to the swimming class on time. Under Coach Lu's patience, Jia Jia basically mastered the breaststroke and was able to swim in the water by herself. Yifan watched from the side. Ding bell. The cell phone rang. Yifan picked up the phone. It was his colleague Xiang Zi. Xiang Zi, real namely Xiang, thin and tall, like to stay board-inch hair, Yifan company one of the Iron Triangle, then Yifan a year younger than Yifan, people are bold, real, righteous. Brother Van, recently busy what? Do you have time tonight? Let's three get together, Chaozi also go. Chaozi, real name Zhang Haichao, the same age as Yifan, chubby round face, especially love to laugh, is also one of the company's Iron Triangle. Since the boss ran away and the company was dissolved, it's the first time the triad has gotten together. Good. But I have to be late. I have no one to watch the kids at home, so I'll wait for my daughter-in-law to come back from work. It's not convenient to bring the kids to the gathering, so I can only wait for Lin Qingxue to come back. Okay. Brother Fan, I'll see you at the usual place. Don't drive. You can't drink while driving. Xiangzi added one last thing. It is not easy to reunite a few brothers, must drink. Hanging up the phone, Yifan sent a message to Lin Qingxue, telling her that she will not eat at home at night, the Iron Triangle dinner. Lin Qingxue said that after work, she would hurry back as soon as possible, and told Yifan to leave early. In the afternoon, at 6 o'clock, Yifan made a good meal for Lin Qingxue and Jia Jia and put it in a pot to keep it warm. Everything was cleaned up and accompanied Jia Jia to play chess. Not long after, Lin Qingxue gasped and pushed the door in. Come back so early today? Usually 6:30 before arriving home, now it is only 6:10, a whole 20 minutes in advance. Lin Qingxue told Yifan that the time to get off work. Lin Qingxue did not delay for a minute, immediately left the company, ran on legs, and ran until the bus station. Catch an early bus. P.S. A bus interval of 15 minutes. After getting off the bus, ran all the way home. That's why I'm so tired. Daughter-in-law, I am tired. Next time, you don't have to rush, it's okay for me to go later. Seeing Lin Qingxue hurrying for herself, Yifan couldn't bear it. Lin Qingxue didn't say anything, and looked at Yifan's clothes. I expected you to dress like this, hurry up and change into my newly bought clothes. As before, Yifan is wearing the newest of the 3 old clothes. This body is quite good, I used to do this before. Yifan was puzzled, there was no problem wearing it like this before. Before is before, now is now, listen to me, quickly change, go. Chapter 23 The Iron Triangle Reunion. Lin Qingxue had already taken Yifan's new clothes out of the closet. Yifan couldn't wring it out, so he could only change into his clothes and take a taxi. Make an appointment with a friend and try not to be late. Because of the night drinking, Yifan could not drive, so he had to take a taxi to go fast. The old place where the Iron Triangle gets together is a skewer bar, good environment, hygiene, good taste, the boss is also very real. Since the Iron Triangle is a regular customer, every time you come, you will arrange a private room and give away beer. Yifan came to the skewer bar and greeted the boss. The boss told Yifan that Xiangzi had arrived early and told the waiter to lead the way to the private room. Yifan told the boss not to be polite, he was familiar with the layout of the place, told the private room number and went to find it himself. Soon, came to the private room, inside only Xiangzi a person, is bored playing cell phone. Brother Fan, come in quickly, miss me to death. Seeing Yifan come in, Xiangzi passion like fire, hurriedly get up, hands pull Yifan, sit next to himself. Brother Fan, didn't you say you would be late? Xiangzi puzzled question. When the two called, Yifan predicted the time to be 7 o'clock, and now it is only 6:40. In fact, 20 minutes ahead of schedule, it is all Lin Qingxue desperately running out. Your sister-in-law knows that tonight we are reunited in the Iron Triangle, and purposely came out a little early. Yi Fan said with a smile. Xiangzi gave a thumbs up to Yi Fan, or sister-in-law open-minded. Seeing that it was about time, Xiangzi and Yi Fan ordered food first and waited for Chaozi. But wait until 7 o'clock, Chaozi has not yet arrived. Yi Fan asked Xiangzi, what time will Chaozi arrive? Xiangzi picked up the cell phone, about 6:32, and now has not come, I call to ask. Dialing the phone, briefly chat 2 sentences, hang up the phone. I'm on my way. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Come on, let's drink first. Let's drink while we wait. Brother Fan, I haven't seen you for half a month, you finally changed your clothes. Xiangzi looked at the new clothes of Yi Fan said, this brand of clothes I bought, you this body or this year's new models, willing to spend money for themselves. Xiangzi is a real person, big-headed, think of what to say. Every time the party, see Yi Fan always wear the previous clothes, Xiangzi advised him to buy a new clothes, do not spare. In order to save enough money as soon as possible to buy a schoolroom for the child, of course, Yi Fan cannot afford to give up. Besides, the clothes are new and not broken, Yi Fan has been wearing. Later, Yi Fan still did not buy, Xiangzi guessed, Yi Fan must have difficulties, did not talk about this topic. Today, since Yi Fan adore, Xiangzi noticed Yi Fan changed new clothes, just 2 people just met, did not have the heart to chat. A cup of wine down, Xiangzi has no scruples, only to chat about this topic. Yi Fan smiled and said, your sister-in-law to buy. No wonder, sister-in-law atmosphere. Xiangzi picked up the wine glass, brother Fan, let's go one. A bottle of beer down, Chaozi rushed in, sorry, brothers, long wait. The first time I saw Chaozi, Yi Fan was shocked. Is this the same Chaozi he knew? Where is the chubby round face? Where is the smile on his face? After only half a month or so, it had all disappeared. A long face with a pointed chin, rough skin, a sad face, and dull eyes. It seems that during this period of time, Chaozi had a very bad time. See once 2 good brothers, the Iron Triangle, Chaozi face finally showed a smile, brothers, I came late, first self-punishment 3 cups. Supertron didn't sit down, he stood beside his chair, trying to calm down the breath he hadn't finished. Phew. After calming down, he poured himself a full glass of beer and prepared to drink it. Yi Fan quickly walked over, pressed the glass, and laughed, the 3 of us do not talk about this, quickly sit down, eat something first. Chaozi, what's going on? Obviously said 6:30 to arrive, now it is almost 7:30. Chaozi usually very good faith, out of dinner never late, and even every time 10 minutes in advance too. Shoko asked out of curiosity. Oh, don't mention it. Chaozi sighed deeply, picked up the glass of beer in front of him, and drank it all in one go. Originally, I could be on time, but my wife asked me to do the dishes first, and then tutor my children's homework, so I came over only after I was done with my work. Chaozi is very bitter. Chaozi and Yi Fan the same age, 35, just stepped into the threshold of middle age. Since the dissolution of the company, Chaozi looking around for a job, but because of the age of hundreds of resumes, only a few replies. To such a point, can receive a few replies, Chaozi very concerned, serious preparation. Waiting for the day of the interview only to realize that the HR of these companies just let the super son to punch their own performance, and not really want to recruit. Even an unqualified HR, but also out of sarcasm Chaozi older. Chaozi was really miserable. What makes Chaozi feel even more desperate is that when he returned home, Chaozi's daughter-in-law, hearing that he failed the interview, scolded him for being unproductive and incapable. All the chores in the house, as well as the children, are put under Chaozi's responsibility. Chaozi has to prepare his resume, look for a job, and take care of his home and children, which is very tiring. Chaozi's daughter-in-law is also very picky. As long as there is a trace of dust or paper on the floor, bed or sofa at home, she will scold Chaozi for being lazy and not being able to do this little thing. How ugly, scolding how ugly. For the sake of the child, Chaozi tried his best to persuade himself not to talk to her in general, and wait to find a job will be fine. However, it is not that easy to find a job. In desperation, Chaozi wanted to run a takeaway, a sports car or a courier to make money first, and then change when he found a suitable job. However, Chaozi's daughter-in-law disagreed. She is worried about the neighbors, relatives, and friends to see, shame. Chaozi can only do some temporary work, strength work. In addition, the summer is very hot, and Chaozi has lost a lot of weight. Fan, Xiangzi, to the eternal Iron Triangle, let's go. The 3 of them clinked their glasses and drank it all. 2 glasses of wine down, Chaozi looked better, face smile more, today, see you 2 especially happy. Heart of those things, hidden for a long time, no place to vent. Only see you guys, I dare to say. Chaozi filled a glass for Yifan and Shangzi, and poured a glass for himself. Brother Fan, how are you doing? It feels like you are in much better spirits than when you were at work. After chatting about himself, Chaozi inquired about Yifan's recent situation. Indeed, I just noticed, seems to be younger and more handsome than before. Shangzi has always been a big talker, and only noticed it after Chaozi reminded her. Yifan tells the two that his daughter-in-law has asked him to stay home full-time to take care of the child, as the child is often sick and he is worried about the impact on the curriculum when he goes to elementary school. Full-time baby daddy, not working. No wonder, you look much better than before. Shoko heatedly laughed. Thinking of his own painful experience, Chaozi asked Yifan, Brother Fan, if you don't work at home, will your sister-in-law be angry? Chaozi, you underestimated our sister-in-law's pattern. Without waiting for Yifan to say anything, Xiangzi, who was intoxicated by alcohol, patted Chaozi's shoulder and said. Chapter 24 Sister-in-Law Big Pattern. Tonight, our Iron Triangle reunion, Brother Fan originally said that 7 o'clock to arrive. Sister-in-law, in order to let Brother Fan come early, she purposely came out early from work, a whole half-hour early. Then Xiangzi turned her head and pointed to Yifan's clothes. Chaozi, see Brother Fan's clothes? This year's new model, sister-in-law to buy. You can say, is our sister-in-law's style big? When it comes to clothes, Chaozi is angry. In the past, when he had money from work, Chaozi would buy 2 new clothes for himself every year. Since he lost his job, his daughter-in-law took all the money from him and didn't keep a penny. Once doing part-time work, accidentally torn clothes, want to buy a new, Chaozi daughter-in-law hard to stop not let, cannot earn money, buy what new clothes? These were the words of Chaozi's daughter-in-law. Chaozi could only use a needle and thread to sew up the clothes and wear them again. Let's not talk about it. To his sister-in-law, cheers. The 3 of us raised our glasses at the same time and drank it all down. After 3 rounds of drinks and the end of old times, Xiangzi started to talk business. Brother Fan, Chaozi, I'm looking for you guys today, I have something good to tell you. Xiangzi told the 2, his current company, to start a new project, and the original company business and technology is similar. The new project, led by Xiangzi, needs to recruit a few people. The first thing Xiangzi thought of was the company's Iron Triangle, Yifan and Chaozi. As to why let Xiangzi lead the team, it is very simple. The owner of this company is Xiangzi's own uncle. It's too good. Hearing this news, Chaoko slapped his thighs and was very excited. He no longer wanted to do part-time work, it was hard and tiring, and didn't make much money. Of course, the main thing is that he won't be scolded by his daughter-in-law anymore. I'll go. Chaozi was the first to sign up. The 2 turned their heads to Yifan and asked what he meant. If there wasn't a full-time milkman system, Yifan might have followed along. But, it was different now. After accompanying Jia for this period of time, Yifan realized that his previous career and dreams seemed to have become less important. Letting the child grow up happy and healthy was the most important thing. With the system in place, one could spend cash back and not have to worry about money. Accompanying the child, it could enhance the child's 4 attributes, making the child healthier and smarter. This is the best choice. The child needs me and can't leave. Yifan said his thoughts, if you 2 encounter any problems at work, just call. Seeing Yifan's resolute attitude, Xiangzi and Chaozi didn't continue to persuade him. Xiangzi told Yifan that if he wants to go in the future, the door will always be open. After chatting about business, the 3 of them continued to drink. South and north of the sky, all kinds of entertainment gossip, think of what to talk about. Drunkenness was in full swing until late at night. Ding bell. Rapid cell phone ringing, instantly breaking the atmosphere. Chaozi picked up the phone, is his daughter-in-law called. It's 10 o'clock. Get back here. I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Chaozi didn't turn on the speakerphone, but the ear-piercing sound still reached Yifan and Shangzi's ears. Maybe it was the alcohol stimulation, maybe the pain was suppressed for too long, maybe the new job had a result. Chaozi changed the usual coy, swallowed his anger, roared, I don't need you to manage. Said, directly hang up the phone. Yifan and Xiangzi advised Chaozi to go back earlier, do not because out of drinking, the 2 quarreled. Chaozi said it's fine, men should be tough, cannot spoil the daughter-in-law. It is not easy to come out, must enjoy. In a few minutes, the cell phone rang again. Yifan picked up the phone, said a few words softly, and hung up. Brother Fan, sister-in-law called you to go home, right? Xiaozi poured another full glass of wine for Yi Fan and Xiangzi. Sister-in-law is good to you, you have to be good to sister-in-law too, you can't make her angry. Drink this cup, you quickly go back. Yi Fan laughed, your sister-in-law and the child have already gone to bed. Let me not rush back, the iron triangle rarely get together. He also asked me to tell you not to drink too much and be safe when you go back. Xiaozi awkwardly raised his glass. Alas, my pattern is low again, wrong sister-in-law, self-punishment. After saying that, he drank it all in one go. Brother Fan, you changed your cell phone. Yi Fan was ready to put his cell phone back into his pocket, but was stopped by Xiangzi and grabbed it in his hand. Is this the new cell phone this year? I remember the official price of 2,800 yuan. Xiangzi appreciated it and gave it back to Yi Fan. Brother Fan, you couldn't even afford to buy clothes before, how can you afford to buy a cell phone? It won't be bought by your sister-in-law again, right? Yi Fan put the cell phone back into his pocket and nodded with a smile. Yes, a birthday gift for me. Xiaozi depressedly poured himself a full glass of wine again. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. Brother Fan, if my daughter-in-law is 1/10 as good as my sister-in-law. No, 100%, I wouldn't be in this mess. Don't say anything, let's go. Xiaozi drank it all again. Yi Fan advised Xiaozi to drink less, everyone has strengths and weaknesses, you have to find them. In the past, I heard Xiaozi mention it at a dinner party. When he had a job, Xiaozi's daughter-in-law worked while taking care of the home and children. The family, unless major things are solved by themselves, do not give Xiaozi trouble, very hard. Xiaozi put down his glass of wine and carefully recalled the past. Indeed. Probably because he was unemployed, all the pressure was on his daughter-in-law. She is under too much pressure and has nowhere to vent it out, so she looks for herself to take it out. After thinking about it, Xiaozi's mood brightened up, and a smile reappeared on his face. Brother Fan, thank you, I have realized. Here's to you. Xiaozi lifted the wine glass, toast to Yi Fan. Wait, how can you leave me behind, together? Xiangzi also raised his glass. Yi Fan raised his glass, looked at the two and smiled, to the iron triangle. To the future. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed heartily. Late at night, 11 o'clock. The wine is full. Yi Fan proposed to withdraw early and get together again another day. The last glass of wine. Xiaozi put down his glass, hurriedly packed up his things, and smiled awkwardly. Brothers, I'll go first. Luckily, thanks to Brother Fan's advice, I have to hurry back to accompany my daughter-in-law. Yi Fan told Xiaozi not to be in a hurry, he could not eat hot tofu in a hurry. After Xiaozi left, Yi Fan and Xiangzi also left one after another. The Iron Triangle party has come to an end for the time being. When Yi Fan returned home, he found that Lin Xingxue and Jia Jia had already gone to bed, but the living room light was still on. It must have been specially left by Lin Xingxue for herself. Yi Fan washed up, worried about going inside and waking up the two, and lay down alone on the single bed in the living room to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the sky just dawned. Lin Xingxue closed her eyes, touched her hand on the bed, didn't touch anyone, and hurriedly opened her eyes. Looking left and right, found no one on the bed. Quickly walking to the living room, she found that the living room lights were turned off and Yi Fan was lying on the single bed sleeping. Secretly breathing a sigh of relief, phew. I was scared to death. Returning to the bed, he continued to sleep. Along with the crisp alarm bell, a new day begins. Lin Xingxue goes to work and Yi Fan takes Jia Jia to boxing class. The little girl at the front desk was very enthusiastic and brought the two to the classroom. Chapter 25 Learning New Skills. Today, Jia Jia had her first class. The boxing coach first teaches some basics, such as the correct warm-up moves, how to wear protective gear, and so on. When everything is ready, the coach begins to teach the moves. In order to facilitate the parents to watch, one wall of the classroom is all transparent glass. Yi Fan sat outside the classroom and could clearly see the entire content of the lesson. Ding, detecting the child learning boxing skills during the host's accompaniment, acquiring the skill iron cloth shirt. Skill to be activated, experience value 0-100. The system tone rang in his ears. Yi Fan opened the system skill panel and found that there was indeed one more skill in it, iron cloth shirt, in an unactivated state. Unexpected harvest, money well spent. Last time Jia Jia learned to swim and activated the flying fish skill. This time, when he learned boxing, he activated the iron cloth shirt skill. It's true, there's no harm in enrolling in classes. The flying fish skill is an enhanced version of swimming, and the two are related. What is the relationship between iron cloth shirt and boxing? Yifan speculated that boxing is divided into two parts, attack and defense. Iron cloth shirt must have something to do with defense, after all, resistance. Forget it, there is no harm in having more skills, surely there is no harm. Yifan closed the skill panel and continued to watch Jiajia's class. The second half of the lesson was a practical exercise, and the coach very reluctantly put on his protective gear and knelt in front of Jiajia. P.S. There was a big height difference between Jiajia and the boxing coach. When the coach was standing, Jiajia couldn't reach his face and had to kneel. Jiajia followed the movements demonstrated by the coach, stood with his legs crossed and swung his fists hard. Bang bang bang. The sound of heavy blows resounded throughout the classroom, and Yifan, sitting outside, could hear it. Don't look at Jiajia as a little girl, her physique, speed and strength were comparable to that of a grown man. Facing Jiajia's ferocious attack, the coach could only grit his teeth and hold on as a mask of pain appeared on his face. After all, he had taught all children, lightweights, and for the first time, he had encountered such a strong one. Looking at the coach's painful appearance, Yifan silently cheered for him. Hold on, my skills depend on you. Level 2 system, each lesson can increase the experience value by 20. It only takes 5 lessons for the skill experience value to reach 100. Cheer up, coach, hang in there. Soon, the lesson ended and Yifan returned to the classroom. The coach was going to give the parents a lecture on what they had learned throughout the lesson. Only to see the coach panting and taking off his protective gear, sweating profusely, and even shaking his hands non-stop. On the other hand, Jiajia was very excited. After the coach briefly explained the course content, Yifan took Jiajia and left the classroom. Through the transparent glass, Yifan saw the coach sitting alone on the ground, his face full of sorrow. On the way back. Dad, the day after tomorrow is my birthday, what present will you give me? Jiajia pulled Yifan with her small hand and asked happily. What do you want? Rarely a good opportunity to spend cash back, how could Yifan miss it? Jiajia looked down and thought for half a day, and finally shook her head, not knowing. Yifan patted Jiajia's little head and laughed. It doesn't matter. I'll take you to the mall on your birthday, tell me what you want to buy. Aha! Jiajia nodded happily. Back to the neighborhood, just to see the fruit mother with the fruit to play. When Guagua saw Jiajia, he immediately ran over to her, and the two of them held hands and happily circled around. This is a unique way for children to greet each other. Gogo's mother is about 30 years old, is a full-time mom, responsible for taking care of children at home. She is a middle-aged woman who doesn't pay attention to her clothes and dresses casually. Her hair is very long and is often braided. Although they are neighbors, Yifan used to be busy at work, and the two of them met only to greet each other briefly, with no time to chat. Since Yifan is idle, Gogo and Jiajia often play together. Over time, Yifan and Gogo's mom also began to familiarize themselves with the topic of children, parents, gossip. Gogo's mom is very truthful, straightforward, and says what comes to mind. Yifan likes this way of communication. From the mouth of the mother of the fruit to know, tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, the neighborhood near the night market, there are cultural performances. I heard that there were acrobatics, face-changing, songs and so on. It was wonderful. Jiajia loved to watch the show. Yifan decided to take Jiajia to see it. A day without words. The next day, evening. Lin Qingxue was getting off work. Yifan made the meal in advance, put it on the table, sat on top of the chair with Jiajia and waited. Why isn't mom home yet? Jiajia stared at the clock on the wall and muttered in a low voice. At 7 p.m., there was a cultural performance at the night market and Jiajia was anxious to go see it. Yifan told Jiajia not to be in a hurry, and had already called Lin Qingxue in advance to ask about it, and was almost at the door of the neighborhood. Soon, a knock sounded outside. Mom, must have forgotten the key again, I'll go open the door. Lin Qingxue often forgets to bring the key. Jiajia has already gotten used to it. She was in a hurry to go to the show, so she didn't bother to put on her shoes and ran to the door in her bare feet. Mom, eat quickly, the show is about to start. Jiajia pulled Lin Qingxue's arm and walked towards the dining table. I'm going to be able to get you to eat first, she said, I'm going to be able to get you to eat first. Lin Qingxue favored Jiajia with a kiss on the cheek. No, I want to wait for mommy to eat together. Jiajia seriously looked at Lin Qingxue. Dad said, the family eat together to be happy. After saying that, Jiajia obediently returned to his chair, put his hands on the table, and waited. Lin Xingxue looked deeply at Yifan and was inexplicably moved in her heart. Deliberately waiting for himself to come back to eat seems like a very simple thing. In actuality, it was an affirmation of his hard work, a recognition of his family status. Lin Xingxue quickly washed her hands and returned to the table. Dad, Mom, eat, the show is about to start. Jia Jia carried the rice bowl in her left hand, picked up the chopsticks with her right hand, picked up a piece of meat and sent it to her mouth. Yifan and Lin Xingxue looked at each other and smiled, eating as much as they could. Because she was in a hurry to watch the show, Jia Jia ate quickly. Usually 20 minutes, today she finished eating in 10 minutes. After eating her fill, Jia Jia quickly changed into her clothes and shoes, picked up her water cup, and stood at the door, looking at her dad and mom with bated breath. Soon, Yifan and Lin Xingxue were also full. Yifan stood up and cleaned up the dishes, but was stopped by Lin Xingxue. Voila! Lin Xingxue told Yifan to turn his head to look at the door. Jia Jia can't wait, you accompany her, I'll do the dishes. Dad, Mom, hurry up. Jia Jia kept her eyes on the clock and finally couldn't help herself and urged. Yifan asked Lin Xingxue to accompany Jia Jia and brush the dishes himself. Lin Xingxue smiled and said, you go. I'm too tired today, I'll finish brushing the dishes, lie down for a while, and go find you guys later. Yifan also wanted Lin Xingxue to go with Jia Jia. Yifan also wanted Lin Xingxue to rest, so he led Jia Jia out of the house. Jia Jia happily followed behind, and before closing the door, he shouted to the house, Mom, Dad, and I will go first, come on, I'll take your place. The night market was very close to the neighborhood where Yifan lived, walking less than 5 minutes, the two arrived. Maybe the time is too early, many people have not finished eating, or not many people know the news, there are few people watching the show, there are many empty seats. Jia Jia pulled Yifan's arm and kept walking forward to the first row. Chapter 26 Roasted Cold Noodles Triggers Conflict. Jia Jia found 3 empty seats next to each other, let Yifan sit down first, next to Yifan himself, put the cup of water on another seat, smiled and said, Mom is here. As the performance time approached, the audience grew more and more. Jia Jia. A silhouette ran over in the distance, looking closely, it was Guagua. Gogo's mom followed behind, carrying the water cup. Go. The two of them hold hands and joyfully spin in circles. Jia Jia's dad, you guys are here early enough. Gogo's mom smiled and walked to Yifan's side, I didn't expect that there were quite a lot of people. Yes. Yifan nodded his head and looked around, the original empty seats were all full. At the end, there were still many people standing. Mama Guagua, you sit here. Yifan picked up a cup of water and let her sit on Lin Xingxue's seat. Thank you, no, I'll just bring Guagua to stand at the back. Gogo's mom politely refused. At this time, Jia Jia ran over from the side, Auntie, you sit here, I want to play with Gogo. Guagua also followed, Mom, I want to play with Jia Jia. Gogo's mom asked Jia Jia, I'm sitting here, what if your mom comes? Jia Jia tilted her little head, thought for a moment, and quickly came up with an idea, Mommy will sit on my seat, and I will sit on Mommy's lap. Under the strong persuasion of Jia Jia and Gogo, Gogo's mother could not be persuaded, so she had to sit down. Suddenly, on the stage, the lights came on. The host, dressed in a dark-colored dress, came out, Good evening, everyone. The stage instantly burst into applause. Soon, the first program began, acrobatic performance. The acrobats were skillful, hats, balls, flying around in their hands, dazzling people. Jia Jia was sitting next to Yifan, and Guagua was sitting on her mom's lap. Both of them were especially mesmerized, clapping and shouting from time to time. Program after program. It wasn't until the 4th program that Lin Xingxue came. Mom, sit down, the program in front of us is very good, you are late. Jia Jia pulled Lin Xingxue's arm and sat on her seat. She jumped onto Lin Xingxue's lap. Gogo, my mom is here too. Jia Jia happily introduced herself to her best friend. Only then did Lin Xingxue notice that Gogo's mom was sitting next to her and greeted her with a smile. The wonderful program continued. Yifan let Lin Xingxue accompany Jia Jia to watch the program, and he went around to see if there was anything good to eat. After turning around, he found that it was all junk food, nothing to eat. Thinking that Jia Jia and Lin Xingxue both like baked cold noodles, he walked to a stall. It was impossible to come to the night market and not buy something. Boss, for roasted cold noodles. Yifan, Lin Xingxue and Jia Jia each had one and gave one to Guagua. A family of 3 eating, can't let other people's children watch from the side. The stall owner, hearing that Yifan wanted 4 copies, smiled from ear to ear, definitely a big customer. Do not dare to be slow, immediately give to do. Boss, for copies do not want chili, one of them, put 2 ham. Jia's favorite food is ham. Okay, wait a minute, it'll be ready soon. The boss picked up the spatula very familiarly and started to work. Boss, how much? Yifan took out his cell phone and scanned the code, ready to pay. $18, $4.32, the extra ham for free. The boss is open. Yifan paid the money, waiting on the side. At this time, a yellow hair came over, walking in a stream, not like a good person. Boss, have some roasted cold noodles and 2 hams. The yellow hair held a cigarette in his right hand, crossed his legs, and sat on the dining chair next to the stall. He picked up his cell phone, scanned the code and paid. The loudspeaker of the stall sounded a reminder of the arrival of the bill, Weixin collection, 8 yuan. Yellow hair sucked a mouthful of smoke, spit out the smoke ring, boss, turned over. The owner of the stall realized that the amount is not correct, smilingly looked at Huang Mao, sorry. Roasted cold noodles 8 yuan a, plus ham 1 yuan, a total of $9. Boss meaning is very clear, yellow hair pay $1 less. Che, I'm $1 short of you? Yellow hair does not care in the slightest, sitting on the dining chair, not moving, next time to pay. Open door business, focus on peace and prosperity. Boss see yellow hair really do not want to give, also did not mention, continue to work. There was no need to offend customers because of $1. Soon, Yifan's 4 roasted cold noodles were ready. The boss skillfully packed them in a packing box and placed them on the stall, smiling, Sir, your 4 roasted cold noodles are ready. The top one is 2 hams. Before the boss finished speaking, yellow hair immediately stood up and reached out to grab the top portion of roasted cold noodles. Yifan was quick and grabbed yellow hair's wrist, this is mine, what do you want? Being grabbed by Yifan, yellow hair was angry and struggled to pull his arm out. But Yifan's palm was like an iron clamp, firmly grasping it. Even though he used all his strength, he didn't succeed. Yellow hair felt that he was losing face and was completely furious, let go of me. Yifan grasped yellow hair's wrist and slowly exerted himself, laughing, say it again. Let go. Agoo. Agoo. Ouch. As Yifan continued to exert himself, yellow hair cried out in pain, a mask of pain appearing on his face. I can't hear you. Yifan continued to push. Brother. Brother. I was wrong, please. Please. Let go of me. In front of Yifan's strong strength, yellow hair felt that his wrist was about to break, it was especially painful, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Seeing that yellow hair admitted his mistake, Yifan didn't make things difficult for him and let go of his hand, carrying 4 portions of roasted cold noodles and heading towards the direction of the stage. Yellow hair endured the severe pain coming from his wrist, staring at Yifan's direction of departure, his eyes showed a fierce light, quietly following him. He had never received this kind of anger, he must find a way to take revenge. Arriving at the first row of the stage, Yifan first handed Jia his share of the 2 hams. He kept one for himself, handed one to Lin Xingxue, and gave the last one to Guagua. Thank you, let's eat, no. Gogo's mom strongly refused, she didn't want it. Yifan pointed to his own family's 3 portions and laughed, don't be polite, we have all of them. If you give it to us, you won't be able to eat it. At this time, Jia came forward, forked out a piece of ham and put it in his mouth, laughing, Gogo, this is delicious, let's eat it together. Gogo was salivating from Jia's gluttony, turned his head to look at his mom and whispered, Mom, I want to eat. Gogo's mom had no choice but to accept it. The 2 children happily sat on their mother's lap, while eating and watching the program. Not long after, the host dressed in a gown, once again came on stage. He was followed by 2 young men who brought up a large rectangular table. The host announced that the next program was the one everyone loved to see, Sichuan opera Face Changing. But before that, please enjoy a few pieces of artwork. Someone in the back row of Yifan whispered. Again engage in this set. Appetite is whetted and the selling of paragraphs begins. It must be some famous calligraphy master's authentic handwriting again, and today it is an activity to engage in a pro price, so that everyone can bid on it. Chapter 27 Auction of Characters and Paintings. Yifan had also heard of this kind of trick. Under the pretext of promoting free cultural performances, the local people were gathered together. When everyone was having a good time, the real purpose was revealed, to sell paintings and calligraphy to make money. The presenter asked 2 young men to take out a piece of calligraphy, open it and let the audience see it. She introduced this word from a national master's hand, what calligraphy, inscription, etc., special care, very precious. In the spirit of benefiting the local people, this piece of writing was given to the following audience for free. But taking into account that people want the calligraphy and painting only one, the use of bidding, the highest bidder wins. The starting price is $200. Hearing the host sell the calligraphy and painting, the following audience instantly go half, not interested. Yifan, Lin Xingxue and Gogo's mother also want to go, who knows, Judge blocked not to let, she wants to wait to see the back of the program, Sichuan opera face changing. Guogua also shouted to watch with Jia Jia. Unable to persuade the children, the two families had to sit on the chairs and continue to wait. After the host announced the starting price, there were a few people who raised their hands. Every time a hand is raised, the price is increased by 100. The host shouted with a smile, this big brother bid 300 yuan. Big sister bid 400 yuan. Anyone else want to raise their hand? Okay, the big brother bids 500. Anyone else? This is a copy of the master's own handwriting. There are 3 copies of the same character. One is in the museum's collection for tourists to browse and enjoy. Another one was auctioned off for $100,000. And the last one is in my hand, so if you buy it, you'll make a profit. Any further bids? Host in the above chattering introduction, want to express the meaning is very clear, this word is both precious and cheap, cannot miss. Sure enough, under the host's frantic sales pitch, another person fell for it and raised his hand for $600. There was no one behind to raise their hand again. Congratulations to this big sister, $600 can buy this piece of calligraphy, absolutely super value. Hang it at home, collect it and pass it on to future generations. The host asked the 2 boys to put the calligraphy away and asked the big sister to come and get it. Then, he asked the 2 boys to open a piece of writing again and show it to the audience. Still the same routine, the starting price of 200 yuan, the highest bidder wins. Lin Xingxue feel no fun, see time is not early, tomorrow have to work overtime, propose to go back first. Jia Jia does not let, must wait for Sichuan opera face changing. Yifan let Lin Xingxue go back first, he accompanied Jia Jia wait. I'm sorry. Lin Xingxue told Yifan and Jia Jia to go back early, she went back to take a shower and wash up first. Greeted with Gogo's mom and left. Yifan and Gogo's mom continued to wait with the children. The 2 children were very excited and were very happy while playing and waiting. In the end, the second character was sold for $400. The host was slightly disappointed, probably because the sale price was too low. The third picture was opened and the words "Horse to Success" were written on it. Unlike the first 2, the left and right sides of the word, respectively, were painted with 2 horses, lifelike. To be precise, this is a word painting. The starting bidding price is still $200. Seeing that there was a painting next to the word, many people thought that it was superb value, and that the same amount of money could buy both the word and the painting. So, many people raised their hands. At this time, Jia Jia ran over and came to Yifan's ear, Dad, I want that painting. You like it? Yifan looked at Jia Jia in doubt, how could a little kid like this kind of thing? Jia Jia nodded seriously, the horse on it, it's beautiful. It turned out that she didn't like the words, but the painting on it. Since Jia Jia likes it, definitely buy it, rare consumption cashback good opportunity. Good, Dad bought it, as a birthday gift, for you. Yifan dotingly patted Jia Jia's little head. Too good, Dad is going to buy me a birthday present. Let's go to the front to have a look. Jia Jia happily pulled Gogo to go to the top of the stage to see it up close. Guogua also wanted to buy one and asked her mom for it. Gogo's mom smiled and said, let's not buy it, tomorrow Mom will buy you something delicious. In front of the delicious ones and the good-looking ones, Guogua quickly made a choice and had to choose the delicious ones. Not to buy, but can look, fruit after Jia Jia also ran to the stage above, to join in the fun. By this time, the calligraphy and painting had been auctioned off at 600 yuan. No one around raised their hands anymore. Yifan decisively raised his hand. Good, this big brother knows the goods, bid 700 yuan. The host raised his hand and pointed to Yifan, shouting excitedly. This is the highest price tonight, of course the host is happy. Yifan looked at the person who just raised his hand and inwardly hoped that she would raise her hand again. The more expensive the cashback, the more. Soon, that person raised her hand again, $800. Yifan was happy to look at the other person and raised his hand, $900. Unfortunately, that person hesitated for half a day and did not raise his hand again. Yi Fan was a little disappointed. If it was more expensive, how good? Just as the host announced the deal, a person in the distance raised his hand. This big brother bid $1,000. Cough cough. The host shouted out in excitement, almost breaking his voice. An auction price for a painting or calligraphy that could reach $1,000 had only been encountered 3 times in her hosting career. Price gouging was bad for others, but for Yi Fan, it was definitely good. When he saw the familiar yellow hair, Yi Fan understood. He wanted to use this way to take revenge. Fulfill you, feel free to come. Yi Fan raised his hand, $1,100. In the distance, Yellow Hair was sitting in front of a barbecue stand, drinking with 2 friends. I don't know whether he was overwhelmed by anger or alcohol, but he raised his hand to bid again. Next to the 2 friends, tapping the table to coax. When Yi Fan looked at Yellow Hair intentionally extended his thumb downward, mocking Yi Fan. Yi Fan also made the same gesture towards him and raised his hand to bid again. The 2 men went back and forth, not giving in to each other. Weiguo's mom stared at Yi Fan in dismay and couldn't believe it. To buy a birthday gift for her child, she had spent so much money. In her opinion, this painting and calligraphy $200 are not worth it. Moreover, looking at Yi Fan's clothes, he didn't look like a rich man. In the past, he was always busy at work, but now he is at home all day with his children and goes out to play, and Gogo's mom guessed that Yi Fan must be unemployed and out of work. Now it seems, no, one's guess is definitely wrong. A person who didn't earn money surely wouldn't be willing to spend so much money on the most impractical things like paintings and calligraphy. Yi Fan and Yellow Hair are still continuing to bid, not giving in to each other, directly came to 2,500 yuan. Both were happy, just with different meanings. Yellow Hair was happy because he could get back at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was happy because he could get a super high consumption rebate, raised his hand and bid 2,600 yuan. At this time, Jia ran over with Guagua and once again came to Yi Fan's ear, "Dad, can I change my birthday present?" "Why?" Bidding has entered the white-hot stage. Jia suddenly do not want. Yi Fan does not understand. Jia told Yi Fan that there was another painting above the stage that was even more beautiful, and she wanted that one. "It's okay, as long as you like it, you can buy both." Yi Fan thought, the price of this painting has been to 2,600 yuan, even if Jia not too like, can 10 times cash back, can also be. Who knows? Jia shook her head, "I don't like this, I only want that one." Chapter 28 The Big Show. Yi Fan knows Jia character, with her mother Lin Xingxue, like is like, do not like is not like. No matter how to persuade, will not change. Just like Lin Xingxue likes Yi Fan, identifies Yi Fan, everyone in the family opposes, all meaningless. In the distance, Yellow Hair once again raised his hand to bid 2,700 yuan and made a mocking gesture to lure Yi Fan to bid again. He picked up his wine glass and raised it high in Yi Fan's direction, then turned around to clink glasses with his friends around him, as if celebrating a successful revenge. The mocking value was pulled full. Through many rounds of bidding bids, Yellow Hair mistakenly thought that Yi Fan was already on top of his anger. As long as he angered Yi Fan, he would definitely bid again. Only this time, he had miscalculated. Since Jia didn't like it, he couldn't get the system spending cash back. Yi Fan would not spend 2,800 renminbi to buy this worthless painting and calligraphy just because he was angry with Yellow Hair. He turned his head, didn't look at Yellow Hair, and stopped bidding. Huang Mao completely panicked. He is a person who wants to save $1 when he buys roasted cold noodles. Letting him spend 2,700 yuan to buy the calligraphy and painting is worse than killing him. Because the distance was too far, plus the environment was too noisy, only to see Huang Mao struggling to run over to Yi Fan to settle the score, was stopped by the 2 friends around him. His mouth opened wide, not knowing what to say. Yi Fan was too lazy to care and concentrated on waiting for the next piece of artwork to be auctioned. Not long after, a young man holding a painting, followed by 2 big men, walked to the front of the Yellow Hair. It is estimated that the fear of Yellow Hair reneged on the bill, only to find 2 big men to follow. Just now also clawed Yellow Hair, see the big man immediately honest, very reluctant to scan the code, payment. Soon, the next painting and calligraphy auction began. Opening the scroll, there were 4 big words written on it, with a very brightly colored flower next to the words. It was the very same calligraphy and painting that Jia liked. No wonder Jia liked it. As a girl, flowers are more tempting than horses. "Dad, raise your hand." Jia excitedly pulled on Yi Fan's arm and raised it upwards. Yifan told her to take it easy, the auction hadn't started yet. The host begins to explain the painting and calligraphy, talking up a storm, and the bidding begins, with the starting price still at $200. This painting and calligraphy is obviously more attractive, and there are many people raising their hands below. It seems that Jia Jia has a good eye. Yifan is not in a hurry, wait for fewer people to say. From the starting price of 200 has been added to 600 yuan, only 2 or 3 people are still raising their hands. Yifan raised his hand, 700 yuan. Seeing no one raise their hands to increase the price, Yifan is a little disappointed. Rare good opportunity, friends give strength. However, still no one raised their hands. Yifan suddenly thought of a suitable candidate, yellow hair. Turning his head to look at yellow hair, he raised his middle finger, deliberately mocking and provoking him. At this time, yellow hair was drinking mulled wine. Having been tricked by Yifan twice in a row, he was very angry. Looking up, he inadvertently saw that Yifan was giving himself the middle finger, old hatred and new hatred. Yellow hair managed to be enraged, cursing and raising his hand to raise the price. Yifan raised his hand again and looked at yellow hair. Under the constant stimulation of Yifan, Huang Mao frequently raised his hand. The bidding price has risen to 1,500 yuan. Huang Mao around two friends cannot watch, worrying that with the last bidding, the same, again cheated, high price for calligraphy and painting. So, the two hurriedly pressed him. Huang Mao, lying on the table, struggling to raise his hand, was pressed hard by a friend. Seeing that Huang Mao had no hope, Yifan had to turn his head back. 1,500 yuan, not bad. Congratulations to this big brother, 1,500 yuan, sold. The host was unusually excited, pointing in Yifan's direction. Soon, as with yellow hair, a young man, with two big men, gave Yifan the calligraphy and painting. Scanning code, payment. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback reward for consumption, 30,000 yuan. 20 times cashback, cool. Yifan received a reminder from his cell phone that the balance is 130,000 yuan. Distance from the external debt of 150,000, there is still a difference of $20,000. In the face of Yifan's two bids, Gogo's mom has been watching from the sidelines without squeaking. Have a deeper understanding of Yifan. Jia Jia was happy to get the calligraphy and painting and pulled Gogo to look at it together. The bidding session came to an end, followed by the anticipated Sichuan opera face-changing. The two children stood at the front of the stage, staring intently at the actors, wanting to see clearly how it was done. However, after half a day of watching, they found nothing. After the face-changing program ended, the whole cultural performance ended at 9:30 p.m. Yifan took Jia Jia, who was not yet finished, as well as Guoguo and her mother, back to the neighborhood. Just walking to the entrance of the night market, Huang Mao wandered towards Yifan. Behind him were his two friends. Look at the yellow hair walking around like, certainly drunk. Guoguo's mom saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly protected Guoguo behind her. Yifan also let Jia Jia hide behind himself. Who knows, Jia Jia is not honest, poking out his little head to look out, not the slightest bit afraid. Soon, yellow hair walked up to Yifan. Raising his hand, he pointed at Yifan, and because yellow hair was drunk, his speech was mumbled and could not be heard clearly. Seeing that Yifan did not respond, yellow hair began to play drunkenness, raised his hand toward Yifan to hit. Seeing that it was too late and there were children present, Yifan didn't want to dawdle. He lifted his hand and pinched yellow hair's neck, lifting it in mid-air. Yifan was 1 meter 8 tall and had long legs and arms. On the contrary, yellow hair, about 1 meter 7, very thin, coupled with drunkenness, the whole body has no strength. It was as simple as crushing an ant to death for Yifan. Yellow hair was strangled, unable to breathe, waving his limbs in mid-air, struggling. Brother, I'm sorry, he's drunk. Brother, please let him go. Yellow hair's two friends were worried that something would happen to yellow hair and hurriedly begged for mercy from Yifan. Yifan lifted up yellow hair with one hand, displaying his terrifying strength, scaring the two men and not daring to make another move. Don't have a next time. Yifan threw yellow hair a meter away with a forceful fling. Mama Guagua stood by the side looking dumbfounded, so handsome, so secure. Mom, Jia Jia's dad is awesome. The sound of Guagua shouting pulled her back to reality. Gogo's mom looked at Yifan's tall back and smiled. Things settled, the group of four returned to the neighborhood. After saying goodbye to Gogo and her mom, Yifan took Jia Jia upstairs. Just arrived home, Jia Jia happily picked up the calligraphy and painting and showed Lin Qingxue. Mom, look, this is the birthday present that Dad gave me. Jia Jia happily shouted. Lin Xingxue had just taken a shower, her hair was wet and not yet dry, she was leaning on the sofa and resting. You guys bought calligraphy and paintings? Lin Xingxue didn't expect Yifan to buy it. When the bidding first started, many people in the back row said that it was a show set, and Yifan heard it. Knowing the scam, with Yifan's intelligence, he definitely wouldn't fall for it. Therefore, when seeing the calligraphy and painting, Lin Xingxue was surprised. Yifan laughed, the child likes it, and tomorrow is her birthday, so I bought it. Yifan was clear that the child was Lin Xingxue's soft underbelly. As long as the child likes it, Lin Xingxue will usually agree. Well, as long as the child likes it, Lin Xingxue will usually agree. Lin Xingxue let Jie open the word painting and found a flower inside. It was very pretty, it did look good. Mom, what are you going to give me for my birthday? Putting away the calligraphy and painting, Jia hugged Lin Xingxue's arm and pampered her. Chapter 29 Birthday Gifts. Yifan sent Jia a word painting. Lin Xingxue also wanted to send special birthday gifts that were meaningful. Toys and snacks were too tacky, and could be bought on a regular basis. However, rummaging around, Lin Xingxue could not think of what to send. Jia, what do you want? Since she couldn't think of anything, she had to ask Jia. Jia tilted her little head, thought for a moment, and soon had an idea. Mom, I want a little brother and sister. Lin Xingxue froze. She never thought that Jia would want this. It's not something that can be done just by wanting it. Previously, Yifan and Lin Xingxue had thought about this, but because they were too busy working, they didn't have time to temper their bodies. Coupled with the stress of life, they had been putting it off until now. Why do you want it? Has anyone told you about it? Lin Xingxue guessed that Jia was young and didn't understand any of this. Someone must have mentioned it to her. Jia wrapped her arms around Lin Xingxue and said pitifully, Guagua has a little brother, Cici has a little sister, and I'm the only one who doesn't have anything. I want a little brother and sister to play with me. Jia lay on top of Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue was touched. When chatting with Jia had expressed many times that she was especially envious of Gogo having a little brother. Cici's little sister, chubby and cute. Unexpectedly, she brought it up again today, and seemed to really want it. Is it still possible to give birth? Lin Xingxue looked at Yifan in a difficult situation, and today the family still has 150,000 yuan of external debt unpaid. A family of 3 people crowded in 42 square feet of house, if another one, how to live? Who else is going to take care of the child? Lin Xingxue's mother died many years, Yifan's mother has just been very sick, himself, or Yifan? Thinking about all this, Lin Xingxue had a headache. One more child would create many more problems. Yifan asked Lin Xingxue to take Jia to take a shower and wash up first, she had to work overtime tomorrow. Lin Xingxue nodded her head. When Jia finished washing, Yifan then went in to wash. The house was small and only had 1 bathroom, so there was no way but to line up. When Yifan finished washing, Jia had already fallen asleep, and Lin Xingxue was wearing loose pajamas and lying on the bed looking at her cell phone. How did you finish washing? Usually 10 minutes to get it done, today Yifan washed for half an hour. Yifan stretched out his arm and smelled the fragrance. Lin Xingxue sat up and smelled the fragrance of Yifan's body. Sleep at night, spray perfume for what? Yifan wrapped his arms around Lin Xingxue and laughed, of course. It's a birthday present for a child. Birthday gift? Lin Xingxue instantly thought of the little brother and sister Jia just mentioned. A hint of blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Stop it. Lin Xingxue shyly lowered her head and burrowed into Yifan's chest. Today is the safe period. Safe period may not be safe. There were no words for the night. The next day, early morning. Lin Xingxue was meek as a kitten, curled up in Yifan's arms, sleeping soundly. Due to tossing and turning too late last night, Yifan let Lin Xingxue sleep more and didn't wake her up. It wasn't until 9 a.m. that Lin Xingxue opened her eyes in a daze. Why didn't you wake me up? Lin Xingxue looked at the clock on the wall and asked softly. Yifan stroked his fair cheeks and laughed. Today is Jia's birthday, don't go to work overtime. Seeing that it was too late to go to the company to work overtime, Lin Xingxue had to promise not to go today. Tomorrow then go to work overtime. Soon, Jia also woke up. Learning that Lin Xingxue will not work overtime, Jia is very happy. Having her dad and mom by her side and spending her birthday together was more important to her than any birthday gift. After breakfast in the morning, Yifan and Lin Qingxue accompanied Jia Jia to order a birthday cake. In the cake store, there were many styles. Jia Jia chose a cartoon birthday cake, 199 yuan. Yifan swept the code to pay. The cashback is 3,980 yuan, 20 times the cashback reward. After ordering the cake, Jia Jia went to the mall to play Naughty Castle. Yifan has a Times card and directly swipes the card to let Jia Jia go in. Yifan and Lin Qingxue accompanied outside. Played until noon. Since it was too late, they didn't want to go back to cook, so the three of them ate Jia Jia's favorite hot pot outside. 20 times spending cashback, 3,360 yuan. After eating, Jia Jia continued to play Naughty Castle. Jia Jia's physical strength is really good, play until the evening. The three of them went to the cake store to get a cake, and bought some balloons and colored lights at the supermarket to go back to make decorations. Back home, Lin Qingxue first helped Jia Jia take a bath. Yifan was responsible for decorating the balloons and colored lights and cooking. After the bath, the family sat at the table, lit candles, sang the birthday song. Jia Jia closed her eyes and made a wish, cut the cake. Jia Jia, what did you wish for? Seeing Jia Jia close her eyes for a long time, Yifan asked with a smile. Jia Jia shook her head and said seriously, I can't tell you, the wish won't work if I say it. Then you write it out, Dad will help you realize it. Yifan took out paper and pen. Jia Jia tilted her little head, thinking for a moment, well, it's okay. In kindergarten, Jia Jia had learned some Chinese characters in pinyin, but she was not very proficient. She could not write many words, so she used pinyin instead. Dad, I've finished writing, here. Jia Jia handed the paper to Yifan. Lin Qingxue was curious and poked her head out to join in the fun. The two of them looked at it for half a day and finally saw clearly that there were two wishes written on it. The first one was that she wished that her father would continue to stay home with her. The second, I hope that my mom will give birth to a little brother and sister. Good guy, can't forget about the little brother and sister. At 9 p.m., Jia Jia had a pleasant birthday and was still smiling in her sleep. Lin Qingxue was lying on the bed looking at her cell phone. Yifan, with a bath towel around his waist, came out of the bathroom and stretched out his arm. Daughter-in-law, smell good? Again? Lin Qingxue was so scared that she hurriedly hid on the other side of the bed, keeping a safe distance from Yifan. The child's birthday wish must help her realize. Yifan came to Lin Qingxue's side. I told you, I'm safe, let's get down to sleep, you're wasting your efforts. Lin Qingxue deliberately turned around, not letting Yifan have none thinking about himself. Yifan lay on the bed and opened the System Attribute panel. System Level, Level 2 Upgrade Experience Value 58,100. Host Daughter, Yilin Jia. Physique, 66. Speed, 63. Strength, 64. Intelligence, 65. Free Attribute Points, 12. Host, Yifan. Physique, 100. Speed, 100. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 100. Free Attribute Points, 12. All of his 4 attributes have broken 100, and he has reached the maximum value. Reaching the maximum value, I don't believe I can't break through the position. I can't believe I can't break through the position. The next morning, Yifan and Jia Jia were woken up by the alarm clock. Why do you still set alarm clocks on weekends? Yifan asked as he lay on the bed and turned off the alarm clock, wrapping his arms around Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue gave Yifan a kiss on the cheek, got up and went to wash up. She tossed and turned too late yesterday and was worried that she wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. I should have gone to work overtime yesterday, so I can't delay today. Lin Qingxue said as she washed up and changed her clothes. Soon, packed properly, Lin Qingxue hand holding satchel out the door. Chapter 30 Payback. Daughter-in-law, remember to buy breakfast on the way, do not starve. Before going out, Yifan carefully reminded. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. Lin Qingxue went out to work. Since Jia Jia was woken up by the alarm clock, she was very sleepy and lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. Yifan also lay on the bed to rest. After breakfast, Yifan accompanied Jia Jia to the swimming lesson. Jia Jia was learning fast, she had already learned breaststroke and was learning freestyle. Coach Lu praised Jia Jia for being smart, and that she could learn all kinds of technical points and postural movements as soon as she was taught. Yifan thought to himself, must be, intelligence 65, not a joke. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. picked up the phone. It was Yifan's mother calling. "Mom, how is your body these days?" Since Yifan's mother was discharged from the hospital, she has been recuperating in her hometown in the countryside, and Yifan's father is taking care of it on the side. Just 2 days ago, through the phone, the body recovery is not bad. A kind voice came from the other end of the phone, "Quite good. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Yifan, unemployed thing, has not dared to tell Yifan's mother. In the old man's mindset, unemployment is a very serious matter, surely not eat well, sleep well. There's no need to tell her. "Mom, today is Sunday, not working," Yifan said with a smile. "Good." On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a few seconds. Yifan guessed that his mother must have something to look for him. Normally, Yifan's mother was worried that calling would affect Yifan's work and rarely took the initiative to call. "Mom, did something happen at home?" Yifan took the initiative to ask. Yifan's mother hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Your sister-in-law is sick and hospitalized. I heard that she had to have an operation, which cost a lot of money. Last time I was sick, I borrowed $20,000 from someone else, you." Yifan's mother didn't continue. She was conflicted inside. On one hand, she wanted to pay back the money so that her sister could be cured. On the other hand, she was worried that Yifan couldn't get the money, so she was torn. Yifan's sister-in-law was 2 years younger than Yifan's mother and had a very hard life. Her husband died early due to illness, leaving behind a 3-year-old child. Worried that the child would be wronged, the sister-in-law did not remarry and raised the child alone. Cannot go out to work, in the village opened a small supermarket, business is average, can earn some pocket money. After learning that Yifan's mother is sick, anxious, take out all the savings in the hands of $20,000, so that Yifan's mother treatment. I heard that later, due to the lack of money, supermarkets have encountered difficulties in purchasing goods. Yifan remembers that when he was a child, he often went to his sister-in-law's house to play. Because the sister-in-law's supermarket, there are a lot of snacks and toys, you can eat and play casually. In Yifan's impression, his sister-in-law was generous and loved himself. "Mom, I know, when Jia gets off class, I will go to the hospital to see my sister-in-law. The hospital where my sister-in-law is located is not far from Yifan, and it only takes an hour to drive." At first, my sister-in-law lent all the money to Yifan's mother to see the doctor. There must not be much money in her hand. It's just as well that I have money in my hand, so I'll pay it back. Waiting for Jia to get out of class, go home and take a shower to change clothes, on the way to buy a fruit basket and a box of pure milk on the way, drive to visit the sister-in-law. Visiting the sick cannot be empty-handed. On the way. "Dad, who are we going to see in the hospital?" Because of the rush, Yifan only told to go to the hospital to see someone, did not say who. Yifan's sister-in-law. According to seniority, Jia should call her auntie grandma. "Have I ever met my aunt and grandmother?" Jia asked again. When Jia was 2 years old, Yifan took her there once. Later, there had been no opportunity. Yifan's grandma was alive and well, over 80 years old this year. Yifan's family and his sister-in-law's family often gathered at his grandma's house. Loved ones see, there is no need to go home again. On New Year's Day, since he also had to go to Lin Qingshue's side of the family to pay his respects, it was a rush to run on both sides. Yifan is driving his own relatives, each family sits for a while and then leave, Lin Qingxue at home to watch the children. An hour later, arrived at the hospital. Before coming, Yifan called his mother and asked for his sister-in-law's ward number. Walked to the front of the ward, only to see the door open, sister-in-law lying on the bed by herself, her face was very bad, looking at the ceiling. "Xiaoyi." Yifan put the fruit basket and pure milk on the chair at the door and took Jia in. "Yifan, why are you here? Come in quickly." Auntie didn't expect Yifan to come to see her, she was so happy that it was visible to the naked eye, she hurriedly struggled to sit up. Yifan quickly walked 2 steps, helped his sister-in-law up, grabbed a pillow and put it behind him, letting his sister-in-law lean on it. "Auntie, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly hospitalized?" In Yifan's impression, his sister-in-law was in good health and rarely got sick. Auntie looked at Yifan lovingly, "Didn't you go to work today?" "A minor ailment, I'm fine, you don't have to worry." Yifan didn't disclose that he was unemployed and laughed, "Today is Sunday, not working." "Come on, Jia, call your aunt and grandmother." Yifan called Jia over. Jia stood beside Yifan and smiled, "Good day, auntie and grandma." "This is Jia? Come and take a look." Auntie happily waved and called Jia to her. I haven't seen you for a few years, you've grown so tall. If only we were at home, there are a lot of good food and fun at home, you would love it. Auntie looked at Jia. The more she looked at her, the happier she became, and she looked much better. When you get well, I'll bring Jia to visit you. Right, sister-in-law, where is Ocean? Yifan saw that there was only his sister-in-law herself in the ward, no one to take care of her, and asked in doubt. Ocean is the cousin of the sister-in-law's family, married to the county girl, looks good, in the old country said, this is called high climbing. Because the cousin is authentic rural people, high school did not go to college, working in the county. The price of high climbing, all the money earned to hand over, the family listened to the daughter-in-law, no say. Married for 5 years, gave birth to a girl. From birth to now, the sister-in-law has only seen once. Ocean daughter-in-law disliked the rural environment is not good, from birth to now, did not let the child back. The sister-in-law misses his granddaughter, went to the county to see once. Not live 3 days, was marine daughter-in-law thrown back. Yifan cousin, Ocean, weak character, all listen to the daughter-in-law. In the face of his mother's unfair encounter, dare not speak out. Now, my sister-in-law is sick and hospitalized, if the Ocean does not come over to take care of, too bad. Mention son Ocean, sister-in-law face with bitter, forced out a smile, with his daughter-in-law, together with me to buy food to go. Yifan let Jia play on the side and helped his sister-in-law peel an apple. Auntie, I came here this time, in addition to visiting you, I also want to pay back the money I owe you. Last time my mom got sick, you were the first one to take out all your savings, $20,000, I am very grateful and will always remember it in my heart, I won't forget it. I heard you're going to have an operation. How much do you need? I still have some left here. Yifan handed the apple to his sister-in-law. Auntie took the apple and sighed deeply, alas, I have lived to this age, it's enough, be contented, don't waste any more money. As I said last time, the $20,000 I gave to your mother was a gift, not a loan. You don't have to pay it back. I didn't help much with your mother's illness last time, so I guess you borrowed a lot more. If there's money, you pay back others, don't mind me. My sister-in-law has lived a heartbreaking life, working hard for most of her life, raising her son, getting married, and having children. I thought I could enjoy the happiness of my family, but who knows, in the end, I'm still on my own. Her daughter-in-law dislikes her son doesn't compete, and her granddaughter can't see her. She's really had enough. Auntie took an apple in her hand and took a bite. When she thought of the sadness, tears slid down the corners of her eyes. The apple in her mouth was slow to swallow. Chapter 31 Big Rice Small Stew. Yifan drew out a tissue and handed it to his sister-in-law, smiling, Sister-in-law, your body is now important, first cure the disease. The Ocean is still small, do not understand your good intentions, later will be good. Sometimes the heart disease is more important than the physical disease. According to my sister-in-law's current state of mind, even if Yifan pays back the money, it is very likely that he will not be treated, directly discharged from the hospital, waiting for death at home. Auntie, you must get well. When Duo grows up and wants to see her grandmother, what should she do? Yifan knew that Duo was his sister-in-law's greatest hope. Every time we gathered at Grandma's house, she was especially happy to talk about Duo. Although she can't see anyone, through Ocean, she can find out how tall Duo has grown, what she likes, and so on. Occasionally, when Ocean's daughter-in-law was not at home, my sister-in-law talked to Duo on the phone and watched videos. When she heard Duo call her grandmother, she couldn't stop smiling. She praised Duo for her understanding and beauty. Hearing Duo, my sister-in-law's eyes, which were originally dull and lifeless, flashed with a glimmer of light. Looking at Jia, who was playing, my sister-in-law laughed, now Duo should be about the same height as Jia, if here, how good it would be. Auntie was in a much better mood, at least there was a smile on her face. Time passes by. Yifan and his sister-in-law continued to chat. During this time, Yifan offered to return the money, but the sister-in-law still refused to take it. She whispered to Yifan that the $20,000 was what she had, over the past few years, secretly saved up, and neither Ocean nor her daughter-in-law knew about it. If they know, they will definitely try to cheat away. Ocean daughter-in-law does not look at the sister-in-law, but desperately let the Ocean tube sister-in-law to ask for money, how much to ask for how much. The sister-in-law had no choice but to conceal from the Ocean, stealing and saving $20,000. Counted as their own pension money. The sister-in-law is considered to understand, their son cannot count on, can only think of their own way. Yifan laughed, Auntie, I understand. This thing does not let them know. Dad, I'm hungry. Jia Jia covered her small stomach and ran over. Yi Fan looked at the time, it was already 2 p.m., how come the two of them are still not back? Yi Fan, take Jia Jia to eat first, they should be back soon. Auntie was worried about Jia Jia's hunger and advised Yi Fan. Yi Fan decided to take Jia Jia to dinner first and asked his sister-in-law to wait a little longer. After leaving the hospital, Yi Fan asked Jia Jia what she wanted to eat. Jia Jia laughed, I want to eat egg fried rice and a bottle of drink. Good. Yi Fan saw a restaurant not far away and brought Jia Jia over. When he passed a hot pot restaurant, he saw a figure inside that was familiar. Looking closely, it was his sister-in-law's son, Ocean. Across from him sat her daughter-in-law. The two were talking, laughing and happy, and kept clinking their glasses, as if they had forgotten about their sister-in-law's illness and hospitalization. Then look at the table, there are beef, mutton, fish, tripe, and a variety of vegetables, not much left on the plate. 2 people can eat enough. Yi Fan helplessly shook his head. Dad, quickly go, I'm hungry. Jia Jia pulled Yi Fan's arm and kept walking forward. Came to the restaurant, Yi Fan helped Jia Jia to order a fried rice, and he himself wanted a fish and shredded pork-covered rice. When eating, I saw that the store has a special dish, rice and small stewed meat. Yi Fan knows, sister-in-law especially like to eat meat, just usually cannot afford to buy. So, he ordered a small stew with rice, put more meat and tofu and vermicelli in it, and packed it away. The two ate a full meal, once again passed by that hot pot restaurant. Ocean and her daughter-in-law had already left. Come to the ward corridor. A long way to hear the Ocean daughter-in-law chattering and talking, very noisy and annoying. At this age, eating meat is not good for the stomach, steamed bread and pickles are the best. What are you waiting for? Go to give her a cup of hot water, choking bad still have to spend money to see a doctor. Not long, the Ocean with a cup of water out, just ran into the door of Yi Fan and Jia Jia. Brother Fan, you're back, come on in. My mom was talking about you just now. Mom, my brother Fan is here. Ocean shouted at the top of his lungs. When Yi Fan went in, he saw that his sister-in-law was hiding the steamed buns and pickles in her hand under her pillow. Ocean daughter-in-law legs resting on another chair, is buried in the nibbles Yi Fan fruit basket in the crisp pear. Yi Fan pulled the chair over with force and sat next to his sister-in-law's hospital bed. Ocean's daughter-in-law almost fell down and wanted to stand up to argue with Yi Fan, but was pulled back by Ocean. Yi Fan, you came back fast enough. The sister-in-law had a complicated expression. Yi Fan took out the packed rice stew and put it on the cabinet next to the hospital bed, and smiled, Auntie, I remember that you like meat the most, so I bought it specially for you, eat it. Auntie looked at the spiced small stew, swallowed her saliva, and then turned her head to look at the Ocean and his daughter-in-law, pushed the small stew aside and saved it for the evening. Just after you left, Ocean came back to buy dinner. There are several large meat buns and a porridge, I just finished eating it, and I'm still very bracing now. After saying that, the sister-in-law also deliberately touched the deflated stomach. Yi Fan, worried about the Ocean and his daughter-in-law embarrassed, face cannot pass, was cut jokes, sister-in-law only lied, deliberately lying to Yi Fan. Yi Fan also does not nag, get up and pull out the steamed buns and pickles hidden under the pillow, threw to the Ocean daughter-in-law. This thing, leave your mom to eat. Turning to look at the sister-in-law, the two of them can do this thing, face or not want, you do not need to hide for the two of them. Ocean's daughter-in-law was furious and ran over, wanting to fight with Yi Fan. Yi Fan is a tall man, stood over, sneered and said, want to do it, I'm with you. Ocean daughter-in-law knows that their hands cannot take advantage of, immediately shouted at the Ocean, you stupid your daughter-in-law was bullied. Ocean looked at Yi Fan, and looked at his daughter-in-law, and finally looked at his mother, ashamed to lower his head. You two ran to the hot pot restaurant, eating and drinking, leaving my sister-in-law alone in the hospital, 2 p.m. have not eaten. Waiting for half a day, just wait for this thing. Yi Fan pointed to the steamed buns and salted vegetables on the ground, angrily said, sister-in-law is a patient, your conscience was eaten by the dog. Turning his head to look at the Ocean daughter-in-law, if it is your mom lying here, you certainly will not do this. Have you ever thought, if Duo grows up and treats you like this, how will you feel? Ocean daughter-in-law was so disliked by Yi Fan that she couldn't speak. And you? Yi Fan walked in front of Ocean, Auntie alone, raised you, how much suffering, how much tiredness you have suffered, don't you have a count in your heart? Now that you have grown up and are successful, is this how you treat your own mother? The sister-in-law sat on the bed, tears in her eyes, let Yi Fan do not say again. Yi Fan patted the Ocean's shoulder, brother, cannot have a daughter-in-law, forget mother. Think about how much your mom has paid for you over the years. Yifan took Jia to leave the hospital room, letting the two think about it. After leaving the ward, Yifan did not leave the hospital. He found the attending doctor who was responsible for his sister-in-law's condition and asked about the specific condition, as well as the cost of surgery, treatment, and hospitalization. The sister-in-law had fallen into many illnesses over the years: high blood pressure, cervical spondylosis, herniated lumbar discs, and so on. The main thing was the heart disease, which was very serious and required surgery. Chapter 32: The system is upgraded again. Knowing that the heart disease surgery is not a big risk and the cost is not high, Yifan is relieved. Came to the hospitalization department payment office, paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan, the doctor said it was enough. Returned to the ward again. Ocean daughter-in-law sitting on the chair next to her, bowed her head and did not speak, do not know what to think. Ocean is feeding his sister-in-law a small stew of rice. Yifan, back, sit down. The sister-in-law happily let Yifan sit next to her. The little stew you bought is really delicious, this is the best rice I've ever eaten. I don't know if it's because Yifan bought it that it's really delicious, or if it's because his beloved son fed it to himself that it's delicious. There is no need to dwell on it, just be happy. Yifan told his sister-in-law that he had paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan at the hospitalization office, so that she could be assured that she would be cured soon. Knowing that Yifan was determined to return his money, the sister-in-law didn't insist anymore. Hearing that Yifan paid the hospitalization fee, Ocean's daughter-in-law immediately raised her head and looked at Yifan, not knowing what she was thinking. Ocean, however, was uncharacteristically determined not to let Yifan pay. Yifan asked the Ocean, "Do you have money?" The Ocean froze, turned his head to look at his daughter-in-law, did not say anything. Alas! Yifan helplessly shook his head, once again from the bag took out $5,000, handed the sister-in-law. Let the sister-in-law buy some daily necessities, as well as buy more delicious food, do not save money. In fact, before coming, Yifan has thought well, in addition to return the sister-in-law 20,000 principal, and then pay $5,000 more interest. Cannot let the sister-in-law help in vain. As for paying more interest, Yifan wants to pay more, but the situation does not allow it. There is not enough money in the card. $20,000 has been paid as a deposit, the sister-in-law cannot help. But this $5,000, sister-in-law desperately do not want. The Ocean also stopped not. Auntie, this is a piece of my heart, you must accept it. Yifan pressed his sister-in-law on the bed and pulled Jia to walk out quickly. Ocean, remember what I said. Remember what I said. If you have time to bring Duo here, your mom will be happy and will get better faster. After instructing Ocean, Yifan took Jia, drove away from the hospital and went home. When I got home, it was almost time for Lin Qingxue to get off work. Let Jia read by herself, Yifan went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Dad, when are we going to Grandma's house? Jia ran to the kitchen with a book in her hand and asked Yifan. Yifan thought about it, it was time to go back and visit his mother. However, there was a problem. If you don't work on a weekday and go home, how should you explain? Definitely can't let Yifan's mother know about his unemployment. In case she was overly worried and her condition relapsed, it would be troublesome. After thinking for half a day, I didn't think of a good way. Forget it, wait a few more days, wait for next Saturday and then go back. Time flew by, and it was Saturday again. In the morning, Lin Qingxue, as usual, went to the company on time to work overtime. Jia sleeps on the upper bunk, not yet awake. Yifan's bedroom is a bunk bed, the child sleeps on top, and Yifan and Lin Qingxue sleep on the bottom. Yifan had nothing to do and opened the system attribute panel. In just 6 days, the data had grown again. System level, level 2 upgrade experience value 95-100. Host daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Physique, 78. Speed, 75. Strength, 76. Intelligence, 77. Free attribute points, 24. Host, Yifan. Physique, 100. Speed, 100. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 100. Free attribute points, 24. Ironcloth shirt skill, to be activated experience value 8100. Jia's for circumference data are all above 75, exceeding the average level of adult men. After 4 boxing lessons, the ironcloth shirt skill reached 80, and with 1 more lesson, Yifan would be able to obtain a new skill. The system upgrade experience value was still 5 points short. Finally almost up to level 3, Yifan felt like a long time had passed. Perhaps it had something to do with the growth in intelligence. Jia liked to buy fewer things and the difficulty of upgrading increased. Due to the system level restriction, since Yifan's data of all 4 circumferences reached 100, he no longer gained the attribute value after Jia's efforts. On the contrary, Jia's data had risen rapidly and her 4 circumference data was fast catching up with Yifan. 2 days ago, he had a phone call with Yifan's mother and scheduled to return home today. Seeing that it was about time, Yifan woke Jia up and told her to get up and wash and change her clothes. He himself went to the kitchen to cook. Learning that she could go back home to visit her grandmother, Jia was very excited and jumped onto the floor with a gentle leap from the top bunk. Slow down, be careful of falling. I don't know when Jia learned this skill, but she doesn't bother to take the stairs and jump straight down. At first she was worried, but now it was just a casual reminder. After a full meal, the two of them changed into new clothes, drove to the supermarket to buy things, and then went back to their hometown. Visiting the elderly, you can't go back empty-handed. Jia, what do you want to buy for grandma? Just pick anything. Yifan wanted to try out if Jia would get a spending rebate if she bought something for someone else. Jia walked in front of Yifan and pushed the shopping cart in a decent manner, helping her grandmother to buy goods. Yifan followed behind without saying anything, wanting to see what she could buy. Coming to the dairy section. Sister, I'm going back home to visit my grandmother. What kind of milk should I buy? Dairy area placed a variety of brands, various styles and flavors of milk. Jia turned half a day, do not know which to buy. She had to turn to the supermarket saleswoman for help. Jia's mouth is really sweet. The saleswoman was called Sister, very happy, helped Jia choose a box of pure milk without sugar, and enthusiastically helped Jia put on the shopping cart. Thank you, sister. Jia pushed the shopping cart and continued to go forward. She came to the fruit section. Jia stood on her tiptoes and took down a big watermelon from the shelf and put it on the shopping cart. She also took a handful of bananas. After weighing the bananas, she continued on her way. After buying another roast chicken and 2 ham sausages, the shopping was complete. Yifan took over the shopping cart and went to the cashier to settle the bill, letting Jia wait outside. A total of 115 yuan was spent. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving cashback on consumption, 1,150 yuan. 10 times cashback reward, not bad. Most importantly, Yifan surmised correctly that Jia could also receive cashback for helping others buy things. It's just that it won't get the maximum 20 times cashback reward. Ding, the host purchased a total of 5 items and gained 5 points of system upgrade experience value. Ding, system upgrade experience value reaches 100. System upgrade in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host, the full-time milkman system upgraded to level 3. Ding, the upper limit of the 4 attributes has increased to 150. A series of system beeps sounded in Yifan's ears. After waiting for a long time, he finally waited for today. Yifan opened the system and checked the new upgrade system description. The changes were similar to when level 1 was upgraded to level 2. Gaining free attribute points every day, from 2 points to 3 points. Gaining additional fixed quad attribute points per day, from 2 to 3. The system's highest consumption cashback reward, from 20 times to 30 times. It seems that for every 1 level, attribute point growth plus 1, cashback reward plus 10 times. What made Yifan the happiest was that the 4 circumference attribute limit became 150, and he was finally able to obtain the fruits of Jia's efforts again. As with when the system was just upgraded to level 2, the system had another pending activation panel. However, the specific activation method was still not mentioned. It seemed that one still had to discover it on their own. Yifan also noticed one more thing: the system panel upgrade experience value changed. System level, level 3 upgrade experience value 0500. Growing from the original 100 to 500, it's harder to upgrade quickly. Chapter 33: Fighting Vicious Dogs. After buying things, drive straight to the old house. About an hour and a half drive, not far. Yifan's parents are also authentic rural people, living in the village. Soon, Yifan drove to the village entrance. Jia happily picked up the phone and told her grandparents that she had entered the village and asked to come out to pick herself up. Not driving far, Yifan saw his parents waiting for him at the mouth of the alley. Grandma! Yifan just stopped the car. Jia immediately got off and jumped into the arms of Yifan's mother. Due to too much excitement, Yifan's mother was almost pounced on, but fortunately Yifan's father was there to hold her. My good granddaughter, she is really strong. Yifan's mother wrapped her arms around Jia and was overjoyed. Yifan opened the trunk and together with Yifan's father, took the things to the house. You child, going back to your own home, what are you buying things for? Yifan's father did not want Yifan to spend money indiscriminately, chided on his lips, but in his heart he was very happy. It's good to have a filial son. When the family of 4 returned home, the table was already full of washed fruits and snacks. Jia, eat quickly. Yi mother handed Jia an apple. Right, Yifan, why isn't Qingxue back? Working overtime again? Yi mother leaned on the chair and chatted with Yifan. She's very busy, she's been working overtime a lot lately. Yifan picked up a banana and said with a smile. You tell her to pay attention to her health, don't get tired. Yi mother had a good relationship with Lin Qingxue and was worried that she would get tired. Yifan nodded his head and told the 2 old men to rest assured that he would take good care of her. After a brief chat, Yifan's father went to the kitchen to prepare lunch, and Yifan's sister, Yijin, came with her child. Yijin, 2 years younger than Yifan, graduated from junior high school and went out to work. Since she didn't go to school, she got married early and has 2 children, a boy named Chen, 13 years old. The girl's nickname is Xian, 1 year older than Jia. Sister Xian is coming? That's great. Jia stood on the bed and jumped up happily. Yifan let Jia play with grandma, and he himself prepared the meal with his father. Since the last time she was sick, grandma hadn't been in good health and couldn't do strength work. It wasn't long before Yijin arrived with Chen and Xian. Yifan told his father to rest and leave the lunch to himself and Yijin. Yi father had nothing to do and went to the village kiosk to buy drinks and popsicles. Her granddaughter, grandson and granddaughter all came to see her. Yi mother was very happy and took the 3 to the kiosk to find Yi father and buy delicious food. Yifan was worried about Yi mother's health and didn't want her to take the children there. Yi mother said it's okay, the commissary is not far from home, and Yi father is also in the commissary, the 2 take care of the 3 children no problem. Yifan is not assured, let Jia take care of the grandmother. Jia's data far exceeds that of an adult man, so she has no problem taking care of an old man. Dad, no problem, leave it to me. Jia promised with conviction. Grandma stroked Jia's little head and smiled so much that several creases appeared on her face. When my Jia grows up, she will protect grandma again. Right now you 2 are too young for grandma to protect you too. An old man went out with 3 children. Just less than 5 minutes after leaving, Chen rushed back. Mom, uncle, it's bad, grandma and sister are surrounded by dogs. Ah! Yifan and Yijin were shocked, put down the vegetables in their hands, couldn't care less about washing their hands, let Chen lead the way in front of them and ran out. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Not long after going out, Yifan vaguely heard the sound of an impatient dog barking. Where are they? Chen ran too slowly. Yifan was worried that the 3 of them were in danger, and ran to the front to ask. Tatsuo pointed to an alley in front of him. They are in there. Yifan took 3 steps, a sprint into the alley and disappeared into Yijin and Chen field of vision. Mom, uncle ran so fast. Really fast. Not being able to care about their surprise, Yijin and Chen also quickly ran forward. Entering the alley, Yifan saw from afar that Jia, Xian, and Yi mother were blocked by 2 black dogs at the corner of 2 walls. The 2 black dogs blocked the way of the 3 on the left and right. Yi mother protects Xian with one hand and pulls Jia who is in the front with one hand. Jia, come back quickly, it's dangerous. Jia pushed away Yi mother's palm and let her stand behind her to protect her sister. Then he crossed his legs, clenched his hands into fists, raised his small arms, bent them in front of his body, and set up the attacking maneuver taught by the boxing coach. Eyes tightly staring at the 2 vicious dogs in front of them. Seeing that there was no injury on the 3 of them, only Yi mother's pant leg was bitten through, Yifan was relieved. Suddenly, a vicious dog pounced on Jia. Jia was in danger, and looking at the vicious dog that was flying up, she swung out her left fist and right fist with force. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, this big black dog weighing about 30 pounds was knocked away by Jia's 2 fists. At this time, another black dog, recognizing the opportunity, pounced on Yi Ma and Xian who were hiding behind Jia. Jia moved 2 steps to the left, turned around, and kicked out a foot. Bang! This big black dog was kicked away by Jia again. The 2 black dogs failed in their attack and surrounded the trio once again. Perhaps afraid of Jia, they didn't dare to go forward and could only bark at Jia. No wonder the three of them were able to hold out for so long, unharmed, all because Jia Jia relied on her boxing moves to resist. Boxing class wasn't in vain. Dad. Seeing Yifan running over, Jia Jia was no longer nervous and had a smile on her face. One of the black dogs, too, noticed Yifan, who ran closer. Woof woof woof. The black dog turned its head around, barked 3 times at Yifan and pounced over. Perhaps in its eyes, Jia Jia was not easy to deal with, and Yifan was a bit easier. If you dare to attack your own relatives, you must die. Yifan didn't show any mercy and kicked out with all his might. Boom! The black dog was kicked away and hit the wall heavily, foaming at the mouth, dead. The other black dog, seeing that the situation was not right, ran away. Yifan didn't want to leave any loose ends, ran 2 steps fast to catch up, another kick, the black dog was dead. In front of the strength and speed attribute 100, the 2 dogs in the district is nothing. Dad, you are awesome. Jia Jia pounced in Yifan's arms, very happy. Sister, you're great too. Xian Xian pulled Jia Jia's arm, her eyes full of admiration. Jia Jia's hand touched the back of her head, slightly shy, hee hee, not bad. I didn't expect that in front of her relatives, this little girl would learn to be low-key and modest. Mom, are you okay? Yifan quickly walked over and checked Yi mother's pants leg. Fortunately, the pants leg was torn off a piece, and there was no injury on the leg. Uncle, just now that dog wanted to bite grandmother's pants and was kicked away by her sister, so powerful. Xian Xian recalled what just happened. Yi mother comfortably embraced Jia Jia and praised to Yifan, Jia Jia, this child, just now was very brave. If she hadn't kicked the black dog away, I would have been bitten. Jia Jia, you've really grown up and can protect your grandmother. After saying that, he gave Jia Jia a kiss. She stretched out her hands and greeted Cinnabar and Xian Xian. Cinnabar was also very brave, listening to grandma, she ran to get help by herself. And Xian Xian, in the face of danger, do not cry and do not make a fuss. Fearing that grandma would fall, she held me up all the time. The 3 of you are my good children. Yi mother happily embraced the 3 children. Chapter 34 Acting. Which one of you killed my black dog? In the distance, a middle-aged woman ran over cursing. Yi mother looked up and whispered to Yifan that both black dogs belonged to her family and had bitten several people without a leash all day. This person is a famous shrew in the village, unreasonable, not to be messed with. Yifan told Yi mother to rest assured, he would deal with it himself. Turning his head to Yijin, he handed her the cell phone in his pocket and whispered a few words. Yijin waved an okay gesture to understand. Yifan also explained to Jia Jia and Xian Xian 2 sentences, the 2 blinked beautiful eyes, said, understand. The middle-aged woman saw that her 2 black dogs at home had died, and roared, you killed my dog, pay for it. Yifan stepped in front of the middle-aged woman. 1.8 tall, facing 1.5 or so middle-aged woman, the sense of oppression is full. So it's your dog, quickly pay for it. Yifan shouted. Right, pay for it. The middle-aged woman flabbergasted, noticing that something is not right, make it clear, you killed my dog, is you compensate me for the money. Yifan is not angry, staring at the middle-aged woman, your dog bit my child, and my mother, compensation for the money for vaccination, as well as moral damages. Yifan pointed to Yi mother's torn pants leg, let the middle-aged woman see. Jia Jia and Xian Xian followed Yifan's instructions, both hands covered their ankles, leaning in Yi mother's arms pretending to cry. Don't say, these 2 little girls pretended quite well. Yijin, also holding a cell phone, came over to help. There are 2 dogs biting my children and my mother's video, all recorded, the evidence is conclusive, do not want to deny. The rabies vaccine, 1 person 3,000, 3 people 9,000, quickly pay up. Yijin reached out and asked the middle-aged woman for money. 9,000? The middle-aged woman didn't expect to pay so much money, even if she sold her 2 black dogs, it wouldn't be worth that much. You guys? Don't fool me. The middle-aged woman was obviously much weaker. Yijin grabbed the middle-aged woman's arm and said angrily, don't try to run away, pay for it. Pay up. Compensate for the money. Yifan and Yi mother agreed. The middle-aged woman panicked, scared, and hurriedly broke away from Yijin's hands. I just misread it, this is not my dog, what money should I pay? The middle-aged woman said while walking back. Don't go, come back, pay for it. Yijin pretended to go after her. Scared middle-aged woman ran all the way home, not my dog, not. After solving the middle-aged woman, Yifan's family went home for dinner. Ye's father had already gone home and specially bought several kinds of snacks and ice cream for the three children. The three children ate very happily. Sister, what martial arts did you use just now? It was so powerful. Xian followed Jiajia's earlier action against the black dog, swinging out 2 punches and kicking out a foot. Don't say, it's quite similar. Jiajia told Xian and Chen that this was boxing. Mom, I want to learn boxing. Mom, I want to learn too. Seeing Jiajia's power, Xian and Cinnabar pulled Yizhen's arms left and right and shouted that they wanted to learn. Well. Let's eat first. Yizhen told the two to stop, soothing the two, eat first. The family sits together and eats happily. After dinner, the adults sat together and chatted, while the three children ran and played in the house and yard. Mentioning that his sister-in-law was sick and hospitalized, Yifan told Yi mother that he went to the hospital last week to see his sister-in-law and returned the $20,000 he borrowed. Yi mother smiled and nodded. Yesterday, the two of them also talked on the phone, and the sister-in-law complimented Yifan, a good boy. Not only did she pay back the money, she also gave an extra $5,000. More importantly, Yifan was in the hospital ward, scolding his sister-in-law's son Ocean and Ocean's daughter-in-law. Not 2 days later, the Ocean with his daughter Duo go to the hospital to visit sister-in-law. See their own granddaughter, sister-in-law tears, mood is very good, the disease seems to be also half. The operation was successful, the sister-in-law recovered quickly, in 2 days, will be able to leave the hospital. My sister-in-law praised Yifan to everyone. Yifan's reputation has spread among his relatives. The whole afternoon, the house was filled with laughter. Seeing Yi mother recovering well, Yifan was relieved. Towards evening, Yizhen left with Chen and Xian. Although Jia was reluctant to leave, there was no other way but to play next time. Jia was willing to play with her grandpa and grandma, and Yifan also wanted to accompany his parents, so he didn't go back and stayed at his old home for the night. In the evening, Yifan's parents and Jia, the three of them played cards. Yifan called Lin Xingshui. Learning that she had just come back from work, he told her not to work too hard and rest early. Lin Xingshui laughed, working overtime at night, the company takes care of the meals, and they are bored at home alone. Yifan was speechless to Lin Xingshui. The next day, after breakfast, Yi mother took Jia out to play, and Yifan called his relatives at home to return the money. Yifan had 2 uncles and a sister-in-law, and Yi mother was the second in line. The last time Yi mother was sick, the sister-in-law borrowed 20,000, and the great-uncle and the second uncle 10,000 each. The first uncle's family has 2 sisters, the first sister's family 40,000, the second sister's family 10,000. The second uncle's sister is 10,000 yuan. The relatives on Ye's mother's side totaled 100,000 yuan. Father Ye's relatives, 50,000 yuan. A total of $150,000. Yifan card money, enough to pay back Yi mother's side, first pay back, not willing to default. It is both a debt and a favor. Although borrowing money only half a year, Yifan is still in accordance with the annual 10% interest payback. First to the big sister of the great uncle's family call, to have card number, direct transfer over, 44,000 yuan. Sister iron will not interest, our relatives, only return the principal on the line. Yifan missed this affection, told the big sister, do not care how much money, is one of their own intentions, must be accepted. And Yifan constantly insisted, sister had to accept. In fact, the last time Yi mother was sick in the hospital, the eldest sister contributed the most, borrowed the most money. At the very beginning to take 20,000, worried that the money is not enough. And from the bank to the only remaining 20,000 in the regular savings card, also took out. This peace of mind, Yifan will always remember. Then called the rest of the people separately, the principal together with the interest all transferred. Everyone said they didn't want the interest, but Yifan still insisted on transferring it. After dealing with these debts, although only a few $1,000s left on the card, but Yifan moved much better, as if to move away from the pressure on the heart of a mountain. There is still 50,000 left in external debt, Jia, you have to cheer up. The system was upgraded to level 3, the highest 30 times cashback. As long as Jia is willing to spend money, the debt can be quickly paid off. Dad, look. Yifan had just finished his phone call and was about to take a break when he heard Jia shouting at himself outside the window. Yifan turned his head to look and exclaimed, what a great guy. Jiajia's head, clothes were covered in feathers, and her hands were carrying 2 large white geese by the neck. Being pinched neck of the big white goose, the whole body hanging in the air, still constantly flapping wings, struggling. Dad. Jia Jia shouted again. Yi Fan rushed out and asked what was going on. Fortunately, Yi Fan knew Jia Jia's character. With this look, she looked very much like a goose thief. Chapter 35 The Rural White Goose. At this time, Yi Mother rushed back. "Io, Jia Jia, why did you run back by yourself?" "I was scared to death." Yi Mother gasping for breath, sitting on the yard bench to rest. "Mom, what happened to the white goose in her hand?" The two went out together, and Yi Fan thought his mother would know. Who knew that Yi Mother was only worried about Jia Jia and didn't even notice that Jia Jia had something in her hand? White goose. What white goose? After Yi Fan reminded, Yi Mother only noticed, this big white goose should be your fat aunt's family, how could it be in Jia Jia's hand? Both of them looked at Jia Jia. Jia Jia shook her head, got rid of the goose feather sticking to her face, and said seriously, "Dad, Grandma, it's not my fault. It's because they came here on their own." According to Jia Jia's description, Ye's mother took Jia Jia to her neighbor's house. While Ye's mother was talking to the neighbors, Jia Jia was bored and ran outside the door to the alley to play. Just play a few minutes, the two big white geese neck stretched long, while screaming and flapping wings, from a distance towards their own rushing. Jia Jia thought it was funny and waited in the same place. When the two big white geese close to their own, quick eyes and hands, aiming at the long neck, reach out and grab, success. Jia Jia had never seen a large white goose, felt fresh, took it home to show Yi Fan. Obviously the big white goose wanted to bully the child, bit Jia Jia, but was easily subdued. If it was someone else's family stuff, Yi Fan would probably stew the goose in an iron pot. Yi Mother has a good relationship with the fat aunt's family and decided to return the two geese. Yi Fan had just reached the door when he saw Auntie Fatty walking towards his house. "Yi Fan is back." The fat aunt walked slowly over and laughed. "My big goose just stole out, someone saw it on the road and it was carried this way." "Did you see it?" Yi Fan nodded, glanced at the big white goose in the yard, which was lifted up by Jia Jia, and laughed, "I saw it." "If you see it, you have to be careful," the fat ant kindly reminded. From the fat ant's mouth, I learned that these two geese are very strong, often stretching their necks to chase passers-by and children, being bitten especially painful. There are even a few times, chasing a few big dogs in the village, circling the village. When Auntie Fatty found out about it, she hurriedly shut the geese in the yard to avoid harming the village people. Who knows, today accidentally, the goose even learned to break out of jail and sneak out. "That's great. Did you see where it went?" The fat ant wanted to catch the goose back as soon as possible and asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan shouted to the yard, "Jia Jia, quickly come out, return the goose." Under the fat ant's dismayed gaze, Jia Jia walked out with two big fat geese in her hands, one on the left and one on the right. "Child, you. How did you caught them?" Auntie Fatty had the impression that a child of Jia Jia's age would have been chased around the village by the geese, crying as he ran. Now it was the other way around. Jia Jia looked down at the big fat goose in her hand and answered very seriously, "The two of them ran over with their necks stretched out, and I stooped down and grabbed it with my hand, and that was it." Jia Jia's description was very simple, and Auntie Fatty was confused. If it was a toy, or a small chicken or duck, there was nothing wrong with saying so. But the two of them are big white geese whose fighting strength can match that of a big yellow dog. How can a 7-year-old little girl do that? What she doesn't know is that yesterday, Jia Jia kicked the big black dog. "Grandma, here." Jia Jia returned the big white goose in her hand to the fat ant. P.S. According to the generation theory in the village, Yi Fan's aunt, Jia Jia addressed as grandmother. Auntie Fatty received the white goose, her hands were heavy. But in Jia Jia's hands, it was as simple as holding a stuffed animal. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she thanked Jia Jia and went home with the goose in both hands. After 2 consecutive frightening experiences, Ye's mother no longer dared to take Jia Jia out to play alone. Yesterday, she was attacked by a black dog, and today, she was chased by a big white goose. If Jia Jia wasn't so powerful, she would have been injured. Yi Fan comforted Yi Mother not to worry, "Feel free to take Jia Jia out to play, she will protect herself." Yi Mother thought about it. In the afternoon, Yi Fan's parents, Yi Fan and Jia Jia sat on the bed and played cards. After playing for a while, Yi Fan's parents advised Yi Fan to go back early, as he had to work tomorrow. In order to not let his parents get suspicious, Yi Fan took Jia Jia and prepared to leave. The cell phone rang. Lin Qingxue called. "Hubby, when are you guys coming back?" Listening to the tone, Lin Qingxue's voice was unnatural. Yi Fan wanted to tease Lin Qingxue and said jokingly, "Wife, you miss me." "Hate." On the other end of the phone, Lin Qingxue pouted back, said business, when to come back. Yifan let Jia Jia get on the car, parents home, immediately set off, 1.5 hours to home. Great, you too slow on the road, don't be in a hurry. Lin Qingxue is worried that Yifan is in a hurry to rush, there is danger. Listening to Lin Qingxue tone, there must be something to find himself, Yifan asked, wife, what is the matter, say it, don't be embarrassed. On the other end of the phone, there was a pause of several seconds. Hubby, I came out to buy something and forgot my keys. This is a good reason. Yifan asked Lin Qingxue to find a cool place to wait for a while and call her when she was almost home. Hanging up the phone, Yifan drove home. Since Yifan was on speakerphone, Jia Jia sitting in the back row also heard it. Mom forgot her keys again. Jia Jia muttered in a small voice. Usually at home, when Lin Qingxue forgot her keys after work, Jia Jia often went to open the door. So, remember very clearly. Yifan always felt that something was not quite right. Lin Qingxue's memory was very poor recently. Often forget to bring the key, or forget to take something. Maybe it was too much stress and tiredness? Just in case, Yifan planned to go back and advise Lin Qingxue to take time to go to the hospital. An hour and a half later, Yifan drove to pick up Lin Qingxue and the family went home. After arriving home, Lin Qingxue handed Yifan a beautifully packaged box. After opening it, inside was a particularly exquisite men's watch. Sent to you, try it on. Lin Qingxue helped Yifan put it on and adjusted the length of the strap, which was just right. When Yifan put it on, his temperament was raised by a large margin and he liked it very much. Yifan once bought a watch, was bought when the two were just married. Jia Jia was very young, do not understand, throw the watch into the hand to play, the watch needle never moved. Since then, in order to save money for Jia Jia to buy a school district room, Yifan has not bought a watch. Thank you, wife. Yifan wrapped his arms around Lin Qingxue's thin waist and kissed her on the forehead. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 30 times consumption cashback reward of 18,000 yuan. 18,000, divided by 30, this watch is 600 yuan, not cheap. Why send yourself an expensive gift? Yifan inwardly pondered, he had just celebrated his birthday, surely it wasn't a birthday gift. Could it be some kind of program? Or is it an anniversary? Yifan picked up his cell phone to check the date, and it dawned on him that today is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, Tanabata Valentine's Day. This was a Valentine's Day gift for himself? How could he forget such an important festival? Yifan was very annoyed, apologized to Lin Qingxue and dragged her to the mall to buy a gift. Chapter 36 Guest. Lin Qingxue told Yifan not to take it to heart, she is not lacking anything. She doesn't lack anything. Yifan knows that the two of them have been frugal over the years and don't buy things like watches and jewelry at all. Women have a love of beauty nature. Lin Qingxue do not want to buy expensive, spend dozens of dollars, in the live broadcast to grab cheap fake jewelry. Yifan had wanted to wait for Lin Qingxue's birthday to send her a set of real jewelry. Forget about the Tanabata festival in between. Regardless of how Lin Qingxue resisted and struggled, Yifan picked up Lin Qingxue and went downstairs, stuffing her into the car. Jia Jia obediently followed behind and got into the car. The family of three arrived at the mall. Coming to the jewelry area on the first floor, Yifan let Lin Qingxue choose. Lin Qingxue refused to choose and insisted on going home. Yifan let Jia Jia pull her mother, go to the side of the supermarket to turn around, he helped her choose. Soon, Yifan helped Lin Qingxue choose a set of gold jewelry, rings, necklaces and earrings. Yifan originally wanted to send Lin Qingxue a jade bracelet, too expensive, the cheapest 15,000. Yifan card only $20,000, and do not want to send Lin Qingxue the cheapest jade bracelet, had to wait. By good things, Yifan drove Lin Qingxue and Jia Jia home. Opened the box, golden gold jewelry instantly captured Lin Qingxue's heart. It's not that she doesn't like it, she just can't part with it. Since Yifan insisted on sending himself, Lin Qingxue had to accept it. Take off the 50 yuan set of fake jewelry, put on the long-awaited gold jewelry, Lin Qingxue smiled happily. Looking into the mirror, she turned around again, beautiful. Hubby, thank you. Lin Qingxue expressed her gratitude to Yifan from her heart. We're an old couple, let's not talk about this. Let's wash up and go to bed. We have to work tomorrow. After half a day of back and forth, it's already very late. Yifan worries that Lin Qingxue is too tired and advises her to go to bed early. Monday morning. Lin Qingxue went to work on time. After breakfast, Yifan took Jia Jia to boxing class. The iron cloth shirt skill was still 20 experience points short of being activated. After today's class, it was just enough. Inside the boxing classroom, Jia Jia was practicing one-on-one real combat with the coach. As Jia Jia continuously threw punches, the coach couldn't carry it and fell to the ground. Jia Jia. You can use the sandbag to practice on your own for a while the teacher takes a break. This was not the first time. The coach realized that Jia Jia's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and his own holding time was getting shorter and shorter, so he had to use the sandbag to cope. A tough lesson, finally over. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining iron cloth shirt experience value plus 30. Yifan opened the skill panel, and the iron cloth shirt skill became activatable. Yifan clicked on the activation button, a mysterious energy flowed throughout his body, bones, muscles, skin, all changed tremendously. After a long time, Yifan opened his eyes and smiled happily. Jia Jia did not go home after class. Yifan took Jia Jia to the mall. Yesterday, he bought jewelry for Lin Qingxue and spent $10,000, and now there was only $10,000 left in his card. Jia Jia, as Yifan's money tree, should play a role. After a few rounds of shopping, Jia Jia bought some gadgets, such as hair cards, Play-Doh, plush toys, etc., which were relatively cheap, and gained a total of 5,000 spending cashback. It's a pity that you didn't buy anything expensive. A good week easily spent. Monday, Tuesday and Thursday boxing lessons, Wednesday and Friday swimming lessons, did not fall. Every day, the 4 circumference attribute exercise, one day do not want to delay. All good stuff, can't afford to give it up. Saturday morning. This morning, Yifan's family of 3 made an appointment to visit Lin Qingxue's classmate's new home. Therefore, Lin Qingxue did not go to the company to work overtime, and is still lying in bed sleeping. Jia Jia was on the top bunk and didn't get up either. Yifan opened the system attribute panel to check the nearly 1-week harvest. System level, level 3 upgrade experience value 35,500. Host daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Physique, 93. Speed, 90. Strength, 91. Intelligence, 92. Free attribute points, 42. Host, Yifan. Physique, 118. Speed, 118. Strength, 118. Intelligence, 118. Free attribute points, 42. Jia Jia's quadruple attributes are about to break the 100 mark. Yifan's attributes were very average. It was difficult to ascend from level 3 to 4, and it would take a long time. Yifan was worried about wasting the daily exercise of the 4 circumference attribute values after reaching the upper limit, so he hadn't been willing to allocate free attribute points, saving them for later. After breakfast, Yifan drove and took Lin Qingxue and Jia Jia to Lin Qingxue's classmate's house. P.S. Lin Qingxue's classmate, named Zhang Tingting, lived in a dormitory for 4 years in college, very good friends, girlfriends. Lin Qingxue went to college in another city and came here after graduation. Therefore, in this city, Lin Qingxue only this one classmate. Zhang Tingting and her husband struggled for 10 years, finally bought a new house, and just moved to their new home last week. Lin Qingxue, as Zhang Tingting's best friend, had to go and warm up the house. Bought a set of tableware, including plates, bowls, chopsticks, spoons and so on. There was also a green plant, a box of fruits and so on. Zhang Tingting's family had a girl who was a year older than Jia Jia, and the two families often played together during parties. Yifan and Lin Qingxue carried their things, followed the address given, and rang the doorbell. Qingxue, finally you are here. Yifan, Jia Jia, come in. Zhang Tingting opened the door and enthusiastically pulled Lin Qingxue inside. Yifan and Jia Jia followed behind. Zhang Tingting told Lin Qingxue to put her things down and happily led her and Jia Jia on a tour from the first floor to the second floor. Zhang Tingting's husband, Chen Ruohai, took the child Nan Nan out to buy things and didn't come back. Yifan had nothing to do and visited by himself, looking at the entire layout of the room. Zhang Tingting's new home is surprisingly a leaping floor. On the first floor is the living room, dining room, kitchen, storage room and bathroom. Down the stairs to the second floor, 2 bedrooms above, and a study. For a family of 3, it was enough. Yifan guessed that when Lin Qingxue finished her visit, she would definitely be envious. The difference between the 40-square-meter elementary school district house that his own family lived in and Zhang Tingting's family's leaping floor was too big. Sure enough, when Zhang Tingting brought Lin Qingxue downstairs and came to sit in the living room, Although Lin Qingxue was restrained enough, Yifan could see that Lin Qingxue was forcing a smile, and a hint of loss and despondency flashed in her eyes. Jia Jia was the same. Yifan secretly swore that he would make sure to let his wife and child live in a bigger and better house than this. Not long after, Xian Ruohai came back with Nan Nan to buy food. Lin Qingxue helped Zhang Tingting to cook in the kitchen. Xian Ruohai and Yifan drank tea, chatted, and watched the children in the meantime. Nan Nan took out a newly bought toy, a children's balance car, and showed it to Jia Jia. Jia Jia had never seen such a thing before and was full of curiosity. Since Nan hadn't bought it long ago, she stepped on it with both feet and it fell off before she could take 2 steps. Jia Jia stood next to him, watched carefully twice, and told Nan to come down and try it herself. This one is hard to learn. Nan Nan pushed the balance bike to Jia Jia and kindly reminded her. Since she bought it, Nan Nan has learned it for 2 days, and can barely take a few steps on it. She thought it was hard to learn. Chapter 37 Balance Bike. Who knows, the first time Jia Jia rode the balance bike, she stepped on it skillfully with both feet and walked around the living room twice before stopping. By the time she rode it a second time, Jia Jia had become an old driver. Not only can she easily avoid obstacles such as dining tables and chairs, but she can also accomplish some complicated things. Had Jia Jia ridden it before? Shen Ruohai didn't believe that Jia Jia could ride so well the first time she rode it. Yifan thought to himself, 92 intelligence attribute points, not a joke. Yifan's intelligence attribute was as high as 118, and by only watching Nan Nan ride it once, Yifan had already learned it, and it was a very skillful kind. Maybe it was okay to watch someone else ride it. Praising his own child in front of others is equivalent to belittling other people's children, and Yifan chose a very euphemistic way to answer. The food was brought up and the two families ate happily. In the afternoon, leaving Zhang Tingting's new home, Yifan drove Lin Qingxue and Jia Jia home. On the way, Lin Qingxue sat in the back row without saying anything. On the contrary, Jia Jia, mentioning the Nan Nan children's balance car, was very happy and couldn't say anything about the excitement. Yifan knew that the time to make money had come. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jia Jia entered Dreamland on time. Lin Qingxue snuggled in Yifan's arms, never speaking. Yifan knew what Lin Qingxue wanted in her heart, and smiled. "Wife, don't worry, the house will be there." Lin Qingxue wrapped her arms around one of Yifan's arms and leaned on it. "Hubby, you don't have pressure. As long as you follow where to live, I do not matter." Everyone wants a big house, but Lin Qingxue knows that the reality does not allow it. If she said it herself, Yifan would definitely find a way to reach it. She didn't want to see Yifan suffer. As long as the family was happy, it was more important than anything else. Yifan kissed Lin Qingxue on her forehead and laughed. "Wife, being able to marry you is the biggest blessing in my life." Coaxed Lin Qingxue to go to bed early. Tomorrow she has to go to the company to work overtime. After a long time, Lin Qingxue lay in Yifan's arms and fell asleep. Yifan looked out the window. Bright moonlight sprinkled the whole earth, very bright, very beautiful. Wife cannot want, but he cannot not give. Yifan set a second goal. After paying off the remaining 50,000 debts, save up money to buy a big house and fulfill his wife's dream. Early the next morning, Sunday. Lin Qingxue worked an extra day almost every week. Since she didn't go yesterday on Saturday, she brought an early breakfast today and left very early. Yifan and Jia Jia had breakfast and drove to the store to buy a children's balance bike. When they got up, Yifan asked Jia Jia and she liked the balance car very much. Hearing Yifan promise to buy it for her, she immediately put on her clothes and jumped out of bed. Yifan used his cell phone to check the nearest specialty store, driving only 15 minutes. When he came to the store, there were quite a lot of people inside, and they were all adults with children coming over to choose. "Go in and look, see which one to buy." Yifan let Jia Jia walk in front and choose by himself. A saleswoman came over with a smile on her face and gave Jia Jia an introduction. With the help of the enthusiastic salesman, Jia Jia chose a balance car with a high price of 2,300. This is the effect that Yifan wants. Expensive before the cashback is more. According to the introduction, this balance car has done a good job in terms of battery, modeling and so on. Definitely, expensive has the benefit of expensive to buy. Scan the code, pay. Ding, congratulations to the host for the 30 times consumption cashback reward, $69,000. That's enough money to pay off the bill. Next, there is only one goal, save up to buy a house. Back in the neighborhood, can't wait to go upstairs. Jia Jia excitedly stepped on the balance bike and ran to the neighborhood square to play. Yifan followed behind. Arriving at the square, Jia on the balance bike immediately became the focus of the children. Jia, your bike is so beautiful. Jia, it's so handsome. There were all kinds of compliments. Jia was playing with her buddies in the square. Yifan hid to the side and called his relatives on his aunt's side to return the money. The remaining 50,000 is all money from a few aunts, or cousins from the aunt's family. Still the same, according to 10% interest, the principal and interest a piece of transfer. All said not to interest, Yifan still insisted on giving. It is easy to pay back the money, but it is not good to pay back the favor. In the afternoon, Yifan took Jia to go to the food market to turn around, buy vegetables, buy meat, and celebrate in the evening. Maybe because of the balance car, Jia is happy. He chose shrimp, ribs, and fish, and some green vegetables, said he likes to eat. It was an unexpected fortune. So sex, let Jia choose to buy. Soon, Yifan and Jia carrying big bags, small bags, happy home. Vegetable market trip, Yifan consumption 150, get consumption cashback 4,500 yuan. The balance of the card is 30,000 yuan. It's a long way from buying a house, Jia, go for it. Back home, Jia reads a book by herself, and Yifan goes to the kitchen to cook. Approaching the time when Lin Qingxue arrives home from work, Yifan puts the meal on the table and waits with Jia. Dang dang dang. A knock sounded outside the door. Mom forgot her keys again. Jia trotted and helped Lin Qingxue open the door. Jia is a good girl. Seeing her beloved daughter, Lin Qingxue's fatigue from working overtime at the company was gone. Putting down her bag, she lowered her head and kissed Jia on her forehead. Wife, quickly wash your hands, eat. Yifan greeted. Seeing the table with braised pork ribs, stewed prawns, steamed fish, and 2 vegetarian dishes, a pot of freshly squeezed juice, very rich. Lin Qingxue curiously asked, what is today's good day? What's so grand about it? Yifan asked Lin Qingxue to wash her hands first and sit down to talk. When Lin Qingxue and Jia sat down, Yifan poured juice for them. Come on, cheers. Yifan raised his cup and looked at the two with a smile. Engage in so much mystery. Lin Qingxue also raised her glass and clinked it with Yifan and Jia, cheers. Dad, Mom, cheers. The three of them drank it all in one go. Lin Qingxue put down her glass and stared at Yifan curiously. Don't be so secretive, quickly say it. Not waiting for Yifan to speak, Jia grabbed the front, pulled Lin Qingxue's arm, and put it to her ear. Mom, Dad bought me a balance bike. And bought you something. Not right. Lin Qingxue skeptically looked at the two. Buy a balance car to get so grand. I don't believe it. For Jia, buying a balance bike was the happiest thing of the day and was eager to share it with Lin Qingxue. She did not know what Yifan was happiest about. Speak quickly. Lin Qingxue pretended to be angry and urged, if you don't say it, I'm going to start eating. Yifan put his hands on the dining table and said seriously, wife, from now on, our family has no external debt, you can go to work at ease, don't have any more pressure. Lin Qingxue stood up in shock and couldn't believe what she heard. Husband, what did you say? Yifan stood up, walked behind Lin Qingxue, gently pressed her shoulder. Let her sit down, I said, our family's debt is paid off. $200,000? Paid off? Yes. Yifan nodded seriously. Look at Yifan, look, not like a joke. But 200,000 is not a small amount, it's only been a month and it's all been paid off? Yifan let Lin Qingxue don't be anxious, he slowly explained. The reason for the money is very simple, the novel manuscript fee. Chapter 38 The Class Fiasco. After a flurry, Lin Qingxue finally believed what Yifan said. Who? Lin Qingxue exhaled heavily, and her whole body and mind relaxed a lot. Hubby, I am really happy to hear this news. These debts, like a big mountain, pressurized me. I can finally live a normal life. Lin Qingxue first poured the drink for Yifan, and then filled it for Jia and herself. Cheers. Putting down the cup, she pinched fish and shrimp for Yifan and Jia before eating herself. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Lin Qingxue just took a bite of fish. Suddenly, there was a burst of dry retching, covering her mouth and running to the bathroom. Only to return a minute later. Wife, what's wrong? Yifan asked with concern, is she pregnant? Television dramas above often see, as long as the female dry heaving, generally is pregnant. Counting the time, from the last time to make a baby, the time is almost the same. Don't talk nonsense, must be too busy recently, tired. Lin Xingxue remembers that the last time was the safe period, it should be fine, so she didn't think about that. Yifan advised Lin Xingxue to go to the hospital to check it out. Now, it is the critical period of Lin Xingxue's group leader selection. She is worried about losing her efforts and is not willing to take a leave of absence. Under Yifan's painstaking persuasion, she promised to go to the hospital on Saturday for a checkup. Don't worry about me, keep eating. Despite the hiccups, the meal was still a very happy one. At 9 in the evening, Jia Jia went to bed on time. Lin Xingxue leaned in Yifan's arms and also slept soundly, even snoring. Tuesday morning. As usual, Yifan took Jia Jia to boxing class. When he came to the classroom, he found that the lights were off inside and the coach was not there. Yifan looked at the time, the class had already started at this point yesterday. So, Yifan took Jia Jia and asked the front desk staff what was going on. The little girl at the front desk didn't know and called the boxing coach. The two just said 2 sentences. The front desk girl let Yifan wait a moment, ran to the inner room to continue to talk on the phone. It seems that there are some things that Yifan cannot know. Yifan and Jia Jia were outside and waited for about 20 minutes before the little girl at the front desk came out. Sorry, sir, for keeping you waiting. The little girl at the front desk walked over quickly and politely said a few words. Yifan didn't want to talk nonsense with her and asked bluntly what was going on. Coach. He was hospitalized. The little girl said with great apologies. Yifan remembers that yesterday, during Monday's class, the coach was still alive and well, sparring with Jia Jia, so how come he was hospitalized today? Coach is sick? Yifan asked in doubt. The little girl at the front desk shook her head. Yifan, an accident? The little girl at the front desk still shook her head. To tell you the truth, the coach was beaten. The hall boxing coach was beaten and hospitalized. It is really not good to spread out. No wonder the receptionist girl is not willing to say. Who is so powerful to beat the boxing coach? Yifan was curious as to who did it. The little girl at the front desk looked down at Jia Jia and smiled awkwardly. Your daughter. What's going on? Yifan asked what happened. Yesterday in class, the boxing coach had a whim and wanted to practice sparring with Jia Jia. Jia Jia played a few lessons in the sandbag, can fight with real people, naturally very happy. The two fought dozens of rounds. In the end, it ended with the coach losing miserably. After class, the coach felt his 2 arms are very painful, thought today's battle is too tired caused by, rest a night will be good. Who knows, this morning, 2-arm pain cannot lift up. To the hospital to take pictures, only to know, 2 arms fracture, and not light. In order to avoid leaving the root of the disease, as soon as possible to recover, the doctor let the coach hospitalized for a week, receive treatment. Learned the reason, whispered to ask Jia Jia, is it you did it? Jia Jia bowed his head and thought seriously, I do not know. The first few classes are using sandbags to do exercises. This is the first time recently to fight with the coach. The intensity is similar to the front. Hearing Jia Jia explain, Yifan understood the reason. Since Jia Jia was arranged to do exercises with sandbags, until now, more than a week, Jia Jia's strength and speed grew at least 15 attribute points. Although Jia Jia was still following the previous strength and sparring with the coach, the actual strength had increased. This was the reason why the coach was injured. Yifan was heartbroken for the boxing coach and asked the little girl where the coach was in the hospital and decided to take Jia Jia to visit him. After all, it was because Jia Jia was injured. The little girl was busy refusing and smiled, thank you for your kindness. The coach teacher is considered a work injury, our boss will send someone to deal with it. Since he didn't need to visit and couldn't attend class, Yifan took Jia Jia and prepared to leave, waiting for the coach to recover from his injury before attending class. Who knows, the little girl called Yifan back. Sir, please stay. There is something that needs to be discussed with you. The little girl brought Yifan and Jia Jia to the parlor, asked the two to sit down and poured water. Sir, I learned from Jia Jia's coach teacher that Jia Jia is very smart, learns very quickly, and can learn as soon as she is taught. The coach has taught Jia Jia basically everything he can. This time, Jia Jia beat our coach, which means that Jia Jia has reached the level of a master and no longer needs to learn. I have just discussed with the coach and will convert the remaining lessons into tuition fees and return them to you. The little girl took out her book and calculator and started to calculate how much money could be refunded. Wait. Yifan hurriedly stopped. It turns out that the reason for tossing half a day and going around in circles is to get a refund. No way. The money spent is like water thrown out, how can it be refunded? After refunding the money, the spending cashback rewards given by the system will also be returned. Yifan tested it. Therefore, Yifan disagrees. The course does not need to be refunded, stay back and learn slowly. The little girl at the front desk was once again embarrassed to tell Yifan that she was hospitalized by her own students, and it was a little girl, and the coach had no face to continue teaching. Yifan did not agree to return the money, let the receptionist girl think of ways. Thinking for a moment, the receptionist girl thought of a way to transfer Jia to other courses to continue learning. Okay, no problem. Not refunding the money, but also learning new things, Yifan was naturally very happy. In addition to boxing, there was also taekwondo and martial arts and so on. Taekwondo, Jia definitely wouldn't choose. So, the little girl at the front desk led Yifan and Jia to meet the martial arts teacher. It just so happened that the martial arts teacher was out of class. The little girl asked the martial arts teacher to perform to see if Jia liked it. The martial arts teacher was very happy that someone wanted to enroll in his class, and took out all kinds of stunts, such as backflips, knife flowers, sword flowers, etc. Jia was dazzled by the show. Jia was dazzled and loved it. Dad, I want to learn. Yifan nodded his head and told the little girl to pick this one. The martial arts teacher got Jia's approval and was very happy, saying to Yifan, "Parents, it's especially appropriate to enroll now, there are packages." Not waiting for the martial arts teacher to finish, he was dragged away by the little girl at the front desk. Hush! The little girl put her index finger to her mouth and made a silencing motion. The martial arts teacher is confused. Why won't she let us recommend a course? The child likes it, what a great opportunity to rip off the parents. Chapter 39 Lin Qingxue pregnant. The little girl at the front desk didn't dare to tell the martial arts teacher what happened to the boxing coach, worrying that he wouldn't dare to accept Jia. And kindly remind the martial arts teacher that Jia is a martial arts wizard, learns things quickly, learns them in one go, don't cut martial arts with her, it's dangerous. There is one more thing that was not said, don't get beaten up and put in the hospital again. Looking at the naive and innocent Jia, whose height is only up to her waist, the martial arts teacher is even more confused. What a good kid, what's the danger? The receptionist must be pumped up. Yifan also proposed to continue to enroll in the package, was politely rejected by the front desk girl. Parents, Jia is very smart, these classes are enough. This is the first time I have encountered a situation where a parent wants to enroll in a class and is not allowed to do so. The little girl at the front desk gave Jia to do the procedures for transferring to a different class, and today you can formally attend the class. Come to the classroom. The martial arts teacher first demonstrated the basic movements, so that Jia in the side to see. Who knows, just after the demonstration, Jia can already imitate 60% or 70% of the action. After getting guidance from the martial arts teacher, she learned all the moves the second time. It was only then that the martial arts teacher believed what the little girl at the front desk had said, that the child was very smart and would learn as soon as she did. Out of curiosity, the martial arts teacher wanted to spar with Jia. Because the girl at the front desk said, "Don't spar with Jia." There's something wrong with people. The more they're not allowed to do it, the more they want to do it. Jia, let's spar. The martial arts teacher finally took a dangerous step. In his opinion, Jia had just learned the basics, how could she beat him? And so, the sparring began. 30 rounds later, the martial arts teacher lost. He was very upset. Jia had just learned the basic moves, but he had defeated his own flashy moves. There are two sayings, 1 power is better than 10. The only martial art in the world is quickness. Jia took it all. Relying on super fast speed and super strength, he easily defeated his teacher. The martial arts teacher regretted that he should not listen to the advice of the little girl at the front desk. It's only the first lesson and he was defeated by his own student, how can he teach in the future? The martial arts teacher was in agony. Time passed quickly. Saturday morning. Lin Qingxue didn't go to the company to work overtime. She made an appointment with Yifan and went to the hospital for a checkup. After breakfast, Yifan drove Lin Qingxue to the hospital. Jia stayed at home by herself. There are too many people in the hospital, and they have to do all kinds of tests, so it's not convenient to bring Jia. Arriving at the hospital, Yifan registered and accompanied Lin Qingxue to the obstetrics and gynecology clinic. Since the obstetrics and gynecology department does not allow men to enter, Yifan waited outside. Soon, Lin Qingxue came out with a bunch of sheets. First pay the fee, then do blood draw, B ultrasound, C ultrasound, etc. Anyway, a whole lot of checks. When it was all done, Lin Qingxue took the results and went to the doctor. Yi Fan was still waiting outside, taking time to open the system attribute panel to check. After a week of hard work, the 4 circumference attributes grew a lot more. P.S. The system was upgraded to the 3rd level, gaining an additional 3 per day. System level, level 3 upgrade experience value 7500. Host daughter, Yi Linjia. Physique, 114. Speed, 111. Strength, 112. Intelligence, 113. Free attribute points, 63. Host, Yi Fan. Physique, 139. Speed, 139. Strength, 139. Intelligence, 139. Free attribute points, 63. According to the current speed, the Yi Fan, after another 4 days, the attributes reach the 150 cap maximum again. And the system rises to level 4, a long way off. Yi Fan was curious as to what the new to be activated panel would be when the system rose to level 3. Closing the panel, Yi Fan continued to wait outside. After a long time, Lin Qingshua's body shook as she came out crying. "Honey, what's wrong?" Seeing that Lin Qingxue was out of sorts, Yi Fan hurriedly went forward to support her and helped her wipe away her tears. "Honey." Lin Qingxue flopped down in Yi Fan's arms and cried bitterly. She was so strong and loved her face that she completely ignored the eyes of the people present. It was the first time Yi Fan saw Lin Qingxue crying so hard. "Honey, it's okay, I'm here." Yi Fan hugged Lin Qingxue tightly, stroked her head and comforted her softly. After a long time, Lin Qingxue calmed down. "Honey." Lin Qingxue raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with tears in her eyes. "There is one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" "Which one do you want to hear? You just cried like that, and you're still playing this trick." "Hubby, you say it." Lin Qingxue tugged on one of Yi Fan's arms and pampered him with her crying voice. "Good news." Yi Fan has a hunch, I do not know whether it is right or not, urgently need Lin Qingxue to prove. Lin Qingxue came to Yi Fan's ear, whispered, "Husband, I'm pregnant, and twins." "Really, it's too good." Yi Fan happily embraced Lin Qingxue and kissed her on the cheek. Yi Fan's premonition was correct, Lin Qingxue was pregnant, but he didn't expect it to be twins, unexpected joy. But thinking about the bad news, which could make Lin Qingxue cry so hard, Yi Fan thumped inside again. "Honey, say the bad news." Yi Fan tried to calm his mood and prepare himself mentally. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment, said softly, "The doctor found out that I have a very serious hypothyroidism, need to take long-term medication." P.S. Hypothyroidism, the full name of hypothyroidism, due to a variety of reasons leading to the production of thyroid hormone or the role of the weakening of the whole body low metabolic syndrome. Forgetfulness and drowsiness are obvious symptoms of hypothyroidism. No wonder Lin Qingxue often forgets to bring her keys. Usually at home, no spirit, sleep at night especially fragrant. Yi Fan thought that he was tired from work, but originally he was sick. Lin Qingxue continued to say, "Due to hypothyroidism, my body is very poor, easy to late miscarriage. Coupled with my age, and 2 fetuses, my body cannot withstand, the doctor recommended that I do early abortion." Speaking of the word abortion, Lin Qingxue cried again. As a mother, she was very reluctant to hear these 2 words. Yi Fan comforted Lin Qingxue, "Don't feel bad, go home first. The online query related information, and then change a few tertiary hospitals, hang up a specialist number, ask." Back home, Lin Qingxue has been in a very low mood, not happy. "Dad, what's wrong with Mom?" Jia was very concerned about Lin Qingxue and looked for Yi Fan to ask why. Yi Fan said, "Her mom is fine, probably too tired, rest will be fine. I will help Mom massage." Jia stood behind Lin Qingxue, her flexible little hands wandering around Lin Qingxue's shoulders and back. Seeing Jia understand, Lin Qingxue finally revealed a smile. "Jia is so good." In the afternoon, after dinner, Lin Qingxue lay on the bed to take a nap. Jia read a book by herself in the living room. Yi Fan checked the information from the internet. Indeed, as the doctor said, patients suffering from hypothyroidism must pay extra attention, take their medication on time, and also have regular checkups. Even then, the risk of miscarriage was high. The internet also said that too much work and long-term stress is one of the main causes of hypothyroidism. Yi Fan did not accept the reality and believed that there must be a solution. So, he made another appointment with a few famous hospital expert numbers. After all this, let Lin Qingshu rest at home. Yifan took Jia Jia to go outside and move around. The little guy was at home all day today, definitely suffocated. The two of them played until evening, and the development of physique, speed, and strength was completed, with attribute +3. Back home, Lin Qingshu sat on the living room sofa and used her cell phone to look up information. The mood was much better than in the morning. Chapter 40 Turnaround. In the evening, Yifan made the braised pork and veggie fried broccoli that Lin Qingshu and Jia Jia liked to eat. While eating, Lin Qingshu vomited twice more. Jia Jia asked with concern, "Mom, you went to the hospital today, didn't you get cured?" Lin Qingshu told Jia Jia that she was fine, just an upset stomach. There were no words all night. The third day, morning. Lin Qingshu wanted to go to the company to work overtime and was stopped by Yifan. "Honey, you're pregnant, it's not the same as before, let's put the work aside first." Yifan persuaded Lin Qingshu not to take work too seriously. Alas. Lin Qingshu sighed lightly, "I checked yesterday, like my situation, the child certainly cannot keep. Miscarriage, sooner or later, cannot because of this, and then screw up the work, right? I have worked hard for more than 10 years, and finally have a chance, I am not willing to give up." Lin Qingshu thought it through, since she couldn't keep the baby, she might as well keep the job opportunity. This logic, Yifan does not agree. In the face of job opportunities, do not give up. In the face of the two children in the belly, more cannot give up. Under Yifan's persuasion, Lin Qingshu finally agreed to go to the hospital again. Jia Jia was again confined to her home. Throughout the morning, Yifan accompanied Lin Qingshu to 2 hospitals, the results are the same. Undeterred, Yifan took Lin Qingshu to consult 2 professors who were authorities in the industry in the afternoon, and it was still the same result. The result is still the same. The bigger the child in the belly, the more harm it will do to Lin Qingshu. It is best to make a decision in these 2 weeks. Lin Qingshu is completely dead. Yifan firmly believes that there must still be a chance, just not found. In the evening, Jia Jia wanted to go out to play, was locked up at home for a day, not active, difficult. Lin Qingshu and Yifan accompanied Jia Jia to play at the neighborhood fitness equipment. "Hubby, I'm sorry." Because of personal reasons, failed to protect the 2 belly children, Lin Qingshu emotional loss, choked and apologized to Yifan. Jia Jia had long wanted a little brother and sister. Now that she was pregnant but couldn't keep it, anyone would be sad. Looking at the happy Jia Jia, Yifan wrapped his arms around Lin Qingshu and comforted, "It's my fault, I'm sorry for you and Jia Jia. If the pressure of life is not too much, Lin Qingshu work is not tired, perhaps these 2 children can keep." Yifan insisted that it is his own reason. Monday morning. Lin Qingshu organized her emotions, as if nothing happened on the weekend, sat on her bag and went to work. Perhaps considering the child in her belly, Lin Qingshu didn't run to the bus like usual, but walked slowly. Although Lin Qingshu's mouth is hard, inwardly still very concerned about the 2 children in the belly. After breakfast, Yifan accompanied Jia Jia to martial arts class. In his spare time, Yifan joined various forums and patient groups, hoping to find a solution. Yifan will not give up until the last minute. Soon, the time came to Wednesday. In the morning, Jia Jia was inside taking swimming lessons, and Yifan was waiting during the parent observation period. Near the end of the class. Ding, congratulations to the host, the development of the baby's physique, speed and strength is complete. The system rewards the host and the child with 3 physique attribute points, 3 speed attribute points, and 3 strength attribute points. Ding, due to system-level limitations, the host's physique, speed, and strength attributes have reached the upper limit maximum value of 150. The physique, speed, and strength attributes can't continue to increase. After the system level is raised, it can be restored. A series of beeps rang in Yifan's ears. These beeps above were the same as reaching the secondary cap maximum. However, the later prompt tones appeared significantly different. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the 3rd level panel. Yifan remembered that after ascending to the 3rd level, the newly appeared panel had been in an unactivated state. Unexpectedly, it was accidentally activated today. Yifan hurriedly opened the system attribute panel. System level, level 3 upgrade experience value 92,500. Host daughter, Yi Lin Jia. Physique, 126. Speed, 123. Strength, 124. Intelligence, 125. Free attribute points, 75. Host, Yifan. Physique, 150. Speed, 150. Strength, 150. Intelligence, 148. Free attribute points, 75. Jiajia's quadruple attributes, all of them were over 120, but Yifan didn't care to look at them. He only cared about what the newly activated panel was capable of. Looking down the attribute panel, he quickly found the new activation panel. There was a detailed description on it. P.S. After the host's 4 attributes reach the maximum value of the upper limit, the overflow attribute value can be transferred to a bound person. Free attribute points can also be transferred, but they will be randomly assigned to one of the 4 circumference attributes. It was only then that it became obvious to Yifan that the activation condition for the level 3 panel was that once 4 circumference attributes reached the upper limit value. Below the panel description, there was a button to add a bound person. The first person Yifan thought of, Lin Qingxue. When Jiajia was weak and sickly, after activating the system, Yifan desperately enhanced Jiajia's physical attributes. Now Jiajia has a great body and has never gotten sick. Lin Qingxue has a disease like hypothyroidism, which has something to do with her physique and immunity. If it really works, Lin Qingxue, along with the 2 children in her belly, can be saved. Many days of haze was swept away. Yifan saw hope again. Without hesitation, Yifan hurriedly added Lin Qingxue's personal information and bound it to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host binding Lin Qingxue successfully. The host can view the bound person's 4 attribute information. Yifan was curious to know just how much Lin Qingxue's 4 attributes were. Bound person, Lin Qingxue. Physique, 36. Speed, 58. Strength, 56. Intelligence, 65. It's no wonder that Lin Qingxue got hypothyroidism, her physique is too low. The normal average for adults is 56, and she is only 36. Today Jiajia's physique development is complete, and in order to get the extra rewards for her physique, she can only wait for tomorrow. However, Yifan couldn't wait. He himself had 75 free attribute values, and according to the 1 in 4 probability, Lin Qingxue's physique gained at least 18 points. Thus, Yifan gifted all 75 free attribute values to Lin Qingxue. Ding! Regifting is in progress, please wait. Ding! The transfer is successful. Yifan hurriedly opened Lin Qingxue's attribute panel to check. Binder, Lin Qingxue. Physique, 55. Speed, 77. Strength, 75. Intelligence, 83. Very good, Lin Qingxue's physique has changed from 36 to 55, an increase of 19 values. Physique 55 was basically on par with the average adult value, and Lin Qingxue's physical state should be getting better. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Qingxue opened the phone to Yifan. Hubby, just now I don't know what happened, my body is particularly hot. I measured it with a thermometer and I don't have a fever. Is it caused by pregnancy? Lin Qingxue mistakenly thought that her body being hot had something to do with her pregnancy. In reality, the body increased 75 attribute values at a time. It would be strange if it wasn't hot, it should be scalding. Yifan was curious about Lin Qingxue's current state and asked, "Daughter-in-law, how do you feel now?" "Hubby, I'll tell you." Although Lin Qingxue's voice was small, she could hear that she was very excited. "I feel especially good right now." Chapter 41 Review. Head clear, body flexible, so much better than before I was pregnant. Is it the children giving me strength? Because she was too happy, Lin Qingxue's voice rose another decibel. Yifan thought, "Bah! I gave it to you." Yifan told Lin Qingxue not to think nonsense, work first and wait to come back. Hanging up the phone, Yifan is in a much better mood. It was not in vain that he had worked hard to accumulate 75 attribute values. When Jiajia gets out of class, Yifan takes Jiajia to eat something delicious. "Dad, I want to eat spicy hot pot." "Okay, satisfy you." Father and daughter ordered a large portion of spicy hot pot and ate very happily. Spent 45 yuan, spending cash back 1350. 2 children will soon be born, the purchase of a houseplan must be advanced. Imagine a family of 5 in a 42 square meter house. I can't even think about it. Jiajia, for the sake of your brother or sister, you have to work out and spend money. After dinner, Yifan took Jiajia to the food market for a spin. Lin Qingxue is pregnant and has 2 children in her belly, so she has to replenish her body. The old rules, or let Jiajia choose what she likes. Mother and daughter's tastes are basically the same, so Yifan can save a lot of heartache. Fish, meat, vegetables and fruits, spending 95, spending cashback 2,850 yuan. One day easily harvested $4,000. Back home, Yifan accompanied Jia to play chess. Intelligence development was completed, and Yifan's intelligence attribute reached the upper limit maximum. Starting tomorrow, Jia's efforts to obtain attribute value rewards, through Yifan, all transferred to Lin Xingxue. Looking forward to Lin Xingxue's brand new changes. In the evening, Lin Xingxue came home from work. Mom, you didn't forget to bring your keys today. Jia wrapped her arms around Lin Xingxue and pampered her. Mom is very clear-headed today, she didn't forget anything, huh? Lin Xingxue held Jia's body with both hands, gently lifted it up and held Jia in her arms. Jia, how did you get lighter? It's not that Jia has gotten lighter, it's that your strength has gotten bigger. That's 19 strength attribute values. Yifan thought to himself and didn't say it, not wanting to destroy this beautiful atmosphere. It was obvious that Lin Xingxue was in a good mood and her body was in excellent condition. Honey, let's eat. Yifan went to the kitchen to serve the meal. Jia and Lin Xingxue both ran to the kitchen to help. Hubby, it's really divine. My waist is not sore today, my legs don't hurt, and my whole body has endless energy. Lin Xingxue was anxious to share this joy with Yifan, carrying the rice in her hand, she said while walking. And, I can see, save your energy to brush the dishes later. Cut. A family of 3 gathered around the table, eating happily. Maybe it has something to do with the physical enhancement. The whole meal, Lin Xingxue ate fast and much, and did not vomit. After the meal, Lin Xingxue wanted to brush the bowl, but was snatched by Yifan. You accompanied Jia to play chess. Some time ago, Lin Xingxue accompanied Jia to play chess. Each game lasted less than 10 minutes, always lose. Today, her mind is clear, and she vows to wipe the slate clean. As a result, Lin Xingxue lasted 15 minutes and lost again. Jia, why are you getting better and better? Lin Xingxue was very happy that Jia was smarter than herself. Jia took the chess pieces and thought seriously, average, second in the world. Every time she played chess with Yifan, Jia always lost. Facing other people, she never lost and considered herself second in the world. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jia went to sleep on time. Jia's early bedtime has nothing to do with her physique, it's purely a habit cultivated since childhood. Lin Xingxue, however, was too excited to sleep. Hubby, why am I not sleepy? Why don't you tell me a story? Okay, listen. Accompanied by Yifan's boring story, Lin Xingxue quickly entered dreamland. The story wasn't exciting, but it was hypnotizing. The next morning, Lin Xingxue got up very early. After washing up, she took a light step and headed to the bus stop. Looking at Lin Xingxue's distant back, Yifan had a plan. It was time for Lin Xingxue to learn to drive. However, all the prerequisites, but also wait for the weekend inspection results. Working hard for a week, Lin Xingxue's physique would improve again, and the check results should change for the better by then. Yifan was not sure. After breakfast, it was the same old story. Yifan accompanied Jia to class, play chess, read books, and play. It was Sunday again. Yifan accompanied Jia for swimming lessons in the morning and Lin Xingxue for a checkup in the afternoon. Why choose the afternoon? Because the physique can increase the attribute value by 3 more, which helps to check for a good result. Yifan drove Lin Xingxue to the hospital for a review. Jia read books at home by herself. Arriving at the hospital, it was the same as always, registering, looking for a doctor to write a list, and taking a blood test. Taking the test results, Lin Xingxue went in to find a doctor. Half an hour later, Lin Xingxue came out smiling. Wife, how is it? Look at Lin Xingxue's expression. Yifan guessed 8 or 9. Lin Xingxue sat next to Yifan. A good news, a bad news, you want to hear which first? Again? Yifan did not expect Lin Xingxue to engage in this again, laughed. Bad news. Hate, why don't you choose the good news? Lin Xingxue tugged on Yifan's arm and pouted. From your performance now, bad news, not bad to wear, listen first will not affect the mood. Cut, no fun. Lin Xingxue pretended to be angry, turned away. Yifan hands will Lin Xingxue head break over, laughed. Wife good, quickly say it. The bad news is. The doctor asked me to come back next week for a review. That's it? No more? Lin Xingxue smiled and nodded her head. Is this bad news? It was intentionally used to make up the numbers, wasn't it? Yifan had guessed that he would come back for a review next week. Hubby, guess what the good news is? Lin Xingxue blinks her big eyes and looks at Yifan and is about to burst into laughter. You are cured? Hubby, how do you know? Lin Xingxue stared at Yifan in surprise. Yifan lightly pinched Lin Xingxue's white cheeks and laughed. I knew from the time you came out. Your face. Can't hide things. Originally, I wanted to give you a surprise. Yifan held Lin Xingxue's hands tightly and laughed. You are the surprise. Hate, don't be flabby here, go. Lin Xingxue pulled Yifan and left the hospital. Back to the car, Lin Xingxue probably told the story. Lin Xingxue took the blood test report for hypothyroidism and went to the doctor. The doctor took the result and read it again and again. It's not right, it's definitely not right. Hypothyroidism, need to take medication for a lifetime, not easy to cure a disease, this is only a week, it's good? The doctor didn't believe it. Her first reaction, Lin Xingxue's blood test report has a problem, took the wrong, or the laboratory doctor is wrong. Carefully checking the name and age, yes, it's me. Then there was only one outcome, the hospital had made a mistake. This matter certainly cannot be publicized, so, let Lin Xingxue next week to come back for another test. Yifan knew why and asked Lin Xingxue, did you ask the doctor? Is this indicator normal? Lin Xingxue nodded, and, the doctor said, the indicator is only a little higher, considered normal. Hubby, what do you think is going on? My illness suddenly got better? Yifan naturally wouldn't tell her that it was caused by the system, long ago thought of a suitable reason, maybe the children give you strength. Lin Xingxue touched her still flat little belly and smiled happily, and, babies, mom loves you. Chapter 42 Protecting the Younger Siblings. Back home. Since the indicators were normal and the baby could be preserved, Lin Xingxue immediately told Jia the good news. Jia was looking forward to her little brother and sister for several years. Mom, is it a brother or a sister? Jia hugged Lin Xingxue and was very happy. Lin Xingxue stroked Jia's little head and laughed. Don't be anxious, we'll only know when it's born. And, Mom. Jia raised his small fist, said seriously, regardless of the brother or sister, as a sister, I will protect them. Yifan walked to the side of Jia, smiled and said, in the future, you have to work hard to exercise, so that you become stronger, so that you can better protect them. Yifan another layer of meaning, Jia exercised to obtain physical attribute rewards, Yifan then transferred to Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue's physique is good, she doesn't get sick, and the kids in her belly are healthier. Dad, Mom, I will cheer. Jia clenched her small fists with a serious, earnest expression. Monday morning. Lin Xingxue was in a good mood and went to work with the loving breakfast prepared by Yifan. After the meal, Yifan took Jia to martial arts class. During this time, Yifan received a message from Jia's first grade class teacher. Tomorrow, he will go to the new students' parent meeting, hand out new textbooks, as well as explain the precautions. Next week, the new first grade students, officially enrolled in school and classes. Time flies, Jia is finally due to start first grade. Jia was also very happy to hear this news, and was able to make new friends again. The next day, Yifan drove Jia and went to the parents' meeting. The class teacher had explained in the group that if the children were unsupervised at home, they could be brought to school. There was a separate classroom for them to play in, not interfering with the parent-teacher conferences. Arriving at the new school, Jia pulled Yifan and looked around, curious about everything inside. Class 13 new students and parents, please go this way. Inside the school, there was a teacher who was responsible for guiding the way. Under the teacher's guidance, Yifan came to the classroom where the parent-teacher conference was held. The opposite side of the classroom was specially designed for children, with all kinds of books, and all kinds of balls, jump ropes, and other sports equipment for the children to play with. Dad, bye. Jia, bye. Yifan went to the parent-teacher conference, and Jia went to the opposite classroom to play by herself. The whole parent-teacher conference flowed very smoothly. First, the head of the first grade spoke, then the homeroom teacher spoke, all the teachers spoke, handed out new textbooks, and talked about the things needed to prepare for school. There was a lot of talking, and Yifan took notes. Jia's class teacher is a very pretty teacher, about 30 years old. Her speech is decent and generous, and her work is very efficient, so I think Jia will like it. After the parent-teacher conference, Yifan went to the classroom to call Jia. Good. Handsome. One more. Inside the classroom, there was a lot of applause and shouting, it was very lively. Yifan was curious about what was happening inside and probed to see. Good guy. Inside the classroom, the little girl and the little boy were in a circle. Jia was in the center, performing martial arts. 10 backflips in a row, winning a full house. It's a real showstopper. Ahem. Jia, it's time to go. Yifan walked into the classroom and coughed twice, interrupting the wonderful performance. Jia raised her hand to bid farewell to the children in the audience and shouted, "My name is Yi Linjia, nice to meet you all. Wait for the next time, I'll give you a boxing performance. Bye-bye Jia. Bye-bye Jia." The children crowded in front of the classroom, very sad to part with Jia. Back to the car. You're quite popular. We haven't even started school yet, but I guess Jia's name has already spread. Inside the classroom there were students from every class, and when school started, 1 by 1, 10 by 10, Jia's fame spread throughout the class. Jia tilted her little head, scratched her head, and laughed, "It's not bad." Yifan handed Jia the newly issued textbooks and told her what she needed to buy. Hearing that she needed to buy a book bag, lunchbox, book cover, workbook and many other things for school enrollment, Jia was very happy and shouted to go buy them right away. There happened to be a stationery store near the elementary school. Yifan took Jia inside. There was a wide variety of items inside, so it was an elementary school student's paradise. You go and choose. Yifan handed Jia the paper with the necessities for school enrollment. Dad, don't worry, leave it to me. Jia pushed the shopping cart and ran all the way, disappearing from view. Yifan sat at the cashier's counter and waited for Jia to come over with the items to check out. Before coming to the store, Yifan told Jia all the specific requirements. Jia only needed to choose her favorite style and color. Soon, Jia pushed a full shopping cart and came over. Dad, all selected. Yifan checked the list one by one. One is not less, one is not more, just right. Boss, check out. Yifan took out his cell phone, scanned the code, paid, and spent 215 yuan. Among them, the school bag and lunchbox are the most expensive. Ding, congratulations to the host for the consumption cashback reward, 6,450 yuan. 30 times cashback reward, cool. After eating in the afternoon, Yifan took Jia to martial arts class. P.S. Due to the parent-teacher conference in the morning, the martial arts class was moved to the afternoon. Inside the classroom. Teacher, I learned all the moves you taught me yesterday. What are we learning today? Jia happily pestered the martial arts teacher. The martial arts teacher looked bitter, skillfully opened his laptop, connected to the projector and played the signature moves of a certain martial arts expert. Today, let's learn this. Are you ready? The martial arts teacher put his hands behind his back, rather like a master. This master, he just opens his mouth but doesn't move his hands. Jia, stand with your legs together. Ready. Okay, start. The martial arts teacher walked over to the computer with his hands behind his back, sat down, picked up the mouse, pressed the pause button, and learned this move first. Jia started practicing on the projected image. In fact, since last week, Jia had already learned what the martial arts teacher had learned all his life. Watching once can imitate, watching 2 times to integrate, more skillful than the teacher. In order to prepare the teaching content for Jia, the teacher racked his brains, and finally, he ran out of ideas. Forced to do so, the martial arts teacher approached his boss and told him his plight, wanting to transfer Jia to another class, but the boss sternly refused. Jia was a hot potato and no one wanted to take her. Another reason was that the teacher had nothing to teach and would be laughed at by his peers if he moved a student around. The boss let the martial arts teacher figure it out on his own. Yifan again did not agree to refund the money. In the end, the teacher came up with this trick on his own. Put some martial arts master performance video, according to the combination moves and signature moves, cut into a short video, let Jia learn. Yifan agreed, Jia liked it, and successfully solved the problem. Almost at the end of class, Lin Xingxue called. Hubby, just now it seems like the 2 children in my belly are giving me strength again, very hot and comfortable. Lin Xingxue happily shared with Yifan. Yifan thought to himself, it is not the children in your belly, it is this child outside, giving you strength. Lin Xingxue felt her body heat up, it was the system reward attribute value delivered. Chapter 43 Coach Lu. N, good boy, first work. In the evening, give you to do braised fish. Good. I don't know what's wrong, I have a good appetite lately, and I'm willing to eat anything. Yi Fan hung up the phone after chatting with Lin Qingxue. When Jia Jia got off class, Yi Fan took Jia Jia to the food market to buy fish and fruits. Back home, Jia Jia read a book and Yi Fan cooked. When Lin Qingxue came back from work, there was a hot meal on the table, and Yi Fan and Jia Jia were sitting next to each other playing chess. Next time, you two eat first, no need to wait for me. Yi Fan and Jia Jia always wait for themselves to eat. Lin Qingxue's heart is too much. Yi Fan told Lin Qingxue not to care about this, focus on eating and nourishing her body. She wasn't alone now, it was 3 people. Yes, Mom, we're not just waiting for you, we're also waiting for my siblings. Jia Jia happily pressed her head against Lin Qingxue's belly. Although she couldn't hear anything, Jia Jia would repeat this action every time. At the dinner table, Lin Qingxue did have a good appetite. Whether it was fish, eggs, or vegetables, Lin Qingxue ate them all. Yi Fan teased Jia Jia to eat quickly so that she wouldn't be snatched up by Mom. Dad, you also eat quickly. Eat quickly, grab. The 3 members of the family gobbled up all the food on the table. After the meal, Yi Fan went to the kitchen to brush the dishes. Jia Jia took the newly issued textbooks, as well as the newly purchased book bag, lunchbox and other things, and showed them to Lin Qingxue. Did you choose all of them? It's so beautiful. Lin Qingxue stroked Jia Jia's little head and smiled very happily. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jia Jia entered dreamland on time. Lin Qingxue lay on the bed resting and looking at her cell phone. Yi Fan finished his shower, picked up his cell phone, and found that there was a bank card incoming message with a large amount, $100,000. Yi Fan thought to himself, he didn't buy anything expensive today, and Lin Qingxue didn't send herself anything. This $100,000 is definitely not a consumption rebate. There was only one possibility. Seeing Yi Fan coming out of the bathroom, Lin Qingxue whispered to Yi Fan. The last time Lin Qingxue's father was hit by a car on a tricycle and had a car accident, the hit-and-run driver was caught. The hit-and-run driver compensated Lin's father for all the hospitalization expenses, as well as various other expenses. This $100,000 is Yi Fan advance surgery and hospitalization expenses. Daughter-in-law, this $100,000 you keep and spend, do not need to give me. Lin Qingxue from marriage to now has been frugal, money all spent on Jia Jia and this family above, no money left in the hand. It's very heartbreaking. Yi Fan wanted to leave the money to Lin Qingxue. There is money in his hand, frugal, maybe he can change some. Lin Qingxue hurriedly grabbed Yi Fan's cell phone. Husband, this is your money, you keep. You are now taking care of Jia Jia and the family, and need more money. My salary, enough to spend. Lin Qingxue refused to take it. Yi Fan understands Lin Qingxue, she will never change what she has decided. Since she doesn't want it, Yi Fan simply took the money to buy a house. Bank card balance instantly grew to $150,000. Another step closer to buying a house. In the neighborhood of Jia Jia's school, there are no leapfrog properties, but there is a villa area. Does not belong to the key school district, the unit price is cheaper, but the total area is large, a villa, at least 3.5 million. The distance is indeed a bit far. Yi Fan wrapped his arms around Lin Qingxue and quickly entered dreamland. Time passed quickly, and it was Sunday again. In the morning, Yi Fan took Jia Jia to a swimming lesson. When he went to the front desk to ask for a swimming lesson bracelet, a salesman told Yi Fan that he had checked from the store's system that the swimming lesson he had enrolled in last time was almost finished, so did he need to renew it? Renewal? Of course. Yi Fan is worried about spending money, and it's a rare opportunity to spend cash back. As with martial arts lessons, from half a month ago, the swimming coach no longer had new knowledge to teach Jia Jia. Usually lessons, the 2 people in the pool, swimming together, playing together. 2 people swimming competition, Jia Jia then the coach swim fast and good. In class, the coach only plays the role of accompanying swimmer and caretaker. Yi Fan had mentioned to the coach to renew the matter, the coach is helpless, they have nothing to teach, do not need to renew the fee. Now the salesman took the initiative to ask, surely seized the opportunity. Jia Jia, do you like swimming with Coach Lu? Jia Jia nodded happily. Daddy will help you renew your membership and continue to learn from Coach Lu, okay? Jia Jia clapped her little hands, good. I especially like Coach Lu. Yi Fan asked the salesman to produce a bill and a package price list. As before, the package is divided into several grades, and Yi Fan directly chooses the most expensive package of 8,000 yuan. It is rare to meet a big customer, the salesman smiled, and helped Yifan and Jia pour water, and helped Jia get a gift. Yifan told the salesman to hurry up and do it, Jia still has to go to class. Soon, the renewal procedures were done. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback reward for spending 240,000 yuan. The bank card balance instantly rose to 380,000 yuan. Enrolling in interest classes is a good way to get rich. Yifan decided to continue along this path. Arriving at the pool, Coach Lu was already waiting inside. Coach Lu, my dad just renewed his fee, and he will still be able to take classes with you in the future, especially happy. Jia jumped into the pool and wrapped her arms around Coach Lu's waist and said, "Renewal?" Coach Lu was dumbfounded, he has nothing to teach. Jia likes you and is willing to learn from you. Yifan gave a reasonable explanation. Coach Lu wrapped his arms around Jia and smiled, I like you too. Jia, let's go, let's compete again. The two of them stomped their legs hard and swam towards the distance. For the swimming coach, do not have to bother teaching, playing to make money to hand, good thing, many people will rush to do. Only, Coach Lu is more conscientious, cannot teach Jia knowledge, take money for nothing, the heart is too much. When Jia swims by herself, Coach Lu gets up and goes ashore. Wow! Proud body is shown in front of the crowd, the surrounding is again wow sound. Coach Lu is used to this. Under the gaze of the crowd, Coach Lu walked up to Yifan. Jia dad, I can't take your money for nothing. Why don't I teach you swimming lessons? I didn't expect Coach Lu to have this kind of idea. In line with the principle of not taking advantage, you can't teach the children, you teach the parents. Find a pool with no one in it, and we'll practice alone? Yifan said jokingly. Coach Lu stood in place, froze for a second, probably in his mind the discordant picture of the two appeared, his cheeks became scarlet. Cough. Yifan lightly coughed twice, interrupting Coach Lu's wild thoughts, sorry, I was just joking. It's rare to meet a good coach like you, Jia especially likes you. You don't have to take this matter to heart. Seeing Yifan's sincere attitude, Coach Lu didn't say anything else and turned around to jump into the pool. Coming home from class, Lin Qingxue had already prepared a meal and was waiting for the two. Honey, you are pregnant, pay attention. Early pregnancy is easy to miscarry, Yifan kindly reminded. Lin Qingxue said she was fine, her physical fitness was stronger than when she was young, and it seemed like there was inexhaustible strength in her body, and it was hard to be idle. Chapter 44 Punishing the Bear Child. After dinner, Jia read a book at home, and Yifan drove Lin Qingxue to the hospital for a review. The results of the examination were as expected, Lin Qingxue's indicators were normal, and the most headache-inducing hypothyroidism was cured without medication. There were also symptoms such as cervical spondylosis and lumbar and leg pain from work, all of which had disappeared. The doctor in charge of the consultation, the first time I encountered this situation. Just pregnant, what big diseases and small diseases have been cured, she could not figure it out. Lin Qingxue left the clinic, the doctor deliberately asked her, is not to eat what secret recipe? Otherwise it is impossible, it can be called a medical miracle. Lin Qingxue hands touching not yet bulging stomach, eyes full of confidence, is the children give me the strength. After saying that, she left in style, leaving behind a bewildered doctor. This is fooling the ghost, she is completely unconvinced. The two drove away from the hospital in a very good mood. To celebrate the safe preservation of the child in his belly, and also to celebrate Jia's official schooling tomorrow, Yifan proposed to have a big meal outside. Going home, he pulled Jia on board and went to a seafood restaurant for dinner. Lin Qingxue and Jia both liked seafood. This store was doing well, and there were quite a lot of people. Under the guidance of the waiter, find a table against the wall and sit down. This place was far away from the noisy area in the center of the restaurant and was quieter. Yifan handed the menu to Jia, you order first. Jia handed the menu to Lin Qingxue again, Mom, you order first. Why? Yifan and Lin Qingxue asked in unison. I am the older sister, I have to take care of the younger brother and sister in Mom's belly. Jia said very seriously. Ha ha ha. Jia is really a responsible and good sister. Looking at the serious and hilarious Jia, Yifan and Lin Qingxue couldn't stop laughing. The meal was served. Yifan poured juice for Lin Qingxue and Jia, let's raise our glasses together and first congratulate Jia for moving from kindergarten to elementary school and officially enrolling tomorrow. Cheers! The three of them raised their cups and clashed together. drinking it all in one go. Yifan poured juice for Lin Qingshui and Jia, the second cup, to Mom, another newcomer to our family. Your honorable wife has worked hard. Cheers. The three of them drank it all again. Let's eat. The family smiles happily and brightly, picks up chopsticks and eats. Jia purposely sat next to Lin Qingshui. The reason was simple, she had to take care of her younger siblings. Jia let Lin Qingshui sit inside and sat outside herself. Following Yifan's movements, she used her chopsticks to clip the fish and shrimp on the plate to Lin Qingshui. As an adult herself, Lin Qingshui was very embarrassed to let a child take care of her. Mom, eat while it's hot. Jia learned to act like a sister. Jia also eat. Yifan picked up a prawn and put it on Jia's plate. You take care of your siblings, I'll take care of you. And, it smells really good. Jia put the prawn in her mouth and praised it. The family was eating happily. Suddenly, there was a clunk. A boy behind Lin Qingshui stood up and kicked his chair back so hard that it hit the back of Lin Qingshui's chair, making a loud noise. Lin Qingshui and Jia startled. The boy is not tall, about 1 meter 5, very fat, all the body is meat, looks more than 100 pounds. The boy behaved rudely and impolitely. Not only did he not apologize, but he also squeezed out of the gap between the 2 rows of dining chairs. Sitting opposite and next to the boy's 2 parents, just focus on eating, the boy behavior does not care. Soon, the boy wandered back in. The parents outside seemed to have their asses welded to the top of their chairs and didn't move. The boy squeezes back through the cracks again. Pull back the chair with force, sit down and continue to eat. For the sake of the child, Yifan and Lin Qingshui didn't take it to heart and continued to eat. Not more than a few minutes later, the boy stood up again and kicked the chair back, bumping into Lin Qingshui's chair and making a noise. It was exactly the same as just now. A bare child, for sure. Lin Qingshui was pregnant. If she touched her stomach, it was dangerous. Yifan couldn't bear it, but out of politeness, he still very politely reminded the 2 parents to please look at the child. Who knows that the 2 parents looked up and glanced at Yifan, very impatient back to a sentence, and did not touch people, pretentious. It is true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, no wonder the child is impolite, the parents of the problem. Yifan was about to continue the theory, was Jia stopped, patted his chest to ensure that, Dad, it's okay, there is me. Turning his head and looking at the boy again, his face was filled with an innocent smile. Little brother, in a moment I will help you out. Help! Go out? Yifan and Lin Qingshui were curious as to how Jia was going to help. In the eyes of the boy and his parents, Jia was just a little girl who didn't know any better and didn't take her seriously at all. As for what she said, not caring. The 2 families next to each other continued to eat. Within a few minutes, the boy stood up again, raised his leg, and prepared to kick the chair back. Jia's eyes were quick, not waiting for the boy to react, her left and right hands grabbed both of the boy's arms. With a strong throw, whoosh. It was as if a gust of wind had blown by. The boy's body threw a perfect arc and appeared outside the dining table. Yifan and Lin Qingshui saw it clearly. Jia's action just now was a fling, not a throw, and the difficulty factor to accomplish it was very high. So, this was the help Jia was talking about. The boy stood dumbfounded, his mind blank, not remembering what just happened. Only feel the arm is very painful. The boy's parents had been eating with their heads down, completely oblivious to the fact that their child had just flown out of it. The boy rubbed his sore arm and walked out, not knowing what to do. Within a few minutes, the boy returned and stood outside the dining room table hesitating. Touching his still sore arm, the boy didn't dare to squeeze in, choosing to let his mom stand up and walk in normally. Yifan and Lin Qingshui, at the same time, gave Jia a thumbs up, praise. Getting compliments from his parents, Jia was very happy. Continuing to eat. 2 minutes later, Jia's afterglow saw the boy in the back row standing up again. No matter what, Jia was very fast and grabbed the boy's arm with both hands. Whoosh! The boy flew out of the table again. He was still holding chopsticks in his right hand. Baby, didn't you just say you wanted to eat prawns? Why did you go out? The boy's mother was surprised to see her son standing outside. Obviously, he was still inside and wanted to get up to eat the prawns. In the blink of an eye, she felt a gust of wind at the back of her head, and her son was out of the room. The boy experienced this twice in a row and finally realized what was going on, pointing at Jia in horror. Mom and Dad, it's her. What happened to her? The boy's parents just kept their heads down and dried their food, not paying any attention to their son's misery. It was her who threw me out. The boy pulled his mom to complain. The boy's mother looked at Judge's thin arms and legs, and was not tall enough to throw her fat son out. She did not believe. Baby, you don't like her and you want to accuse her, I understand. But it's not a good reason. No one will believe it. Think about it. The boy's mom came up to the boy's ear and came up with a bad idea. Chapter 45: The Road to Fortune. Mom, it's really her who threw me out. This time, I didn't lie. Seeing that his mom didn't believe him, the boy was anxious. Go inside. Eat. The boy's mother stood up and angrily pulled the boy inside. Undisputed child, Mom just taught you the method, why don't you listen? Seeing that his mom doesn't believe him, the boy sneaks a look at Jejia and pulls his chair in the farthest, trying to keep the farthest distance from Jejia. Being distracted, the boy accidentally dropped a chopstick in his hand on the floor. The boy stands up and tries to pick it up. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by. The boy stood outside the dining table with a chopstick in his right hand, not knowing what to do. He looked at Jejia's back. Mom, I want to go home. Oh. The boy sat on the ground and cried loudly. What's wrong, baby? Get up, it's cold. The boy's parents rushed to help him up. I want to go home. The boy rolled around in the store, yelling and screaming, attracting the displeased stares of many customers. At that moment, 2 waiters came over and asked what was going on. The boy's parents' heartbroken child, cannot bear the child aggrieved, hurriedly picked up the table cell phone, take the child home. The store was quiet again. Jia clapped her hands and smiled triumphantly, done. Yifan and Lin Qingxue clapped and applauded from the side. Sure enough, magic can only defeat magic. After the meal, the family of 3 went home. Rechecked the school bag to make sure they didn't leave anything behind, and went to bed. Monday morning. Yifan woke up early to prepare a loving breakfast for Lin Qingxue and Jia. Elementary school was different from kindergarten, there was no breakfast, you had to eat at home. Lunch was available and one needed to bring their own lunchbox. Yifan preparing breakfast was simple. Carrot and vegetable cake, rolled with fried egg and shredded seaweed, shredded potato, shredded ham, and a cup of hot soy milk, done. Jia didn't have the habit of staying in bed, and because it was her first day of school, she was very excited and woke up very early. Brushed her teeth, washed her face, got dressed, and ate breakfast. When Jia finished washing up, Lin Qingxue only got up to wash up. There was one restroom in the house, so there was no way to get in line. Worried about being late on the first day of school, Yifan and Jia eat first. After eating their fill, Jia put on her favorite school bag, brought her lunchbox, and waved goodbye to Lin Qingxue. Yifan took Jia out of the house and headed to school. The school is not far, out of the neighborhood door, and then cross another road, it is there. The distance is close, did not drive, low carbon traveling, walking to school. Out of the neighborhood, came to the school that road, many people, many cars, 2 roads are blocked. Send children to school vehicles, cannot get in, cannot get out. Fortunately, Yifan chose to walk, there is a gap can squeeze through. In front of the school, there were many people, both students and parents. This school has 6 grades, each grade has more than 10 classes. For the convenience of children going to and from school, the school deliberately opened 3 doors, but still very crowded. Fortunately, there were 2 teachers on the scene to direct the parents who sent their children to leave immediately and the students lined up to enter the school. Yifan helped Jia to organize her clothes, the first day of school, cheers. Jia was very excited. When she turned around and prepared to line up, she saw a familiar figure in front of her. The fat boy from the restaurant last night. It turns out that the 2 of them go to the same school. The boy was holding a burrito in one hand and milk in the other, eating and drinking. The boy's mother puts the child's backpack on, organizes his clothes, wipes his mouth, and dotes on him. When Jia looked at the boy also saw Jia unintentionally. 4 eyes met. Mom, I'll go first. Scared, the boy shoved half a cake and milk to his mom and rushed to the line. He didn't want to stand with Jia, scared. Go. Yifan let Jia go to the line as well. The 2 were 5 people apart, and the fat boy never dared to turn around. When the queue reached the boy, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Dad, goodbye. Jia walked into the school and waved with Yifan. After sending Jia, Yifan returned home, no one was there, Lin Qingxue had already gone to work. The top of the dining table was clean, and the soy milk cups were washed and placed on a plate. Taking advantage of his absence, Lin Xingxue even cleaned it all up. Yifan had nothing to do and cleaned up the house. The house is small, there is only one advantage: the place is small, good to clean up. After cleaning up, Yifan opened his cell phone and read a novel. To be precise, it is to break down the book. P.S. Unpacking books, a term in the online literature world, learning how others write novels. Yifan likes to read novels and also likes to write them, just that he didn't have time before. Now that Jiajia has gone to school and has nothing to do, he is ready to write something. In the novel website, found a favorite, began to read. As I watched, I was so absorbed that I forgot to open the book. Ringing. The cell phone rings. Pick up the cell phone, is one of the iron triangle, Xiangzi, Li Xiang called. Hey, brother Fan, the child went to school, right, is not idle? Listening to the tone of voice, Xiangzi calculated that Jiajia started school today and called on purpose. How's it going? Since the last iron triangle reunion, there has been no contact. The two briefly chat about recent developments. Yifan guessed that Xiangzi deliberately call over today. There must be something, so step into the main topic, say, what is it? Still, brother Fan understands me, he. Xiangzi opened the door to the point. He led the new project has been on track, the development is not bad. However, there is a problem. The new project uses the same accounting system that the three original companies bought from a third-party company. That system was stuck and slow, and often had problems, causing Xiangzi a headache. Yifan had participated in the secondary development of this system and wanted to find him to help solve it. No problem. Idle is idle, Yifan quickly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Yifan opened his laptop and found the working catalog. That accounting system source code, put it here. Long time no see, my old friend. Yifan opened the programming software and the familiar screen appeared in front of his eyes. Since he was unemployed and at home, Yifan had never opened it again. Open that accounting system with the programming software and check the source code. With the super intelligence boost, Yifan quickly found the key problem. However, it was troublesome to try to change it, involving the entire system. In other words, to completely solve the problem, the entire system had to be changed. Since they were all changed, it would be better to redevelop a new set. Yifan sprouted an idea. This accounting system was bought from a third-party company at a cost of $100,000 by the original company. It was hard to use and often had problems. If I develop a brand new accounting system myself, which is good to use and has few problems, and take it out to sell. System, if I do this, will it affect the system activation? Yifan tried to communicate with his own system. The full-time milkman system, as the name suggests, Yifan cannot have any full-time or part-time jobs. Otherwise, the system stops working. Yifan and Jiajia's 4 attributes had all reached 150, which was the human limit, so it didn't matter if there was a system or not. But Lin Xingxue was different. She had just gotten pregnant not long ago and had 2 children in her belly. Relying on the system to reward physical attribute points, her body had just gotten better. If the system stopped working, it would be affected. Chapter 46 Conspicuous Bag. There was another question: if the 2 children in Lin Xingxue's belly were born, would they also be able to use the full-time nurse dad system to enhance their physical qualities? For various considerations, the full-time milkman system couldn't be stopped yet. That is why Yifan asked if the system would be affected if he developed the software himself and took it out to sell. Ding, during the development of software, there is no revenue, the system is not affected. Selling software, if the proceeds go to someone else, the system is not affected. If the proceeds go to the host, the system stops working. The system gives a reasonable explanation. Proceeds go to others? What do you mean by other people? Do Jiajia and Lin Xingxue count as other people? Yifan asked the system again. Ding, except for the host, they all belong to others. Yifan would smile. The system was quite conscientious and didn't block his path to wealth. Say do it and do it. Yifan connected to the mechanical keyboard for the laptop. P.S. Mechanical keyboard feels good, tapping with feeling, fast. 10 fingers quickly struck the keyboard. In the super strong physique and speed added, the keyboard was pressed to smoke quickly. Busy until noon. Cook yourself a bowl of noodles with a few slices of greens and ham. Eat, take a break, and keep going. I was busy until 3:30 in the afternoon. Jiajia was dismissed from school at 4 o'clock. Yifan stood up, stretched his arms, shook his waist, sitting for a long time, really tired. Today's results are good. This set of accounting system is not complicated, and there is a ready-made system function reference. It is estimated that a week can be completed. If it were to be replaced by the previous Yifan, it would not be possible to do it in a month. All 4 attributes are 150, so fragrant. When Yifan walked to the school, the entrance was already crowded with people. Each class has a fixed release time. Look at the time, only 3:45, there are still 15 minutes, there is no rush. Afternoon, 4 o'clock. Dad. Jia stood in the queue, waving her little hand, shouting towards Yifan. The other children in the team also raised their hands and shouted at their moms and dads. Yifan raised his hand to signal Jia not to move. The teacher hadn't announced the dismissal of the queue yet. No talking at the back, stay in line. All stand still. Under the teacher's command, the line instantly quieted down. Good, dismissed. The teacher shouted. Strangely enough, after the line was dismissed, many of the children didn't leave to find their moms and dads. Instead, they surrounded Jia and stood in a circle. Jia, I heard you know martial arts. Perform it again. I accompanied my mom to the parent-teacher conference that day, and I saw Jia perform, and it was very cool. I saw it too. Jia did a backflip, it was awesome. I want to see. I want to see. The kids in Jia's class hardly left, they all wanted to see Jia perform martial arts. Some of the other classes recognized Jia and brought their classmates here to join in the fun. There are too many people here, it's not convenient, let's go to the park across the street. Seeing that there were few places here, affecting her performance, Jia shouted. Okay. The children on the sidelines all clapped their hands and applauded. Wait, I'll go and talk to my dad first. Jia squeezed out from the crowd and walked to Yifan. Dad, can I go play in the park across the street? Looking at Jia's pitiful eyes, Yifan smiled and said, go ahead. Cross the street, pay attention to safety. Getting Yifan's permission, Jia walked in the front of the crowd, small hand waved, go. A group of elementary school students, led by Jia, all flocked into the park. Jia led the crowd to an open space and told everyone to spread out. The martial arts show began. The screams and applause continued. Yifan stood at the entrance of the park and did not go in, not to join in the fun. After Jia performed martial arts, under the coaxing of the crowd, she performed boxing. Soon, Yifan's ears rang with a system tone, physique, speed and strength development completed, additional attribute rewards issued. I didn't think that this would work. After school started, Jia enrolled in swimming lessons and martial arts lessons, all of which were moved to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Since he had already obtained the system rewards and reached his goal, Yifan sent a message to Coach Lu to take a vacation once and not take swimming lessons today. After the performance, Jia and her classmates said they would see each other tomorrow, and ran all the way to Yifan. Surrounding children, all of them are not yet finished, shouting that they want to see it again tomorrow. Let's go to the market. Just the first day of school, the popularity is super high, properly conspicuous package. After buying food from the market, the two of them headed home. First day of school, how does it feel? Yifan carried vegetables and meat in both hands and asked with a smile. Very happy, all my good friends in the class. Jia smiled brightly. How about the teachers? Elementary school teachers are stricter than kindergarten teachers, Yifan asked curiously. Jia tilted her little head, thinking seriously for a while. The teacher is very good, just what? It's just that the questions are too simple, and I know them when I see them. Jia said very seriously. Indeed, during this period of time, Jia's intelligence attribute had also reached the upper limit of 150. First grade questions were indeed too simple for Jia. P.S. Intelligence is not directly related to the amount of knowledge reserves. High intelligence means being smart and learning things quickly. For unlearned knowledge, you still can't. For example, Yifan and Jia both have an intelligence of 150 and learn things just as fast. But Yifan has learned programming, Jia has not learned, both have the same intelligence, but Jia does not know how to program. The two returned home. Jia picked up the remote control to watch TV, Yifan went to the kitchen to cook. In the evening, Lin Qingxue came home from work and, like Yifan, asked Jia how her first day of school was. How were the teachers and classmates? Is she happy? Jia pressed against Lin Xingshue's stomach and answered one by one with great patience. Mom, how are your brother and sister today? I'm sorry. Lin Xingxue thought to herself, your brother and sister are still just cells, they don't have any feelings. Wait, it seems like something is wrong. Two cells, doctors can't even tell the gender with instruments, how did Jia know? Lin Xingxue curiously asked Jia, how do you know it's a brother and sister? Jia blinked her big, witty eyes and answered very seriously, because I want a brother and a sister. Lin Xingxue blamed herself for thinking too much. Jia was just a child, what could she know? After the meal, Lin Xingxue accompanied Jia to play chess. Yi Fan sat in front of his laptop and continued to develop the software. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after Lin Xingxue coaxed Jia into dreamland, she walked behind Yi Fan. Hubby, what are you busy with? Lin Xingxue stared at the laptop screen, a bunch of English letters and buttons on it, not writing a novel? Yi Fan laughed, helping Xiangzi get something. By the way, wife, is there a result for your group leader selection? Yi Fan is very curious, a group leader has so much effort, nearly 2 months, has not been evaluated. Lin Xingxue told Yi Fan, large companies have many people, the process is cumbersome, has reached the final stage. It is estimated that in another half a month, the results will come out. Honey, you hope this time. Big? Yi Fan wrapped his arms around Lin Xingxue's thin waist, his eyes gentle, watching her. Chapter 47 Jia was retained in school. If Lin Xingxue was not pregnant, with her ability and seniority, there must be no problem. But now was different, Lin Xingxue was pregnant. Being pregnant meant that Lin Xingxue would have to take frequent vacations and do maternity tests. As her belly got bigger and bigger, she was physically inconvenienced and couldn't do a lot of hard work. 10 months later, after giving birth, she had to take maternity leave. When she came back from maternity leave, there was a year's nursing leave. It will definitely affect the work. Compared with ordinary employees, the team leader has more responsibility. Would the company's leaders be willing to let a pregnant woman be a team leader? In front of Lin Xingxue, Yi Fan said his thoughts. To avoid Lin Xingxue not selected as a team leader, the mood is sad and lost. Lin Xingxue worked diligently, in the end, because of pregnancy, lose the position of team leader, it is indeed a pity. Hubby, don't worry, I've already thought about it. Compared to the team leader, the 2 children are more important. Lin Xingxue sat next to Yi Fan, touching her not yet bulging belly, smiling beautifully. However, in her eyes, a hint of loss flashed. One could not have both the fish and the bear's poem. With her intelligence, she must have already thought of the outcome and prepared herself mentally. The night was already deep. Lin Xingxue lay in Yi Fan's arms and quickly entered dreamland. Time passed quickly, and a week passed. It was the weekend again. After a week of working day and night, the new accounting system developed by Yi Fan was successfully completed. In the morning, Yi Fan sent the new system to Xiangzi to try out how effective it was. Whether the system was good or not, it was still necessary for real users to evaluate it. As usual, in the morning, he took Jia to a swimming class, and in the afternoon, he accompanied Lin Xingxue to the hospital for a maternity checkup. In the first 2 months of pregnancy, the fetus is the most unstable, and it needs to do regular maternity checks. Hubby, I'm nervous. Before the test results came out, Lin Xingxue held Yi Fan's arm tightly with both hands. Che, it's not the first time to be a mom, what are you nervous about? Yi Fan used his index finger on the tip of Lin Xingxue's nose, lightly scraped, deliberately joking, let her relax. That's right, I've been through a lot, so I'm not afraid of anything. Lin Xingxue purposely straightened her back, cheering and refueling herself. Not long after, the test results came out. Everything was normal. Phew. I was scared to death. Lin Xingxue exhaled heavily. Are you hiding something from me? Yi Fan stared at Lin Xingxue with skeptical eyes, there must be something here. Knowing that she couldn't hide it from Yi Fan, Lin Xingxue honestly explained. In fact, there is nothing. Lin Xingxue office, all girls. Friday morning, the office water dispenser of the barrel water is out of water, one by one all pretend not to see, not willing to change. Lin Xingxue angry, one person to change the bucket of water, the waist twisted. She was worried that it would affect the baby. Honey, you're a pregnant woman, what are you trying to be strong for? Yi Fan is a bit hateful, strong character in the bone, not good to change. He told Lin Xingxue not to do it again. Well. I know. Worried that Yi Fan was angry, Lin Xingshui gave Yifan a kiss on the cheek. Monday morning. Yifan had just returned from sending Jia Jia to school when his cell phone rang. It was Shoko calling. This guy is really good at picking the time. Pick up the phone. Brother Fan, the new accounting system you gave me is fantastic, 100 times better than the original one. On the other end of the phone, Xiangzi was very excited. Really, you alone, with a week to complete? It's awesome. Yifan told Xiangzi not to get excited and pay attention to the wording. Fan brother, if you take out this accounting system to sell money, offer 200,000, 300,000, surely a lot of big companies rush to take. Xiangzi is still very emotional. Not bad, Yifan just wants to take it and sell it for money. Xiangzi, you continue to use this system, but don't spread it out. I do have the intention to sell it. Any problems and improvements, tell me. I'll optimize and adjust it. When it's basically fine, I'll go out and sell it. No, I sell software. I'm selling software. I'm not paying attention. Ah, brother Fan, no problem, leave it to me. Hang up the phone. Yifan mood is very good, their own this direction is right. Open the laptop, work catalog, there are 3 original company bought the system. It is also an old problem, the system card is slow, the design is not user-friendly, and it is particularly bad. If they are all redeveloped all over again and put on the internet to sell, it is another fortune. Said to do, Yifan opened the programming software, open to engage. Tired of writing, stand up and move around, take the cell phone, read a novel for a while, break down the book. Programming and writing novels, 2 without delay. At 3:30 p.m., Yifan went to school on time to pick up Jia Jia. When the time for school to end arrived, Jia Jia's class team walked to the entrance of the school. But there was no Jia Jia figure inside the team. Strange? What's going on? When the team was dismissed, Yifan found Jia Jia's homeroom teacher. P.S. Jia Jia's homeroom teacher is a 30-something-year-old female teacher with a good figure. Maybe she's busy with teaching and her skin isn't well maintained, so she looks a few years older than her actual age. Hello class teacher, may I ask where Jia Jia is? Yifan was anxious when he couldn't find Jia Jia. Are you Jia Jia's parent? Jia Jia is in the class, please follow me. The homeroom teacher led the way while Yifan followed behind. Teachers don't look for parents for no reason, there must be something wrong. Come to the class. Dad. Jia Jia quickly ran to Yifan, the teacher asked me to stay here and wait for you. The homeroom teacher made Jia Jia and Yifan sit down and said right to the point, Jia Jia's father, there is something I need to talk to you about. Jia Jia is a smart and good kid, she learns quickly, and the teachers like her. However, there is a problem, Jia Jia is often distracted in class and doesn't listen carefully, and several teachers have given feedback. This also happened to me during my classes. Jia Jia's homeroom teacher, who is also a language teacher, is responsible for both teaching and classroom management. There were classroom teachers who gave feedback on the problem, and she definitely had to solve it. Yifan guessed what the reason was. In order to verify if it was accurate, he turned his head to Jia Jia and asked with a smile, Jia Jia, why are you often distracted in class? Jia Jia lifted her little head and said seriously, teacher in class, a simple question is repeated several times, I feel it's not interesting, so. Jia Jia secretly glanced at the class teacher, did not continue. Simple? Not interesting? These are the words of a student who just entered school a week ago. It's not good for the students to have low expectations and not have fun in class. The homeroom teacher patiently advised Jia Jia, learning is from simple to difficult. Teachers repeat lessons to help you deepen your impression. The questions are simple, but can you guarantee that you will know them all? You must pay attention to the lectures and repeat them to memorize the knowledge so that you can get good grades. After the great reasoning, the class teacher was in such a good mood that he almost touched himself. Convinced that Jia Jia listening will be able to listen carefully in class, to change the bad habit of walking away. But see Jia Jia no fluctuations in the eyes, with more than 10 years of rich experience in teaching, it is clear that Jia Jia did not listen to it. Chapter 48 Prodigy. The class teacher was about to continue persuading. Jia Jia raised her small hand and said politely, Teacher, I have something to say. I have something to say. The class teacher wanted to hear what Jia Jia wanted to say. Jia Jia lowered her hand and said, very seriously, Teacher, I can remember it after hearing it once, so I don't need to repeat it. The class teacher did not believe it, a small age, dared to speak out of turn, must use the reality to defeat her. From Jia Jia's bag, took out the language book, turned to the page of today's lesson, Test Jia Jia. First, he asked Jia to memorize the text, and then he asked Jia to write out the entire text silently. Jia finished all of them. The homeroom teacher then asked Jia to recite and mimeograph all the texts she had learned last week. Jia still got them all right. The teacher guessed that Jia must have memorized all the content in the front of the class. So, the teacher turned to the back of a text that Jia hadn't learned yet and told her to repeat it. She then closed the textbook and asked Jia to memorize and write it down. "I'll make it difficult for you." The homeroom teacher was inwardly delighted, and when she told Jia the text just now, she intentionally sped up the pace and made it more difficult. "Listen to it once and memorize it." "She doesn't believe it. You think you're a prodigy?" That's right, Jia's intelligence attribute of 150, human ceiling level, is a prodigy. Jia picked up a pencil and wrote as she memorized, easily. The class teacher, who was waiting to see Jia's joke, was completely confused. She couldn't believe that her student was a legendary prodigy. Undeterred, the class teacher asked Yifan and Jia to wait a moment and go to the office. During the entire period, Yifan didn't say a word. The purpose was to cultivate Jia's ability to solve problems alone and enrich her experience. Intelligence alone is not enough, ability is equally important. "Dad, did I do the right thing just now? Will the teacher get angry?" Seeing the class teacher leave, Jia secretly asked Yifan. Yifan gave a thumbs up. "Jia is great. You know how to be polite and reasonable, so the teacher won't be angry." Complimented by her father, Jia smiled happily and became more confident. Not long after, the homeroom teacher came over with 2 books. Yifan glanced at them. Surprisingly, they were second-grade textbooks, language and English. Nowadays, elementary school students were also very rolled up. In order to let their children win at the starting line, many parents took advantage of the summer and winter holidays to enroll their children in tutoring classes, and finished half a semester's worth of classes in advance. Let your child get a head start. For example, in the first grade of elementary school, there are kindergarten and primary convergence classes, which are specialized in learning the knowledge of the first grade. Many children, not yet officially enrolled in school, have already finished the entire first grade curriculum. The class teacher guessed that Jia must have enrolled in the bridging class and learned first grade knowledge in advance, so she couldn't test her. So, she used a second grade textbook to test Jia. As usual, the homeroom teacher opened a text at random, taught it to Jia, and asked her to memorize and write it silently. The result was the same, all correct, not a word out of place. A thought came to the teacher's mind: is Jia really a prodigy? Inside, he was inexplicably excited. As a teacher, having the honor of meeting a child prodigy is a matter of great pride and honor that can be displayed for the rest of one's life. In order to verify her suspicions, the homeroom teacher tried to restrain her agitation and opened her second-grade English textbook to tell Jia about it. Although the class teacher was a language teacher, she still knew second-grade English. Watching Jia write out the English words accurately, the homeroom teacher couldn't help herself. "Jia, I love you to death." She wrapped her arms around Jia and planted a kiss on her forehead. Jia looked up and stared at her homeroom teacher in surprise, wondering why she was kissing me. Compared to the classroom, the contrast is too great. Yifan was also a bit surprised. Guessed that she would show something, just didn't expect such a big reaction. As a teacher, can't you restrain yourself? Seeing that Yifan and Jia were all staring at her, the class teacher regretted it, and in a moment of excitement, she didn't control it. Cough. The class teacher coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. "Sorry, I'm sorry." After half a day of tossing and turning, it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The homeroom teacher told Yifan to take Jia home first, and he would explain to all the teachers. "Jia, good boy, see you tomorrow." The class teacher deliberately sent Yifan and Jia to the school door, stroking Jia's little head with favor, saying from the bottom of his heart that he couldn't tell how much he liked it. "I'm sorry to say goodbye, but I'm going to say goodbye." "Dad, what's wrong with the teacher?" Jia is still small and doesn't know how important she is in her teacher's eyes. Yifan did not explain too much, smiled. "Jia smart, teachers like you." Back home. Let Jia play by herself, Yifan went to the kitchen to cook. The next day, Yifan had just sent Jia to school when he received a call from Xiangzi. "Brother Fan, the areas that need to be improved and optimized in the accounting system have been compiled into a document and sent to your mailbox. Xiangzi is reliable, so Yifan can rest assured." "Okay, I'll take a look." "Brother Fan, you are too polite, I should thank you." In the past, 3 people were too busy to work with that stupid system, but now it's easy for 2 people, and they still have time to smoke and swipe their cell phones. It saves time and effort, and increases efficiency by at least 50%. On the phone, Xiangzi spoke at great length, talking about the various benefits of the new accounting system. Yifan silently noted that these are the selling points of the software, which will be used in the future. Brother Fan, let's get down to business. On the other end of the phone, Xiangzi's tone suddenly became serious. I'll tell you what. Yifan stopped, found a quiet place, listened carefully. Brother Fan, your new accounting system, get the market to sell, 200,000, 300,000, no problem. I cannot use you for nothing. Yesterday, I applied to the company for 200,000 yuan to buy the software, but the company had no money and was too stingy to approve only 100,000 yuan. Brother Fan, don't think it's too little, send me the card number and I'll call you. Xiangzi character straightforward, have something to say, not hide. Yifan told Xiangzi that the system software is free to use, and when there is time, please have a drink. Xiangzi insisted on giving Yifan money, but Yifan never asked for it. Brother Fan, let's do it this way, since you don't want money, I'll go find customers and help you sell the accounting system. Toodle-o-o. Without waiting for Yifan to reply, Xiangzi hung up. Yifan shook his head helplessly. Xiangzi did what he said he would do. The money can't be taken. Since Xiangzi is so enthusiastic to help himself sell software, Yifan can only wait for the result. Back home, Yifan opened the mailbox and opened the document Xiangzi sent over. It is densely packed, more than 20, are valuable suggestions. Open the programming software and start messing around. At 4 p.m., Yifan was on time to pick up Jia at the school entrance. Jia stood in line, very happy, her face blossomed with joy, something good must have happened. Picked up Jia, the two walked back. Jia, what's good today, see how happy you are. Yifan walked side by side with Jia and asked with a smile. Jia deliberately straightened his waist, very proud, today all the teachers praised me for being smart. Chapter 49 Key Protection Objects. The class teacher also told me that in the future, in class, as long as I do not make trouble, sit quietly in my own position, what do you want to do? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do whatever I want to do. The homeroom teacher is not bad, knows that it varies from person to person, and is not rigid and dogmatic. However, the authority is not given too wide. What do you want to do? The class can also sleep. Yifan told Jia, tomorrow when you go to school, put 2 extracurricular books in your bag. You can read when you have nothing to do, but you must not sleep. It's not a good influence. School ended early today, but Yifan didn't take Jia to martial arts class. Classes start at 5 p.m., and when the class is over 6 p.m., it is too late to go home and make dinner, too rushed. Yifan called the swimming class and martial arts class coaches separately and cancelled the weekday classes. Saturday martial arts class, Sunday swimming class. Arranging everything, Yifan took Jia to play in the neighborhood square for a while. Jia. Just as he arrived at the square, 10 or so children ran over, shouting Jia's name. Some of them were in the same class, some were in the same grade, and there were even 5th graders. Jia was famous enough that the whole school knew her name. The kids were playing in the square, and Yifan was sitting next to them reading a novel. Through these few days of reading and unpacking books, Yifan probably understood the basic set of net novels. Next, the most important thing was to determine the novel topic and outline. When Yifan rested, he often thought about it and already had a rough prototype. When those 3 sets of software development were completed, Yifan was ready to put pen to paper and start writing. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jia entered dreamland on time. Lin Qingxue lay in Yifan's arms, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. Wife, starting tomorrow, I will send you to work and pick you up from work. Yifan was afraid of waking up Jia, who was sleeping in bed, and tried his best to lower his voice. Why? Lin Qingxue slowly opened her eyes and looked up at Yifan's handsome face. You're pregnant, and you're twins, so you're the key target of our family. Squeezing public transportation to and from work all day is inconvenient and prone to accidents. Yifan has seen the morning and evening rush to and from work, the bus is crowded with people, and the door can barely close. If the driver encounters an emergency and brakes sharply, it is very easy to have an accident inside the bus. Lin Qingxue was pregnant with great difficulty, and it was twins. Yifan did not want to have an accident. What about Jia? Lin Qingxue was worried because Yifan was picking himself up and dropping him off, affecting Jia going to and from school. It's okay, I've calculated the time, you two are not delayed. Yi Fan let Lin Xingxue relax. Okay, that's hard work, hubby. Lin Xingxue affectionately kissed Yi Fan on his face. The next day, in the morning, after the family of three ate breakfast, Yi Fan told Jia Jia and Lin Xingxue to get on the car. Dad, why are you driving me to school today? Jia Jia didn't know about Yi Fan wanting to drive Lin Xingxue to work. Yi Fan drove and let Lin Xingxue explain. Understood, Mom, when school gets out this afternoon, I'll pick you up with Dad. And my younger siblings. Jia Jia happily used her little hand and stroked Lin Xingxue's stomach. Mom, why isn't your belly getting bigger? Jia Jia saw that many pregnant women in the neighborhood had big bellies, but Lin Xingxue didn't show any signs of it, so she was very curious. Silly child, I'm only a month early. Mom, I'm not stupid, the teachers at school all praise me for being smart. Jia Jia's serious expression amused Lin Xingxue laughed straight. Yi Fan drove the car out of the neighborhood, did not continue to drive in the direction of Jia Jia School, parked in the roadside parking space. Jia Jia School entrance is particularly congested, driving in and out, Lin Xingxue will definitely be late. Yi Fan parked his car and walked Jia Jia to school. When he saw Jia Jia enter the school, he walked back and drove Lin Xingxue to work. Hubby, you're so nice. It's worth it to marry you in this life. Lin Xingxue changed from the back row to the co-pilot seat, looked at Yi Fan's side face, and showed her true feelings. Old married couple, do not meet num law. Yi Fan said jokingly, if sleepy, sleep again. This point just traffic jam, to your company, at least 40 minutes. Aha! Lin Xingxue leaned on the seat, did not sleep. Looking at the scenery outside the car, I do not know what to think. 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of Lin Xingxue's company. Honey, it's here. Yi Fan shouted to Lin Xingxue to get off the car and instructed, time is still early, don't be in a hurry on the road. Well, goodbye hubby, drive slowly on the road. Bye-bye wife. When Lin Xingxue walked into the company safely, Yi Fan drove away. At 4 p.m., Yi Fan picked up Jia Jia and drove to Lin Xingxue's company. At this point in time, there were not many cars on the road, and it took half an hour to reach the entrance of Lin Xingxue's company. Lin Xingxue got off work at 5:30, so she was early. Yi Fan parked the car and took Jia Jia around the neighborhood. As they walked, they came to a clay figure store. In the store, there were all kinds of pinched clay figures, which were very lifelike. Painted with bright colors, they were very beautiful and nice to look at. It's so beautiful. Dad, I want to buy one. Jia Jia pointed at a clay doll in the store and said pitifully. Okay, buy it. Yi Fan did not hesitate and led Jia Jia into the store. Since Jia Jia likes it, he will definitely buy it. Not only can he make Jia Jia happy, but he can also get cash back, so it's two birds with one stone. Welcome, please come inside. Seeing a customer enter the door, a saleswoman, with a smile on her face, quickly walked over. Sir, which model do you like? I'll get it for you. The saleswoman wisely followed behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan walked in front of whichever clay figure she introduced. You're talking to the wrong person, she's buying. Yi Fan raised his hand and pointed to Jia Jia who was walking around. Jia Jia didn't go with Yi Fan, she was alone, looking around, carefully selecting her favorite clay figures. Little friend, which one do you like? I'll help you get it. Reminded by Yi Fan, the saleswoman quickly ran to Jia Jia's side. Whoever buys something is God. Jia Jia pointed to a 20-centimeter tall clay figure in the distance. Sister, please bring it over. And this one. This one. Jia Jia picked out a total of 5 clay figures. Dad, I've chosen. Yi Fan stared at the 5 clay figures of different sizes on the counter and asked Jia Jia, why did you buy so many? Yi Fan thought he would only buy one. Jia Jia picked up a 20-centimeter tall clay figure of a male character. She also picked up a slightly shorter female character clay figure. This is Mom. Pointing to the remaining 3 small clay figures of different heights, this is my brother, this is my sister, and this is me. Jia Jia picked up the 5 clay figures with both hands. We are a family, we are not separated. Hearing Jia Jia's words, Yi Fan was inexplicably moved. Family is the most important thing. It was better than anything for a family to be happy together. However, Yi Fan thought of a problem. Picking up the 2 smallest male and female clay dolls, he asked with a smile, Jia Jia, what if it's 2 younger brothers, or 2 younger sisters? Jia Jia snatched the two clay dolls from Yifan's hands and replied confidently, "Humph, it's definitely a younger brother and sister." Chapter 50 Coincidence. Seeing that it was almost time for Lin Xingxue to get off work, Yifan didn't want to tease Jia Jia anymore and directly swept the code to pay and leave. 5 mudmen, total consumption of 210 renminbi, get consumption cashback reward 6,300 renminbi. 30 times cashback reward. When Yifan and Jia Jia walked to the entrance of Lin Xingxue's company, there were already people coming out of it one after another. For every person that came out, Yifan and Jia Jia looked at them for fear of missing them. Soon, a beautiful and familiar figure appeared in front of the two. "Mom, we are here." Jia Jia stood on her tiptoes and tried to wave her two arms, shouting loudly. Lin Xingxue saw Yifan and Jia Jia in the distance, standing in the doorway. Waving her hand, she smiled and walked over. "Go, get in the car." Yifan started the car and Lin Xingxue and Jia Jia sat in the back. "What is this?" Lin Xingxue saw an exquisite gift box placed on top of the back seat. Jia Jia opened the gift box and smiled. "This is our family." "A family?" Lin Xingxue looked at Yifan, who was driving. Yifan asked Jia Jia to explain. Jia Jia picked up each clay figure and introduced who they were. Soon, Lin Xingxue understood what the family Jia Jia was talking about stood for. "Good boy." Lin Xingxue kissed Jia Jia's cheek in relief. The car traveled halfway. "Hubby, this weekend, you teach me to drive." Lin Xingxue wrapped her arms around Jia Jia and said to Yifan in the front row. "Why?" Yifan asked doubtfully. "Pregnant women are not suitable for driving, especially in the middle and late stages. The belly is getting bigger and bigger, it is not convenient to drive, but also easy to get into accidents." Lin Xingxue touched her flat little stomach and laughed. "Take advantage of the fact that I have a small stomach now and it's easy to move around and learn the car. You won't have to work hard to drive me to and from work every day. When there is a child, in case you have something, I can also drive myself to take the child out." Lin Xingxue got her driver's license before graduating from her senior year of college, and hasn't touched a car since then. After the family bought a car, Yifan repeatedly advised Lin Xingxue to learn to drive. She also refused, saying that it cannot be used. In the past, when he had a job, Yifan's company was relatively remote, and he needed to back up twice to go to work, which was a waste of time on the road. Therefore, Yifan often drove to and from work. If there is something in the family that needs a car, it is also driven by Yifan. Lin Xingxue took public transportation, can be directly to the company, very convenient, really cannot be used. Now, Lin Xingxue took the initiative to propose that she wanted to learn how to drive, because she didn't want to bother Yifan, and worked hard every day to transport herself to and from work. Yifan seriously think for a moment, promised Lin Xingxue this week to teach her to learn the car. Good. Yifan is unemployed at home, with no car. Picking up and dropping off Jia Jia, also on foot. The car is kept at home and is idle. More importantly, Lin Xingxue's intelligence attribute has soared from the original 65 to 130. A whole lot more than double with the full-time milkman system. Learning to drive would definitely be easier and less prone to accidents. Friday morning. Yifan sent Lin Xingxue to the company and was on his way back. Ding bell. The cell phone rang. Yifan picked up his cell phone. It was Xiangzi. "Brother Fan, I mobilized friends and acquaintances around me to help you find a few interested customers. Specific information sent to your mailbox. Have time to see." Xiangzi has always put the accounting system sales in mind. Yifan put the market value of 2 or 300,000, newly developed accounting system, let Xiangzi free to use. Xiangzi gave money and Yifan didn't want it. He had to return the favor in this way. Thanks, hard work. The information that Xiangzi took the trouble to collect for himself, Yifan would not refuse. Returning home. Yifan opened his mailbox and checked the document that Xiangzi had sent to him. There were a total of 5 intended customers on it. Xiangzi was indeed very attentive and recorded the information in particular detail, including each customer's company background, operating business, after using the benefits brought by the analysis and so on, very full. Even docking person information, intention strength, etc., all have records. With good intentions. When Yifan looked through the information, he saw a familiar company name. It was the company that Lin Xingxue belonged to. The docker, the biggest leader of the department Lin Xingxue belongs to. Accident, coincidence. 4 p.m. Yifan first drove to the school, picked up Jia Jia, and then went straight to Lin Xingxue's company. After arriving there, it was still early, so Yifan took Jia to play in the neighborhood. 5:30 p.m. Mom, we are here. Seeing Lin Xingxue come out from the company, Jia waved her hands and shouted happily. Lin Xingxue nodded and slowly walked over. When he got closer, Yifan realized that Lin Xingxue was not right. The look was lost, listless, and she had no strength to walk. Jia teased Lin Xingxue to make her happy, and she was barely able to squeeze out a smile. Honey, sick? Yifan touched Lin Xingxue's forehead with his palm. It was not hot, no fever. Where is it uncomfortable? Yifan asked with concern. Pregnant women are most afraid of getting sick. Because of pregnancy, many medicines can't be eaten, so they can only choose to carry on. However, with Lin Xingxue's current physique, it is not easy to get sick. Yifan felt strange. I am fine, let's go. Lin Xingxue and Jia sat in the back row and let Yifan drive. After getting into the car, Lin Xingxue's body leaned on the back of the seat, her eyes looking out the window, motionless. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Mom, what's wrong with you? Jia also saw that Lin Xingxue was not right and asked with concern. I'm fine, just rest for a while. Lin Xingxue stroked Jia's little head, her head leaning against the car window, silent again. Not long after, the corners of his eyes were moist, a hot tear flowing down his cheek. Waiting for the red light, Yifan turned his head to look, just in time to find out. Honey, is it that the results of the group leader selection are out? Yifan rarely saw Lin Xingxue so sad. There is nothing wrong with the body, it must be a problem at work. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. As far as Yifan knew, what could affect Lin Xingxue so much must be the result of the team leader selection that she was longing for. Hubby, my heart aches. Lin Xingxue covered her heart with her right hand and shed tears of sadness once again. Yifan asked what was going on. Lin Xingxue told Yifan that the results of the group leader selection had not been officially announced. But someone saw that Lin Xingxue's immediate leader had already reported the selection results to the department's big leader. As long as the big leaders review and approve it, it will be announced to the public. According to that person, the list of candidates submitted to the big leader was not Lin Xingxue. Although she had guessed that this would be the result, when she really knew, Lin Xingxue was still very sad. Mom, don't cry. Jia, who understood, used a tissue to help Lin Xingxue wipe her tears. Jia is so good, Mom loves you. Lin Xingxue held Jia tightly in her arms, tears falling like rain. She had worked diligently for more than 10 years, and in exchange for this result, Lin Xingxue was not willing. Honey, don't be sad yet. The results haven't been officially announced yet, anything is possible. Yifan comforted Lin Xingxue while driving. It's hopeless, it's a done deal. Lin Xingxue completely lost her confidence. A small matter like the selection of the team leader can be decided by the immediate leader. It's just a formality to submit it to the big leaders. The leader has a lot of work to do and doesn't care who the next team leader is. Honey, anything is possible. Chapter 51 Strong Women in the Workplace. The family of 3 returned home. Yifan went to the kitchen to cook. Jia brought fruits to Lin Xingxue and helped her massage and tried every possible way to make her happy. Mom, feeling better? Jia's face came to Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue leaned on the sofa and nodded, yes, I feel better. Mom is fine, you go play. Lin Xingxue didn't want Jia to worry about herself, so she forced a smile on her face. Jia picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Mom, let's watch some TV. Jia clicked on a variety show that Lin Xingxue especially liked to watch. Ha ha ha. Mom, look at this guy, he's so stupid. This guy is really funny. Ha ha ha. Jia explained to Lin Xingxue as she watched. The program was full of laughter. With this kind of atmosphere, Lin Xingxue was in a much better mood. Jia, let's play a game of backgammon. Lin Xingxue took the chessboard and played with Jia. Soon, hot food was brought to the table. Eating. The family of 3 sat together and ate happily. Honey, tomorrow I will teach you how to drive. 2 days ago on the way back, Lin Xingxue took the initiative to mention this, and Yifan still remembers. It just so happens that tomorrow Saturday is not overtime and it is fine. Lin Xingxue took the chopsticks and thought about it, say it later. Okay, let's eat first. Yifan helped Lin Xingxue pick up a piece of meat and put it in her bowl. It seems that she hasn't completely let go of the matter of the group leader selection, and Yifan didn't mention the topic again. There were no words for the night. The next morning, Saturday. Yifan accompanied Jia Jia to martial arts class with Lin Qingxue. While Lin Qingxue left to go to the restroom, Yifan called Xiangzi. He asked him to help contact the big leader of Lin Qingxue's department and asked to come out for a meal together to talk about the accounting system. Brother Fan, no problem, I'll do it right away. Xiangzi hung up the phone. Who to call? Lin Qingxue came back from the restroom and happened to see it. It's nothing. Xiangzi asked me out for a drink. I don't want Lin Qingxue to know about her dinner date with the big leader. This person is strong, but also love face, certainly do not agree with Yifan to do so. But in the workplace, only with a passion, buried in hard work, may not be able to wait a lifetime for the opportunity. Just like Lin Qingxue, working desperately for more than 10 years, with outstanding ability, but a team leader cannot be. I won't work overtime for the next 2 days, so go ahead. Not evaluated as a team leader, Lin Qingxue was bored and did not want to go to the company to work overtime. Take advantage of the weekend to have time for yourself to accompany Jia and free Yifan to go out and relax. It's not easy for a big man to be at home all day picking up and dropping off kids and cooking. Lin Qingxue was very willing to let Yifan go out and relax. Wife is so good to me. In public, Yifan gave Lin Qingxue a kiss on the cheek. Nasty, someone. Lin Qingxue pounded her small fist on Yifan's chest and hurriedly ran away. Not long after, Shoko called. The other party has a lot of sincerity, but is not willing to eat. Tomorrow morning, make an appointment to meet at the cafe. Good, hard work. Xiangzi is really efficient, this favor, Yifan remembered. The next morning, Sunday. Lin Qingxue accompanied Jia to her swimming lesson. Yifan drove and arrived at the appointment place half an hour earlier. Ask the other person to come over, can't be late. Xiangzi wanted to come and introduce the two, but was rejected by Yifan. In this matter, it is best for Xiangzi not to get involved. If it wasn't talked about, worried about affecting Xiangzi's relationship with Lin Qingxue's big leader. Yifan was not afraid. It was best to talk about it and help Lin Qingxue fulfill her dream. If it doesn't work out, Yifan will let Lin Qingxue resign from the company and come back to help himself sell software. Yifan chose a window seat and sat down, ordered himself a cup of coffee and looked out the window. Not long after, a car pulled up outside. A beautiful woman in a professional suit came down from the car. Around 30 years old, handbag in hand, with sunglasses, a head of big waves, and a strong aura. Fair skin, good figure, tall and sassy. Yifan guessed that this person was the big leader of Lin Qingxue's department, Su Jinli. I didn't expect that at such an age, she was still a beautiful woman. Su Jinli pushed the door into the cafe and picked up her cell phone to dial Yifan. Ding bell. Yifan stood up, raised the cell phone that was ringing and waved at Su Jinli. Hello, this is Su Jinli, long time waiting. Hello, I'm Yifan, please have a seat. The two confirmed their identities and sat down. Yifan called out to the waiter, Su Jinli ordered a latte. Mr. Yi, thank you for your invitation. Out of basic politeness, Su Jinli thanked Yifan for inviting himself for coffee. Mr. Su, you are welcome. It is my honor for you to come. P.S. In the workplace circle, no matter how high or low the other party's position is, as long as it's a leader, add the word general after the last name, and the address will never be wrong. After a few simple words of courtesy, the two stepped into the main topic. Mr. Yi, I don't like to beat around the bush, so let's get right to it. Su Jinli sipped a mouthful of coffee, put down, I've seen your set of accounting system from Mr. Li Xiangli, it's okay. You make a price, if it is suitable, we will talk again. After saying that, Su Jinli was not slow, and took another sip of coffee. Worthy of being a big leader of the department, speaking very measuredly. Without the purchase intention score provided by Xiangzi, I was almost fooled by her. Among the many customers, Su Jinli's intention was the highest, 5 stars. Purchase intention score is combined with Su Jinli company status quo, business situation, degree of urgency, as well as personal purchase intention, comprehensive analysis, and came up with the results. Su Jinli acted casually and didn't care at all, just wanting to take the initiative and facilitate price cutting. If the negotiation, the performance is very wanting, the company is in urgent need, will be the other side of the pinch, this is the negotiation skills. Su Jinli company, these 2 years business expansion is very strong, workload surge. Su Jinli belongs to the department, but also the company's core departments. 70% of the workload fell on their heads. The status quo of the department: more work, less people. Lin Xingxue also complained about this matter. In order to save costs, the company is reluctant to recruit new people, which leads to everyone in the department is particularly busy, working overtime. Lin Xingxue is their epitome. Usually there is no rest time at work, not even a drink of water. Double breaks also become single breaks. Because the work is too tiring, many of the old staff cannot survive, have left. Newcomers just joined a few months, see too tired, also left. Old people cannot stay, new people cannot be recruited, the workload is still growing, causing Su Jinli very headache. From the mouth of an acquaintance to learn, Li Xiang has a set of accounting system, especially good, save time and effort, rush to see. When seeing the system at that moment, Su Jinli in her ecstasy, this is exactly the system she dreamed of. Ask the price, only to know, this set of accounting system has not been officially put on sale. The exact amount of money needed to be discussed with the owner of this system, Yi Fan. Yesterday, Shangzi called her and said that Yi Fan wanted to see her to talk about the accounting system. Su Jinli was very happy and couldn't care less about her weekend break and agreed. Mr. Su, I came here with sincerity. If you are like this, there is no need for us to talk anymore. Chapter 52 Negotiation. Yi Fan had guessed Su Jinli's mind. Wanting to use negotiation techniques and set himself up was impossible. Even though she acted like she didn't care, her fidgety little thumb and the occasional fluttering of her eyes had already betrayed him. Yi Fan put down his coffee and got up, ready to go. If he didn't take the initiative now, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal later. Seeing that Yi Fan was moving for real, Su Jinli immediately panicked. Mr. Yi, don't be in a hurry to leave first. Since I came to the appointment, I am definitely willing to talk. Su Jinli's aura has obviously dropped a bit. Good. Yi Fan sat down again. Since you want to talk, let's get to the point. My accounting system, not yet officially released for the system, the final price has not been determined. What do you think, how much is it worth? Yi Fan wants to see how much money Su Jinli can give for this accounting system. The higher the price, the more importance it is given. 100,000. Su Jinli reported a figure. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. Mr. Su, there is no need for us to continue talking. The broken system that the original company purchased is still worth $100,000. He himself improved and optimized a lot on this basis, and used new technology to add a lot of features. Improve work efficiency by at least 50%. The larger the size of the company, the more the workload, the greater the benefits brought. Xianzi, a project team, the volume is not large, in his place can still be worth 200,000 or 300,000. Su Jinli's company, a listed company. According to Lin Xingxue, they have a small department of more than 30 people. Using Yi Fan's accounting system, at least 10 people were saved. Based on a monthly salary of 5,000 per person, 60,000 a year, 10 people $600,000. Small departments like this, their company has at least 5 a year to calculate how much. Quoted a price of 100,000? Funny. Yi Fan called out to the waiter, payment, check out. Leaving Su Jinli to drink slowly, he walked out of the coffee shop. Su Jinli thought for a moment and quickly chased out. Mr. Yi, 500,000. Su Jinli stopped Yi Fan and quoted the price again. Mr. Yi, it is not that your system is worth 500,000, but the most I can give is this amount. Our company has a strict procurement process and restrictions. If it exceeds 500,000, I don't have the right. Su Jinli was telling the truth. The positions are different, the authority is different, and the amount of money mobilized is also different. Mr. Su, I don't mean to make things difficult for you. I brought my sincerity to talk to you. You always play with me, it is not appropriate. After saying that, Yi Fan took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Su Jinli. What is this? Su Jinli was very cautious and didn't reach out to pick it up. Yi Fan laughed. This is the accounting system. There are detailed installation instructions and manuals inside, so that your company technicians can understand at a glance. This system is given to you for free, but there is a condition. Yi Fan paused and did not continue. Give it to you for free? Condition? Su Jinli thought, what the hell is this guy doing? Just now it was hard to talk about the price of $500,000, and now he is giving it to himself for free. What is wrong with this person's brain? Wait. This guy. He's not interested in me, is he? Taking this opportunity to plot against me? Su Jinli has been in the workplace for many years and has often encountered this situation. With various conditions and benefits as an exchange, Su Jinli was asked to drink with her, play with her, and even sleep with her. She especially hated this kind of behavior and would rather lose the opportunity and lose her job than give in. Now, Yifan wanted to give himself a set of systems worth $500,000, so the conditions were definitely not ordinary. When Su Jinli thought of this, she broke out in a cold sweat, unconsciously took 2 steps back and stared at Yifan with contemptuous eyes. Yifan thought to himself, I have not mentioned the conditions, why is she scared like this? Confused by Su Jinli's violent reaction. Mr. Su, don't be afraid first, I don't have any malice. Yifan was worried that his next move would scare Su Jinli, so he also took 2 steps back. Mr. Su, for you, my condition is very simple, want to hear it first? Yifan purposely lowered the volume, using a consultative, gentle tone, chatting with Su Jinli. Looking at Su Jinli's situation, as long as Yifan dared to move forward, or even speak loudly, Su Jinli would shout for help. You say. Su Jinli tried to restrain her emotions and told herself not to be afraid. There were many people here, Yifan didn't dare to do anything. But to prevent accidents, both eyes were always on Yifan's every move. As long as he dared to move forward, Su Jinli scattered her legs and ran. Mr. Su, my wife's name is Lin Xingxue and she works in your department. Yifan did not want to hide his relationship with Lin Xingxue. There was also no need to hide it. If the talk did not work out, Yifan let Lin Xingxue resign and go home without that company anger. Hearing the name Lin Xingxue, Su Jinli had an impression, but didn't know exactly who it was. You continue. Since it is a family member of an employee, Su Jinli relaxes some inside, but still keeps a distance from Yifan. See Su Jinli gradually eased the mood. Yifan smiled and continued to say, my wife has been working hard in the company for more than 10 years, conscientious and capable, but has not been reused. This time, the department's selected team leader, I do not know whether it is because of pregnancy or other reasons, and failed to be selected. I advised her to resign and sell software with me, but she did not listen. I don't know what kind of magic your company has, my wife is determined to work for you. I want to use this software to give her a chance. Mr. Su, what do you think? Yifan once again raised the USB flash drive in his hand and handed it over. Su Jinli stood in place and fell into thought. Make a choice between the company's interests and personal feelings. Take this system, save $500,000 for the company. More importantly, it can completely solve the problem of living many people in the department and reduce the pressure on the staff. However, the team leader position must go to Lin Xingxue, which is unfair to the other person. Su Jinli hesitated for a moment and took the USB flash drive in Yifan's hand. Compared to the interests of the department and the interests of most employees, a team leader is nothing. One person's injustice is even less. If this little pattern is not there, what kind of big leader is it? Thank you, Mr. Su. I'd like to ask Mr. Su one more thing, don't let my wife know about our conversation. She is strong and loves face, she will definitely not agree with me to do so. Yifan wants Lin Xingxue to work happily. She didn't need to know about these latter things. Su Jinli nodded and put the USB flash drive in his bag, ugly words in front, I will give her a chance. If she is not up to the task, I will still remove her. Can't let a person who can't do anything keep occupying the team leader position because of a set of software. The people below will be unconvinced. As a leader, it's a taboo to be unconvincing. Okay, no problem. Yifan readily agreed. For Lin Xingxue, a group leader is definitely no problem. Leaving the cafe, Yifan drove home. On the way, Yifan called Lin Xingxue. Xiangzi had something temporary to do, he went home to eat at noon. Only 1 cup of coffee in the morning, cannot be hungry. Chapter 53 People handsome is more right and wrong. Pushing open the door, a fragrance came to the face. The table with 3 dishes and 1 soup, very sumptuous. Hubby, come back just in time, eat. Lin Xingxue took off her apron and went to the kitchen to get the dishes. Honey, it's hard, I'll do it. Yifan let Lin Xingxue sit down and rest, and ran into the kitchen himself. Jia, today mom will take you swimming, okay? Yifan set up the dishes and asked with a smile. Jia obediently nodded her head, and, quite good. Dad, where did you go today? Yifan stroked Jia's little head and joked, Jia misses Dad? Jia shook her head seriously, no. When I was in class, Coach Lu asked me where you were going. Noticing that the situation is not right, Yifan hurriedly picked up a piece of meat and put it into Jia Jia's mouth. Mom's fried vegetables can be fragrant, quickly taste. He also picked up a piece of meat and put it in Lin Xingshue's bowl. Wife, eat meat. Lin Xingxue picked up the rice bowl with her left hand and picked up the meat with chopsticks with her right hand. You and Coach Lu are fine, why are you so vain? I care about the two of you, there is no weakness. Yifan also picked up his chopsticks to eat. Lin Xingxue picked up a piece of meat and put it in Jia Jia's bowl. Jia, what else did Coach Lu say? Jia raised her head and thought seriously, praising her father for being handsome and nice, and a lot more. I didn't pay attention to it. It seems that Coach Lu has a good impression of you. Lin Xingxue tone is not normal, smile makes people hairy. No, Yifan wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Jia. Mama Guagua also praised Dad for being handsome and especially manly. Jia, the leaky little cotton jacket, wasn't afraid of anything. Yifan simply broke the pot, thick skin, confident, no way, people handsome, we're all popular. Wife, do you think so? Yifan deliberately flirted with Lin Xingxue. Cut, shameless, eat. Look at Yifan's smug strength, Lin Xingxue do not want to continue to take care of him. The knight is speechless. Monday, another day. After sending Jia and Lin Xingxue, Yifan is at home, continuing to develop software. The second set of OA office system has been developed and there are 2 sets left. At noon, have a good meal, seafood. Instant noodles. A marinated egg, a ham sausage, done. Eat a full meal, lying in bed reading novels, unknowingly fall asleep. Ding ding. Yifan was woken up by his cell phone ringing. Pick up the phone, Lin Xingxue called. At 3 p.m., it was work time. Lin Xingxue was very busy, suddenly looking for herself for something. Pick up the phone. Hello, wife, missed me? Yifan was lying on the bed, teasing Lin Xingxue. Hubby, I'm up. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xingxue was very excited. Yifan just woke up, his head is very confused. Born? It's not right, it's not even 2 months old. Usually always think about Lin Xingxue pregnancy, heard the birth, Yifan first reaction, give birth to a child. I don't know what to think, but I don't know what to think. Lin Xingxue by Yifan answered to get very speechless, but did not affect the mood at all, continued, I was promoted. After Lin Xingxue reminded, Yifan remembered, yesterday in the coffee shop, and Su Jinli's deal. I didn't expect this guy to be quite trustworthy. The action is fast enough, less than a day, to complete the agreement. Congratulations to my wife for being promoted to team leader, let's celebrate tonight. I can hear that Lin Xingxue is happy in her heart, and her wish has finally come true. Yifan is really happy for Lin Xingxue. It's not a team leader, it's a supervisor, 1 level older than the team leader, he. In the company, Lin Xingxue didn't dare to laugh too loudly, but she couldn't help it and let out a strange laugh. Supervisor? Yifan doubted that he had heard wrong. Yesterday clearly mentioned with Su Jinli as the team leader, how to become a supervisor. Yes, it is the supervisor, specific off work to tell you. The appointment notice was just sent above. I am very busy now, hang up. Lin Xingxue hung up the phone. Yifan was confused, the position changed from team leader to supervisor, what is Su Jinli up to? Forget it, wait for Lin Xingxue to get off work and ask. At 4 p.m., Yifan drove to pick up Jia and went to Lin Xingxue's company. In the neighborhood of her company, play for an hour. At 5:30, Yifan and Jia waited outside the company door on time. Jia. Lin Xingxue was in a good mood, waving and yelling as she ran towards Yifan and Jia's side. Yifan quickly greeted her, fearing that she would fall. Wife, you are pregnant now, be careful. See you tomorrow, Sister Xue. See you tomorrow, Sister Xue. On the way, several co-workers took the initiative to greet Lin Xingxue very politely. In the past, Lin Xingxue didn't get this kind of treatment. This is the benefit of a change in position. See you tomorrow. Bye. Lin Xingxue hadn't gotten used to the change in her co-workers' attitudes towards her, and very politely replied one by one. Back to the car. Hubby, today is the happiest day I've worked for more than 10 years. Lin Xingxue leaned on the back seat, happy from the bottom of her heart. After working hard for more than 10 years, it finally paid off. Honey, congratulations, let's have a big meal today. Yifan drove to a famous restaurant. Good lord, eat delicious food to go. As a snacker, Jia Jia was so happy that she almost jumped up from the car. When he arrived home with a full stomach, it was already 8:30 p.m. Lin Xingxue first took Jia Jia to wash up. Let her go to bed early, tomorrow she has to get up early to go to school. At 9:30, Jia Jia entered dreamland. Yifan wrapped his arms around Lin Xingxue and lay on the bed, asking what was going on. Su Jinli would not give Lin Xingxue 2 consecutive promotions for no reason. There must be a reason. Hubby, it really should be what you said last time, everything is possible. Lin Xingxue roughly told the story. In the morning, Su Jinli, the head of the department, called Lin Xingxue's supervisor and the new team leader to the office to talk. I heard that there was a lot of noise inside, and Su Jinli was very angry. Not long after, the supervisor and the new team leader ran out crying. Return to the workstation, pack up their own things, and leave the company. In the afternoon just went to work, Lin Xingxue was called by Su Jinli to talk to the office. Asked about the main business in charge, problems in the department, and ways to improve. Lin Xingxue, as a senior veteran employee, knows these very well. Talked with Su Jinli for nearly an hour. Leaving the office, in less than an hour, all the employees in the department received the appointment news released by Su Jinli, promoting Lin Xingxue as the department head. At that time, Lin Xingxue's head was confused. In less than a day's time, rising 2 levels in a row was similar to a pie in the sky. Employees who were previously nonchalant towards Lin Xingxue ran over to congratulate her and pat her on the back. Speaking of this, Lin Xingxue involuntarily laughed out loud. Hubby, I am really very happy. Lin Xingxue snuggled in Yifan's arms, happy and sweet. Using $500,000 for his wife to be happy, Yifan felt. Worth it. Hubby, this weekend, why don't you teach me how to drive? Lin Xingxue was in a good mood and thought of practicing again. Yifan wrapped his arms around Lin Xingxue's thin waist and laughed, no problem, sleep first. Time flies, Saturday morning. Jia Jia took leave and didn't go to martial arts class. Yifan drove the car to a remote road with little traffic and taught Lin Xingxue how to drive. Chapter 54 Touching a Novice Female Driver. Lin Xingxue sat in the main driver's seat, Yifan sat in the passenger seat, and Jia Jia obediently sat in the back. From time to time, he poked out his little head to look forward. Honey, are you ready? Yifan told Lin Xingxue to fasten her seatbelt first and not to be nervous. Lin Xingxue put her hands on top of the steering wheel, took a deep breath, ready. Ignition, gear, observe the rearview mirror, hit the turn signal, start, go. Under Yifan's careful guidance, the car started slowly and moved forward. The car moved, Mom was great. Jia Jia acted as the atmosphere group, applauding and cheering for Lin Xingxue at the back. Turn in front, slow down, turn signal, steering wheel. Good. Pull over and pull the handbrake. The car travels a distance and stops smoothly. Honey, how do you feel? Lin Xingxue had a super high intelligence attribute, and she had learned it when she took the driving license test, so she drove very well for the first time. Pretty good, I'll take another lap. According to Yifan's instruction, Lin Xingxue returned to the original road and drove 3 laps in a row. Dad, I've also learned to drive. Jia Jia poked out half of her body from the back row and secretly learned Lin Xingxue's driving maneuvers. When Yifan taught Lin Xingxue the basics of driving, Jia Jia also listened attentively at the back. If she wasn't small and her feet couldn't reach the gas pedal and brake, Jia Jia would definitely want to drive as well. Yifan told Jia Jia to sit back, it was not safe. Good boy, when you grow up, Dad will teach you to drive. Yifan let Jia Jia sit down, turned his head to Lin Xingxue, wife, dare to drive back? Che, what's there not to dare? You two sit back and watch me. Lin Xingxue took a deep breath, drove the car, and drove in the direction of the neighborhood. But this speed. Anxious, the whole time 20 to 30 miles per hour. Not driving forward slowly. Tick-tock. Behind the car, the sound of honking was constant. The cars blocked behind by Lin Xingxue honked their horns and overtook on the left side. When they were side by side together, they pulled down the windows and were going to engage in a violent output. But seeing that the driver's seat was a female driver, one by one obediently closed the window. Female drivers on the road. No way. Hubby, am I driving too slowly? Lin Xingxue instantly became nervous when she saw overtaking and honking behind her. Yifan consoled, relax, it's fine, keep driving. In fact, Lin Xingxue has learned to drive, just timid, do not dare to drive fast. Honey, turn left in front. This road is less cars, step on the gas, accelerate, drive faster. On a road with fewer cars, Yifan asked Lin Qingxue to try to drive faster. Mom, step on the gas. Jia Jia was at the back, cheering Lin Qingxue on. Lin Qingxue observes that there are no cars in front or behind her. She gets bold and her speed soars from 30 all the way to 60. So fast, Mom is really good. Jia Jia, the atmosphere group, once again gave praise. Lin Qingxue was also very happy that her driving skills had improved. Turn right in front. Driving to an intersection, Yifan reminded. After the right turn, this road has a lot of cars. Lin Qingxue car speed once again down, take the right lane, 20 miles per hour forward. Suddenly, in front of the roadside green belt inside a crippled old man, crutches, limping, to the right lane. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. Yifan sensed that the situation was not right and reminded Lin Qingxue. This old man is bumper porcelain, Yifan personally saw once. However, there were many cars on the left side of the road, one after another, not giving Lin Qingxue a chance to change lanes. The old man saw that Lin Qingxue's car was not fast and was only 10 meters away from him. He picked up his walking stick and threw it in front of Lin Qingxue's car, blocking the way. Lin Qingxue had no choice but to stop the car. Don't look at the old man's bad legs, but he can climb really fast. Did not wait for Lin Qingxue hanging reverse gear, the old man has hands to hold the tire, 2 legs in front of a back blocking the wheels on both sides of the car. Ah, it's a collision, help! Help! Worthy of being a professional bumper car old man, familiar with the process, the whole process is very silky smooth. Lin Qingxue met this situation for the first time, regardless of Yifan's dissuasion, rushed to get out of the car. Master, you cannot be like this, trouble to get out of the way. The first time I met this kind of situation, I was very happy to see you, but I'm very happy to see you, too. The old man covered his crippled leg, crying and shouting, ah, it hurts. Help! At this time, Yifan had already gotten out of the car. He looked down at the old man and laughed, Master, are you back to your old ways? The old man glanced up at Yifan and pretended not to understand. Seeing that Lin Qingxue was female and easy to bully, he continued to complain to her, can you drive? The car ran over my leg, this leg is considered ruined, what should I do? Agu, it hurts me to death. The old man was holding his crippled leg and screaming at the top of his voice. There were 2 pedestrians who saw the car accident and ran over to watch the scene. Yifan told Lin Qingxue to get in the car and fix it himself. Hubby, be careful. Lin Qingxue was worried that Yifan was in danger, and after getting in the car, she pulled down the window and poked her head out to see what Yifan would do. Moncler Outlet Online, you just said something very right. Yifan pointed to the car. Lin Qingxue laughed, she really does not know how to drive, just learn an hour. But this leg, how to limp, you have no count in your heart. Half a year ago, is also this road. With today's situation is similar. At that time, the old man's legs were intact, legs and feet, walking quickly. He saw a car traveling slowly towards him. The old man stood on the side of the road and didn't move. Waiting for the car is less than 5 meters away from their own, will be on the backpack to the front of the car thrown, forcing the car to stop. Then, with an arrow step, rushed to the front of the car's wheel. Blackmail, want money. The car is a female driver, see the old man touch porcelain, did not dare to get out of the car. Immediately open the car double flash, reverse, avoid him. I don't know if this woman driver is a novice, or too scared at that time, take the forward gear as the reverse gear. A foot throttle step down. The car drove straight past one of the old man's legs. Hospitalized for more than half a month, but also fell lame. When Yifan finished talking about what happened, Lin Qingxue and the passers-by present have despised the old man who touched the porcelain. Nonsense, this leg is broken. Seeing Yifan publicly dismantle himself, the old man's intestines are repentant. The old man had been chosen by 1,000 people, but he had run into a guy who knew his own background. Now, the old man can only grit his teeth and insist that he is a good person and that Yifan lied. There are no witnesses who says who was right about this. Brothers and sisters passing by, this guy hit me not to compensate money, but also want to frame me. Judge me, I'm an old man, I'm in deep shit. Brothers and sisters, don't let these 2 evil people leave. Seeing that Yifan was not easy to deal with, the old man mobilized the passers-by to put pressure on Yifan and Lin Qingxue. How much money do you want? Yifan asked bluntly. Agu, it hurts me to death. The old man held his lame leg and pretended once again, how expensive it is to go to the hospital nowadays. Without a few tens of thousands of dollars, it can't be cured at all. I know it's not easy for you young people, you have an old man and a young man, and you're under a lot of pressure. I don't want to make things difficult for you. You give me $10,000 and I'll take the rest. Worthy of being a professional bumper porcelain personnel, blackmail money, but also do not forget to establish their own tall image. Chapter 55 Acting. If it is unaware of the young people, life has resonance, certainly on the old man this high-wind behavior, greatly appreciated. Onlookers passers-by, also do not know Yifan and bumper old man, who was right and who was wrong. Yifan made a wink towards Lin Qingxue in the car, and once again looked at the old man on the ground, for $10,000, and then limp a leg, is it worth it? What do you mean? You want to drive over my leg? The old man did not believe that Yifan dared to commit murder on himself in front of many passers-by. It's not me, it's her. Yifan points to Lin Qingxue, who was igniting and starting the car, usually driving. The road is not willing to run into two kinds of people. One is a novice, rookie driver, and one is a female driver. And she is the one we drivers are most reluctant to run into, the novice female driver. For $10,000, you dare to stand in front of her, admire. Yifan gave a thumbs up to the old man on the ground. After Yifan reminded, the old man is also afraid. This crippled leg is thanks to that novice female driver, causing him to be hospitalized for more than half a month. He never wanted to experience that kind of pain during treatment again. Today will not repeat the same mistake, right? The old man's heart is weak. Honey, drive. Good Lou. Lin Qingxue fastened the seatbelt, rearview mirror to observe the rear road conditions, hit the right turn signal. Honey, what are you doing with the windshield wipers on a sunny day? The right turn signal is not on, the wipers are moving. I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Lin Qingxue smiled in embarrassment and hit the right turn signal again. Hearing Lin Qingxue low-level error operation, bumper old man's heart is cold, thinking, I'm too unlucky, and ran into a novice female driver. Not waiting for him to regret, ears ringing engine roar. Boom. Old man scared half dead, limbs soft, even the strength to run are not. It's over, this old life will be accounted for here. Yifan was also startled. Just kidding, Lin Qingxue really dared to hit people off? Ha! Strange. The engine sounds great, but the car doesn't move. Honey, don't move. Yifan hurriedly pulled open the car door and stopped Lin Qingxue. What are you doing? Lin Qingxue was so scared that her face turned white and her hands were raised, not daring to touch the car. Both feet raised at the same time and stepped on the car seat. Stepped on the wrong one. Lin Qingxue said with slight aggression, I wanted to step on the brake and stepped on the gas. Hubby, I stepped on the gas, how come the car doesn't move? Yifan pointed to two places in the car, hanging the neutral gear, pull the handbrake, the car will move strange. Yifan and Lin Qingxue were chatting when the old man who touched the porcelain climbed out from under the car. A feeling of rebirth after a robbery. Brake and step on the gas, is that human language? When he ran into Lin Qingxue, he recognized his bad luck. As the saying goes, there are again and again, not again and again. Two mistakes in a row, did not kill himself. If it happens again, the old man won't even dare to think about it. Master, why are you leaving? You've got your legs all right? Yifan sat back in the passenger seat and shouted in the direction the old man left. The old man did not turn around, limping, lost and left. Onlookers, see no show, also all dispersed. The road returned to normal. In the car. Hubby, how did I act just now? Seeing the old man walking away, Lin Qingxue smiled and came to Yifan, begging for praise. Where on her face was there any trace of fear or remorse? Yifan gave Lin Qingxue a kiss on her forehead, and, good acting. If you go to the theater, surely you can get an award. Originally, just now two consecutive low-level mistakes, Lin Qingxue deliberately acted to the old man touching the porcelain to see. Let him not dare to touch the porcelain in the future. Yifan let Lin Qingxue get on the car and secretly made a wink, also for this purpose. The two of them had a look, and immediately understood each other, and worked very well together. Jia, what are you thinking about? From the appearance of the old man who touched the porcelain to the solution, Jia sat in the back and did not say anything, staring blankly at the car console. Yifan was curious as to what Jia was thinking about, so mesmerized. Jia looked up at Yifan and Lin Qingxue and smiled. I was thinking, if I sit in the main driver's seat, how should I drive? Lin Qingxue stroked Jiejia's little head, pretending to be serious. You think too much, children are prohibited from driving. See Jiejia seriously thinking look very cute. Yifan deliberately tease her. Jiejia, you think of a way? Yes. Jiejia nodded seriously. Hubby, you also join in the fun, the fight. Lin Qingxue worried about Jiejia seriously, secretly drive out to play. Human life is a matter of great importance, cannot be a child's play. In order to make an example of him, Lin Qingxue symbolically hit Yifan on the head. And you, come here. Lin Qingxue hooked her hand towards Jiejia and asked her to come over, and gave her a tap on the head. It's a warning. Okay, this topic is over. Lin Qingxue fastened her seatbelt. You two sit down, this novice female driver, drive back to the neighborhood. Hit the turn signal, dear, step on the gas, Lin Qingxue in one breath. Just like an old driver posture. Back home, Lin Qingxue accompanied Jiejia play. Yifan went to the kitchen to do lunch. Eat a full meal, Lin Qingxue and Jiejia nap. Yifan continues to develop software. The second software system was about to be developed and was progressing well. After the two woke up from their nap, Yifan continued to teach Lin Qingxue to practice driving. If you want to learn to drive, you must practice more. This time, the practicing location was the main road in the city, with a lot of traffic, making it more challenging for Lin Qingxue. Yifan sat next to her and taught her how to change lanes, overtake and other techniques. Jiejia obediently sat at the back, not moving a muscle, and followed suit. When she returned to the neighborhood in the evening, Lin Qingxue had no problem driving by herself. During this time, she also learned how to reverse into a garage and side parking techniques. Lin Qingxue was very happy to finally learn to drive. The next day Sunday, Lin Qingxue went to the company to work overtime. Yifan couldn't even stop her. Lin Qingxue gave a very simple reason, he was just promoted to supervisor, a lot of things are not sorted out, need to go to the company. Okay, let's go. Yifan sat in the co-pilot, letting Lin Qingxue drive to the company by herself to familiarize herself with the road. Jiejia also followed along. 35 minutes later, Lin Qingxue arrived at the company and parked the car. The road was very smooth. Yifan didn't say anything the whole time, it was all up to Lin Qingxue to improvise. Hubby, how was it? Lin Qingxue proudly looked at Yifan. And, very good, out of the master. Yifan left the car to Lin Qingxue, himself and Jiejia to take the bus home. P.S. Originally, Yifan wanted to take a taxi back, Jiejia did not allow. He has never been on a bus since he was a kid, so he is fresh and curious. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiejia had to sit once. The two walked to the bus and waited for the bus. Luckily, just 3 minutes later, the bus came. Jiejia was very excited to go on the bus, sitting in front of the old, young, sick, disabled and pregnant love seat. Yifan stood next to him, guarding. Dad, why don't you sit? Seeing that there is an empty seat next to him, Jiejia asked curiously. Yifan pointed to the front of the love seat sign, smiled, here is the old, young, sick, disabled and pregnant special seat, Dad does not sit, left to other people in need. Jiejia nodded seriously, well, I am a child, I can sit. Right. Jiejia sat down to look at the scenery outside the window, and Yifan accompanied him on the side. Chapter 56 Human Nature is Dangerous. This is the first time to take the bus, Jiejia is very curious, looking forward and back. When she met something she didn't recognize or didn't know, she asked Yifan. Yifan patiently explained. As the bus continued to stop, more and more people came up. Soon, the seats on the bus, including the love seats, were all full. There were also many people standing in the middle of the bus. Dad, that uncle is about the same age as you, and I don't think he's sick, so why is he sitting in the love seat? Jiejia pointed to the back of a middle-aged man in his 30s and asked Yifan. Children's words are reckless. The passenger standing next to her heard the question asked by Jiejia. Following her finger, they looked at the middle-aged man who was hogging the love seat. In fact, the middle-aged man also heard Jiejia's words. Seeing that the passengers next to him were staring at him, the middle-aged man was a bit embarrassed. But he was not willing to give up his seat and stand with others, so he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Looking at the middle-aged man pretending to sleep, Yifan remembered that when he used to work, there was a time when the company was in a hurry to catch up with a project and worked overtime all night. From the night until 8 a.m., the head is drowsy, the whole body has no strength. I bought a bite of food near the company and went home to catch up on my sleep. First take the subway, then reverse bus, tired. When I see an empty seat on the bus, I don't care if it's a special seat for love or not, I rush to sit down and rest. Yifan still remembers that painful, uncomfortable, and weak state. Playing games all night when he was in college. In the years when he just graduated, he worked all night and worked overtime, and he didn't feel tired at all. As he got older, especially after 30 years old, his physical condition was not as good as before. If you work overnight, you will have to rest for a few days before you can get over it. When I see a middle-aged man, I think of my former self. Without knowing, Yifan could not jump to judgment. He preferred to believe that the middle-aged man was too tired and needed to rest, rather than intentionally hogging the love seat. Uncle might be too tired and need to rest. Yifan smiled and explained to Jia Jia. Jia Jia nodded her head seriously, as if she understood that the love seat, as long as there were people with difficulties, they could sit on it. Jia Jia is really smart. Yifan stroked Jia Jia's little head and praised with a smile. At this time, the bus entered the station again, and another group of people came up. The place in the middle of the bus where people were standing was even more crowded. Sorry, please make way. Please give way. A pregnant woman was protecting her stomach and squeezing into the center of the bus. The pregnant woman's belly is not small, it is estimated to be 5 or 6 months old. Auntie, you sit here. Jia Jia knew that the pregnant woman was afraid of being crowded, so she hurriedly stood up and pulled the pregnant woman over to sit. Who knows, Jia Jia just left the seat, a gray-haired old woman immediately sat on Jia Jia position. When Jia Jia pulled the pregnant woman over, she looked at the old woman in her seat and was confused. Granny, this seat, I let Auntie sit. Jia Jia was a little angry that her seat was taken, but out of politeness, she spoke very politely. The old lady gave Jia Jia a blank look and grinned widely. Little friend, this is a public seat, not yours. If you leave your seat, I can sit there, no problem. Jia Jia argued, Auntie has a baby inside her belly, if she is squeezed, it is very dangerous. Auntie needs this seat more than you do. The old lady crossed her legs and pointed to her gray hair. I am an old man, I also need this seat. No matter how Jia Jia tried to persuade and reason with her, the old lady just wouldn't allow the seat. Jia Jia encountered such unreasonable people for the first time. She was so angry that she clenched her fists and her face turned red. Thank you, little friend, let her sit, I'll just stand. The pregnant woman couldn't bear the thought of Jia Jia arguing with the old lady and getting angry because of her own business, and stood beside her to persuade her. She just thought that Jia Jia was kind enough to give up her seat for herself, but as a result, she was snatched away by someone else and stood with the adults, and she felt bad about it. Little friend, I'm very sorry for making you stand with me. Jia Jia held the handle with one hand and laughed, it's okay. Auntie, I will stand to protect you. Good, huh, really good boy. The pregnant woman is also half a mother, see Jia Jia good behavior cute, but also very understanding, especially like. Children, you help pregnant aunts, come to me to sit. Just pretending to sleep middle-aged man, got up to give the pregnant woman a seat. Thank you. The pregnant woman asked Jia Jia to go over and sit down, but Jia Jia was reluctant. One hand grasped the handle, one hand supporting the pregnant woman. Let the pregnant woman sit down. Auntie, you sit. Don't look at me as small, but I am very strong, just stand. Leave the pregnant woman and walk to Yifan. Dad, did I do the right thing? Jia Jia hugged Yifan's thigh with both hands and looked up to inquire. The whole process, Yifan did not participate. Yifan wanted Jia Jia to see that human nature is sinister and society is complicated. Bending down to Jia Jia's ear, he smiled and said, standing has its benefits. Stand tall and see far. Yifan raised his hand and pointed to a red ticket on the ground not far away. Jia Jia was small and grabbed the seat armrest, the closest to the old lady who grabbed the seat. Yifan bent down and Jia Jia conversation, all was heard by the old lady. The old lady followed Yifan's finger to see that there was a red $100 bill on the ground, next to a person's foot. I don't know who dropped it. The other passengers didn't notice. Jia Jia didn't understand Yifan's intentions. Letting himself pick up the money? Jia Jia shook her head, it was unlikely. Yifan had warned Jia Jia many times that things on the ground should not be picked up indiscriminately. However, looking at Yifan's posture, it is obvious that he is letting himself go over to pick up. Jia Jia didn't understand and wanted to ask for clarification. Dad. Not waiting for Jia Jia to finish, the old lady got up and rushed over with an arrow step. She went through the gap, picked up the bills on the ground, and put them in her pocket. Yi Fan raised his hand and gently pushed Jia Jia. Now there are empty seats, sit down. Jia Jia sat on the seat with her butt. Jia Jia looked up at the smile on Yi Fan's face and immediately understood. Yi Fan intentionally put the news of money on the ground, through Jia Jia, let the old lady know. Seeing the money, the old lady couldn't resist the temptation and left her seat to pick up the money, giving Yi Fan an opportunity to take advantage of it. Dad, you're amazing. Jia Jia didn't expect things to work this way and admired Yi Fan very much. Yi Fan shook his finger and laughed, it's not over yet. Turning to the old lady who grabbed the seat, sorry, $100 on the ground, it's mine, please give it back to me. The old lady is also very shrewd, seeing Jia Jia sitting back to her seat, Yi Fan again looking for her to ask for money. Obviously, Yi Fan deliberately set himself up. Money. What money? Don't know. The old lady deliberately played dumb and didn't admit it. In public, the old lady didn't believe that Yi Fan dared to make a move on herself to rob the money. If he did, the old lady would lie on the ground and pretend to be sick, and she could still blackmail a sum of money. Yi Fan waved the cell phone in his hand towards the old lady and laughed, don't want to deny it, I have recorded the whole process of you picking up money. There is video testimony, the old lady denied picking up money certainly cannot. She was struck by an idea, and a plan came to her. Chapter 57 The Truth. I did pick up $100 from the ground. What can you use to prove that this money is yours? The old lady held the banknote in her hand and deliberately did not let Yi Fan see it. Very simple, I have a habit of remembering numbers. Yi Fan read out the number on top of the banknote for the old lady to check. The old lady didn't believe it. The number on the top of the bill was very long, and it was hard for an ordinary person to memorize it. But Yi Fan was not an ordinary person. The old lady took out the bills and checked them one by one. There were passengers next to her who joined in the fun and checked along with her. Yi Fan read out the numbers, one was good, all correct. The number is accurate, quickly return the money to this big brother. Brother, it's nice of you to remember. I don't have time to remember the number of banknotes, you are really something, admire. All the passengers present can prove that the bill belongs to Yi Fan. The old lady had no choice but to return the money to Yi Fan. She didn't get the money and lost her seat. Stealing the chicken didn't work, the old lady was pissed off enough. She didn't want to see Yi Fan again. When the bus came to a stop, the old lady rushed off. Good. Good job, big brother. The old lady grabbed the child and pregnant woman's seat, she deserved it. Big brother did the right thing. Passengers on the bus applauded and applauded Yi Fan. Dad, you're great. Jia Jia hugged Yi Fan's thigh and stuck it. Yi Fan squatted down, stroked Jia Jia's little head, smiled and said, Dad did not do this to teach the old lady a lesson. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can do it. Jia Jia was confused again. Yi Fan gazed at Jia Jia, said in a serious tone, Dad wants you to understand that when it comes to anything, as long as you want to find a way, you will be able to adapt, and certainly can be solved. Compromise, give in, will only let themselves suffer, let the evil people intensify. Understand? Yi Fan believed that Jia Jia would definitely gain something after experiencing this incident firsthand. She will definitely grow up. Thank you, father, I understand. Jia Jia bowed her head in shame. Compared to Dad, he was still too far behind, he had to work hard and cheer. In the evening, Lin Xingxue got off work and drove home by herself. The journey was safe and very smooth. Lin Xingxue tells Yi Fan that she will drive herself to work tomorrow, so she doesn't need to be sent back. Monday morning. Yi Fan walks his children to school. When he gets home, Lin Xingxue has already driven away. Opened the laptop and continued to develop the software. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Fan was concentrating on knocking the code. Ding bell. The cell phone rang. Picking up the cell phone, it was unexpectedly Lin Xingxue's department's big leader, Su Jinli, who was negotiating with Yi Fan at the cafe. Strange? Why did she call herself? The software had been given to her for free, and she had helped Lin Xingxue get promoted. The deal was reached, there should be no need to contact. Yi Fan thought briefly for a moment, but still picked up his cell phone. Hey, Mr. Su, thanks for promoting and reusing my wife, she was promoted 2 levels in a row. When the negotiation conditions were for Lin Xingxue to be the team leader, who knew that she would unexpectedly become the supervisor? Whatever the reason, Yi Fan should express his gratitude. On the other end of the phone, there was a crisp voice. Mr. Yi is polite, I should thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known that there were moths and black sheep hiding in the department. Su Jinli told Yi Fan that after the negotiation was over that day, Su Jinli immediately went back to the company to check the results of Lin Qingshue's group's team leader selection, as well as the relevant information. Who knows, a big problem was found. The new team leader was not strong in her work, she liked to stir up right and wrong, slipped up, and was especially good at grabbing performance and dumping pots. Colleagues have a problem with her. How can such a person be evaluated as a team leader? After visiting and investigating, it was found that the new team leader had even given gifts to the direct leader, the supervisor, in private. Then the supervisor was investigated, and the problem was even bigger. Every team leader under her has given her gifts. If you do not send gifts, deliberately make things difficult, wear shoes, to force you to go, and a gift will come up. It is said that this supervisor from the beginning of the post to now, accepting bribes more than 100,000 yuan. People like Lin Qingxue who only bury their heads in the sand and don't give gifts are no more capable. It simply won't give a chance. Su Jinli was shocked when she found out the truth of the matter. I didn't expect that under my own staff, there was such a person. In a fit of anger, the supervisor and the new team leader were all fired. As for the other team leaders, they were given a warning and kept under observation. If the work ability is not good, not worthy of the position of team leader, must come down. After talking about the supervisor and the team leader, the topic returned to Lin Qingxue. Mr. Yi, your wife is really a tough person. Su Jinli rarely complimented people. Those who made her admire them from the bottom of her heart were even fewer. After investigating the supervisor's bribery incident, Su Jinli looked over Lin Qingxue's work logs, records and completed tasks in detail for more than 10 years in the company. The word ruthless was the most appropriate word to use on her. Everyone else was ruthless to outsiders, she was ruthless to herself. The largest workload, complete the most tasks, get the least wages and bonuses. One person, completing the workload of 2 or 3 people. Fortunately, Lin Qingshue's personal ability is strong, and often work overtime, replaced by another person, early tired run. Lin Qingshue's ability to work in achievements, as a team leader is a bit too big for the job. So, she was promoted to supervisor. This is the real reason why Lin Qingxue was promoted 2 levels in a row. It was somewhat related to Yi Fan, but not by much. Mr. Yi, thank you for letting me discover a treasure employee. Su Jinli thanked her again. It was not easy to find an employee like Lin Qingxue who had a strong work ability, good character, and was willing to work hard. After hearing what happened, Yi Fan was silent for a long time. He was both heartbroken for Lin Qingxue and blamed her for being too stupid. The saying that gold will always shine, when used on people, Yi Fan felt that it was not appropriate. People like Lin Qingxue, what was the use of having a strong ability? If it is not this time by coincidence found, simmer how many years to get ahead? People are not gold, there are working years and life expectancy, they will get sick, they will get old. When 40 or 50 years old, tired out of disease, even if found, what is the use? The company will not make up the salary to you, the job opportunity will not give you, and even kick you out mercilessly. This is the reality. Mr. Su, thanks can't be a meal. It's more realistic to raise wages and give out more bonuses, ha. Yi Fan half joking, half for Lin Qingxue injustice. The past is irreversible. Since Su Jinli understands Lin Qingxue's work experience, he should show something. You can't just draw a big cake. Mr. Yi, you are straightforward enough. Don't worry, I won't treat your wife badly. On the other end of the phone, came Su Jinli's crisp laughter, ha ha. Right, I forgot to get down to business. Do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Fan was worried about having too much contact with Su Jinli, negotiating a deal that could easily be discovered by Lin Qingxue, and didn't want to go, but couldn't just refuse. P.S. Lin Qingxue is strong and loves face. If she knows that her position is Yi Fan negotiating a deal in exchange, she will definitely not be willing to accept it. Yi Fan joked, employee family members, private dinner with the company's big leaders, easy to spread gossip. In case it is discovered, the impact is not good. LOL. Last time you asked me to meet in a cafe, how are you not afraid of rumors? Chapter 58 Registering a Company. I didn't expect Su Jinli, a strong woman in the workplace, to have a cute side and be able to give out such a crisp laugh. Yi Fan explained, last time we were business. I am looking for you this time, also have business. Su Jinli added, your accounting system is particularly good. The company held a meeting in the morning, and I and our department were praised. Another department of the company also wants to purchase a set and entrusted me to talk to you. Yifan's accounting system has done special treatment and can only be installed once. Otherwise, Su Jinli took the accounting system and used it casually, or even took it out and sold it. Yifan lost a lot of money. Only, Yifan is curious, this accounting system, Su Jinli to the company offer how much? Su Jinli definitely won't be stupid enough to report to the company about the two people's private transactions. Mr. Yi, isn't it curious how much I quoted to the company? Without waiting for Yifan to reply, Su Jinli continued, the total price is $600,000. Payment in 2 years, $400,000 in the first year and $200,000 in the second year. Lin Qingxue is a talent that I am eager to get. Even without your conditions, I will reuse her. Your accounting system is completely beyond my expectations. The value and benefits it generates are incalculable. Therefore, our previous negotiation deal is null and void. I don't like taking advantage of people. Send me your company's collection account. I'll ask the company's finance to pay you, and remember to issue an invoice. Su Jili didn't know that Yifan was just a loner and didn't have a company at all. Moreover, Yifan could not start a company in his personal name. P.S. Full-time milkman system, activation prerequisite, Yifan can't have any full-time or part-time jobs. If Yifan started a company and became his own boss, the system would immediately become invalid. Yifan doesn't care too much about the system's consumption cashback function, and only cares about Lin Qingshue's body, as well as the 2 unseen children in his stomach. The 4 attributes of the human ceiling can't be bought with any amount of money. The full-time milkman system couldn't be lost, but money was also wanted. Yifan thought for a moment and immediately had an idea, good. But the company account, have to wait a while to give you. Okay, there is no rush. Su Jinli did not ask why, and quickly agreed to talk about purchasing the accounting system tonight. Come? Su Jinli mentioned tonight's dinner again. This procurement is different from the last Su Jinli department procurement. There are additional needs. To customize the function, must be interviewed. Mr. Su, why did you choose to talk about things at night? It's not good during the day. At night, hiding his wife and children, and his wife's company leader's dinner, Yifan always feel wrong. Mr. Yi, during the day, the company has a lot of things, I am very busy. Su Jinli said helplessly. In the end, the two agreed to talk on Saturday morning. Chatting about business, Yifan wanted to hang up the phone. Wait. Su Jinli told Yifan not to hang up the phone first. Forgive me for taking the liberty, is Lin Qingxue really pregnant? Is she pregnant? What do you mean, she's pregnant? It's really presumptuous. Yifan sensed that Su Jinli had something to say, so he controlled his emotions. It's true. It's true. She's just been pregnant for less than 2 months, and her belly doesn't show. Oh. Su Jinli paused for a moment. Mr. Yi, persuade your wife, the department head is also considered management, and pregnant, do not do the work of changing the water fountain bucket of strength. However, your wife is really strong. 30 pounds of water bucket to lift up and go, like a game, admire. After saying that, hang up the phone. Yifan helplessly shook his head. Wife, when can you change this strong character? System, can you change my daughter-in-law character? At 4 p.m., Yifan was on time to pick up Jia Jia in front of the school. Dad, next Wednesday, the school is organizing us to go to the picking garden to experience life. The teacher asked if we're enrolled. Jia Jia walked side by side with Yifan, carrying her backpack. Going to a picking garden is just a way for students to see what kind of plants or trees fruit grows on, and then pick some fruit and bring it back. Bringing the fruits back didn't cost anything, but going in to pick them cost money, and it wasn't cheap. These days, students make good money. Enrollment. Yifan understands Jia Jia's character and definitely likes to go. It's rare to go out with your classmates, so you can't miss it. It's too good. Jia Jia clapped and applauded, jumping up and down with joy, and the teacher said that before going, you should prepare food and drink, and it doesn't care about lunch there. Today is only Monday, from next Wednesday, there are still about 10 days, in time. Yifan told Jia Jia to take her to the supermarket to purchase on the weekend. When Lin Qingxue came home from work, Yifan asked her to take out her ID card for a few days. Lin Qingxue didn't ask why, and without saying a word, handed her ID card to Yifan. For Yifan, Lin Qingxue trusted 100%. There were no words for the night. The next day, in the morning. After sending Jia to school, Yifan took Lin Qingshue's ID card and his own ID card and went to register the company. The company's legal person, Lin Qingxue. Due to the full-time baby daddy system, Yifan couldn't be the owner of the company. However, it is the same for Lin Qingxue to be the boss. Toss 2 days, only to do down the company. Company name, Fanshu a technology company. Yifan also commissioned an accounting firm, agency bookkeeping, responsible for tax reporting, finance and other business. Deal with all this, already almost Friday noon. Yifan sent the new company's collection account to Su Jinli. Su Jinli was very efficient. At 4 p.m., Yifan was picking up Jia from school at the door when he received a reminder that the payment had arrived. The new company's first payment, $600,000, was credited. Lin Qingxue, who was the company's legal person, was unaware of this and was busy dealing with the information reported by the various team leaders. Saturday morning. Lin Qingxue accompanied Jia to her martial arts class, and Yifan said he was having a dinner with his friends and left alone. This matter could not be known to Lin Qingxue for the time being. Yifan drove to the agreed place with Su Jinli, a Chinese restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, he came to the reserved private room. Pushing the door open, Su Jinli was sitting inside, her hands resting on her cheeks, looking at the doorway in a daze. Different from the first time we met in the cafe, Su Jinli did not wear a professional suit, but a casual dress. Big waves of long hair falling shoulders. The upper body was light-colored cotton half-sleeves, and the lower body was jeans. Sorry, Mr. Su has been waiting for a long time. Yifan was half an hour earlier than the agreed time, and he did not expect Su Jinli to come even earlier. Hearing Yifan's voice, Su Jinli immediately sobered up, slightly embarrassed. Getting up and organizing her clothes, she stretched out her white jade hand, thanking Mr. Yi for coming. Welcome. After shaking hands etiquette, Su Jinli pointed to the chair beside her. Mr. Yi, please sit. The two men were seated. Su Jinli let the waiter serve the food. Getting up, she took out a bottle of red wine from the pocket behind her. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I am not used to drinking white wine and beer. In order to express my gratitude, this is the red wine that I have treasured for many years. Let's have a drink. After saying that, he picked up the red wine corkscrew prepared in advance and opened the wine. Wait. Yifan reached out to stop. Mr. Su, sorry, I drove here today, I can't drink. Su Jinli froze with the red wine opener and laughed. Mr. Yi, you are not generous. Drinking table to talk about business, which one does not drink? Chapter 59. Interesting soul and good-looking skin. Yifan took the corkscrew in Su Jinli's hand and put it on the table. Wine is a good thing, but it is easy to be greedy and misbehave. I believe that as long as both parties bring sincerity and drink tea, they can still talk business. Yifan first poured half a cup of tea for Su Jinli, and then poured it for himself. Mr. Su, I'll take tea instead of wine, thanks for the hospitality. Here's to you. Raising the teacup, he drank it all in one go. Su Jinli was amused by Yifan's action. You are a funny person. Tea is not wine, there is no such thing as a dry sip. Said raise the teacup, also a mouthful of dry, in order to show sincerity, I also dry. The meal was served, Yifan and Su Jinli talked about business while eating. This time, the accounting system procurement, there are additional customization needs. Su Jinli pulled out a thick pile of documents from her bag, which had detailed demand descriptions and customization requirements. Yifan probably looked at it, involving a lot of functional points. The specific workload has to go back and slowly assess. During the meal, when he saw that the requirements were not clear, Yifan asked Su Jinli for advice. The two ate and talked until 3 p.m. Mr. Yi, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After the tea and dinner, and the business negotiated, Yifan and Su Jinli left the private room and came to the entrance of the hotel. Mr. Su, I will drive you. Su Jinli brought red wine to the hotel to talk business, definitely did not drive. Su Jinli invited Yifan to dinner. Out of politeness, Yifan should drive to home. Thank you, no, I will take a taxi back. Su Jinli stopped a cab and sat in the back row. Before closing the door, smiled and said to Yifan, Mr. Yi, your wife and children are waiting for you at home, hurry home. After saying this, she closed the car door and left. Yifan held the thick documents in his hand. The second project of the new company is about to start. Back home, Lin Qingxue is watching TV with Jia. What are you two watching? So engaged. Yifan pushed the door in. The two were sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV screen, not looking at Yifan. If it wasn't for Yifan shouting a sentence, the two wouldn't even know that Yifan was back. Dad, they are too pitiful. Jia was in tears, pulling Yifan's arm, going to watch TV. Yifan approached and watched for a few minutes, probably understanding. This is a movie about human traffickers abducting and selling young children. Seeing the misery of the trafficked children in the movie, Jia was sad and in tears. Dad, I want to save them. Good boy, don't cry. Yifan helped Jia wipe away the tears on her face and comforted, wait until you grow up, then save them. You are now young, go out, you must protect yourself, not to be deceived. Remember? Jia used the back of her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and nodded seriously, I remember. Lin Qingxue also came over to comfort Jia, good boy, you are too kind. The movie is all fake, don't take it seriously. When Jia stabilized, Lin Qingxue found the pile of documents that Yifan brought back. Hubby, what's this? Lin Qingxue casually picked up one of the documents on it and found that the content of the business recorded on it was very similar to his own company. Yifan had already thought of a good reason and was not flustered in the slightest. This is the customer business information that Shangzi collected for me to optimize and improve the system I developed. Well, it's quite good. Lin Qingxue did not get suspicious, put down the information, lying on the bed to rest, since becoming a supervisor, more tired than before, mainly tired of heart. By the way, husband, our department has a new accounting system, especially good. Now the following people can work easily, I truly envy. Yifan lay beside Lin Qingxue and joked, since you are envious, apply with the company, resign as supervisor and return to your original position. I do not. Lin Qingxue decisively refused, it's hard to get the opportunity, how can I give up? I just do not adapt to management work, not used to dealing with people, and so familiar with it. Lin Qingxue snuggled in Yifan's arms and quickly entered dreamland. Sunday morning, Lin Qingxue ran to the company to work overtime again. Since becoming a supervisor, Lin Qingxue loved working overtime even more. According to her words, the company is willing to reuse and promote themselves, must do a good job. Yifan accompanies Jia to the supermarket to purchase the necessities of life in the picking garden experience. Jia pushes her own shopping cart and wanders around the shelves. Bread, cookies, ham sausage, yogurt and so on, all the usual favorite food, all loaded. Soon filled half of the shopping cart. Temporary away, Jia walked to the candy shelves. Take the shopping bag, grab the lollipop, candy and fruit candy on the shelf, a handful, 2 handfuls. Fill the bag with candies. What are you buying so much candy for? Yifan asked curiously. Jia likes to eat candy, but she definitely can't eat this much. Jia carried the shopping bag with one hand and laughed, my classmates like to eat it, so I'll share it with them tomorrow. Yifan looked into the bag, lollipops, soft candy and fruit candy, surprisingly all blueberry flavor. Your classmates all like to eat blueberry flavor? Jia shook her head awkwardly and laughed nervously, I like to eat blueberry flavor. Blueberry flavor is especially delicious, I guess they will definitely like it too. Yifan let Jia push the shopping cart and went to the cashier to check out. As long as Jia likes it, Yifan is too lazy to care. A total of 265 yuan was spent. 30 times consumption cashback reward, 7,950 renminbi. After this period of consumption accumulation, Yifan card amounted to 550,000 yuan. Recently, there is no large consumption, are tens, hundreds of dollars, cashback rewards less. Back home, Jia took out the traveling duffel bag that Lin Qingxue bought for her. Piece by piece to stuff inside. Jia shoulder backpack is Lin Qingxue grabbed from the live broadcast, the main cost-effective. Although it was not too aesthetically pleasing, it was especially packable. Jia bought things from the supermarket, all loaded in. When Jia carried the shoulder bag, Yifan didn't hold back and laughed out loud. Dad, what are you laughing at? Jia couldn't see herself with the shoulder bag on her back, so naturally she didn't understand what Yifan was laughing at. Yifan told Jia to look at herself in the mirror. The duffel bag was loaded with stuff and was propped up big and round. Jia was carrying the shoulder bag, just like a snail carrying its shell, ugly, ha. Dad, if you keep laughing, I'll ignore you. Jia pouted, a little angry. I think this bag is quite good. It holds a lot of stuff and is practical. Don't you adults always say, there are thousands of good-looking bags, but only one interesting soul in a million? Treat people and bags the same, not special. I don't know where Jia learned these words. The phrase "a good-looking bag is always the same, but an interesting soul is always the same" was used on the shoulder bag, and I always felt that it was not quite right. Since Jia likes it, Yifan can't stop him. However, Yifan has already imagined that on the day of the trip, Jia will definitely be the highlight of the team. In the evening, Lin Xingxue came home from work. Seeing Jia's big and round shoulder bag, she was surprised and asked, "Jia, is this the bag I bought for you? It's so ugly." Lin Xingxue was also amused. You guys are so annoying." Jia pouted and hid her shoulder bag from you guys. Chapter 60: The First Separation. Lin Xingxue was the same as Yifan. Generally, Jia would not object to anything she liked. Although this bag was ugly, Jia carried it and it was especially good looking. Yifan and Lin Xingxue had to use this reason to comfort themselves. Time passed quickly and came to Tuesday. In the morning, Yifan sent the collated demand development workload, as well as the customized offer, to Su Jinli. Accounting system, $600,000. Customized demand development, $200,000, a total of $80,000. But for Su Jinli's face, Yifan discounted $50,000, a total of 750,000 yuan. Payment in 2 installments. After signing the contract, Su Jinli gave Yifan a payment of $500,000. When Yifan completes the customization and development of the demand and successfully goes online, he will make another payment of 250,000 for the second period. Su Jinli meets with Yifan in a cafe and both sides sign the contract. Yifan handed over the accounting system to Su Jinli. In the afternoon, Su Jinli asked the finance to put 500,000 phase 1 payment to Yifan's company account. Account balance, 1.1 million. This money, for the time being, cannot be used, do not move first. In the evening, the family of 3 ate a full meal and sat on the sofa in the living room to chat. Jia, tomorrow's school activities, must pay attention to safety. Lin Xingxue put her arm around Jia and carefully urged her. This was the first time Jia had left Yifan and Lin Xingxue's sight to participate in an out-of-school activity. Lin Xingxue was very worried. In the past, when they went out to play, it was always Yifan or Lin Xingxue who accompanied them. When school was in session, it was full of students and teachers, and it was also safe. Off-campus experiential activities were different and would come into contact with many strangers. Even though there were teachers and guides accompanying them, there were a lot of children. In case they spread out, anything could happen. Yifan took the fully charged phone watch and handed it to Jia. "Be sure to wear the watch tomorrow. In case something happens outside, you must call your dad and mom, remember?" Jia nodded seriously, and, "Remember. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself." Lin Xingxue poured out all the things inside Jia's shoulder bag and rearranged and categorized them, checking to see if there were any important things left behind, such as water. After confirming that there were no problems, Lin Xingxue reloaded the things back into the duffel bag. The bag was smaller than the previous one because Lin Xingxue had organized the things inside neatly. "Thank you, Mom, it's great." Jia hugged Lin Xingxue and kissed her. The bag looked better, Jia was obviously happier. "Jia, you must listen to your teacher and not leave the class without permission. When you have a problem, you must go to the teacher first. Don't talk to strangers. Don't eat what strangers give you." Lin Xingxue told Jia all the precautions she could think of. As the saying goes, when a child travels 1,000 miles, the mother worries. No, the father worries too. "Mom, I've remembered, don't worry." Jia was very smart and could tell that Lin Xingxue was very worried about herself, very serious and earnest. Seeing Lin Xingxue finish her speech, Yifan took out a stack of cash bills from his pocket. Inside, there were bills with denominations of $100, $10, $5, and yuan, with zeros and whole dollars. A total of $500. Jia, take it. Poor people are rich. In case you need money outside, it's convenient to use. Although Jia's 4 attributes were the same as Yifan's, belonging to the human ceiling level. But Jia is after all a child, not yet experienced in the world, not enough social experience, easy to be deceived. Yifan knew that it was useless for him to worry, Jia would leave himself sooner or later. But inwardly, he still couldn't let go. This is kinship. The next morning, Wednesday. Lin Xingxue once again urged Jia to pay attention to safety, and with trepidation, drove to work. Yifan sent Jia to school. Arriving at the school entrance, Yifan once again urged, "Jia, you are very smart. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you have to solve the problem with your own wisdom, understand? Jia nodded seriously, walked to the door of the school building, waved at Yifan and shouted, "Dad, I remember." Yifan is speechless. "You remember in your heart on the line, there is no need to run to the school building door, shout out. Conspicuous bag. Jia shouted, like nothing, smiling into the building. Leaving alone embarrassed Yifan. The students, teachers, and parents present all stared at Yifan with strange eyes. It was hard to see Yifan's whole body. He could only temporarily leave the place of wrongdoing. But Yifan did not go far. Walking to the intersection, he stopped and looked at the school entrance from afar. Yifan wanted to personally watch Jia get on the bus and leave. Perhaps this was the obsession of being a father. 1 hour later. The students were carrying all kinds of duffel bags, lined up in formation, according to class. One by one walked out. Jia's class was at the back, and Yifan searched for a long time before finding it. Fortunately, Jia's shoulder bag was conspicuous, and Yifan was able to recognize her from a long distance. It seems that, in a sense, ugliness can be turned into an advantage. After seeing Jia get into the car, Yifan was relieved. Soon, all the buses rented by the school for the students drove away. Yifan also went home, busy with his own business. The demand made by Su Jinli was not too difficult. It was just that there were very many function points involved, which was tedious and time-consuming. Yifan roughly calculated that it could be completed in a week. 1 week, 150,000, dry. Yifan concentrated on his work and was busy from morning until noon. During this time, Ling Xingxue called Yifan and asked about Jia. Yifan saw Jia get on the bus with his own eyes and reassured Ling Xingxue. There was a teacher and a guide for each class, and the students were unified in their activities, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. The school had already organized this many times and it was all fine. It wouldn't be so unlucky to catch up to himself. Lin Xingxue was then relieved. At noon, Yifan cooked himself a bowl of noodles in clear soup and continued to work after eating. Pay attention to the time while working. Today, he went to pick up Jia at 5 o'clock, 1 hour later than usual. Yifan was worried about missing it and purposely set the alarm. From noon after eating, and then busy until 3 p.m. Yifan stood up and raised his arms, shrugged his shoulders, and shook his waist. Sitting still for a long time is really tiring. Yifan purposely did it again. When he went to school, he jumped the radio gymnastics. Stretching exercises. After Yifan rested, he drank a glass of water and continued working. Ding bell. The cell phone rang. Yifan picked up his cell phone. Surprisingly, it was Jia's homeroom teacher who called. Looking up at the time, it was exactly 3:30 p.m. According to the journey projection, it should be the time for the school to prepare for the return trip. Yifan immediately had a particularly bad premonition. Even the hand that was holding the cell phone kept shaking. Yifan tried his best to restrain his emotions and comforted himself that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. "Hello, class teacher, hello." Yifan picked up the phone and pretended to be calm in his tone. "Jia's father, it's bad, Jia is missing." On the other end of the phone, Jia's homeroom teacher, both anxious and sad, choked and shouted out. This news is like a thunderbolt from the sky, bombarded Yifan. His mind is blank. Foolishly froze in place. His brain could not control his hands, and his cell phone fell to the ground.